Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 1001, Huge Loot. Luze thought about things and said, "I'll go check out that tree. You guys finish the flowers first." The girls nodded. Luze appeared before the blossoming tree. Luze stared at the golden flowers. In the center, there was a drop of golden dew laid on. It wasn't the same indeed. Luze raised a brow. Last time, it was blue dew, now, it is golden. He didn't know what effect it would have. Luze didn't think much and took the dew. Then, he flew to the other flowers. Not all the flowers had blossomed on the tree. Most of them were still unbloomed. There were only 22 flowers that had blossomed. Each one had one golden dew in the center. Luze gathered these dews. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. This powerful wave spread in all directions. Luze looked over. The girls had found one lively flower and attacked it. Luze disappeared from his spot and appeared among the girls. It was a vibrant red flower. It seemed to be burning with flames and was 4 meters tall. This flower was frozen, and its chi was weak. The girls were attacking the ice, but it wasn't truly working. The rigidity was way stronger than before. After all, this place wasn't too far from the battlefield. The girls stopped attacking after Luze came over. Luze asked. "Did you get anything, Luze?" Luze grinned. "Of course, I'll tell you once we get outside." Although they didn't use the blue dew before, they heard the effects from Luze. They were very curious about what was on the golden tree. Luze wondered. "Can't you break it?" Kyohesha replied, "We might need some time. This ice is much stern than we thought." Luze nodded. Continue. This was a cosmic cloud state boss. The drops would be amazing. It would be a loss not to try. Luze clenched his fist, then spirit flames gathered. He punched towards the ice. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded. However, the ice didn't bear any crack at all. Instead, Luze felt his hands hurt. Luckily, they instantly healed with his recovery power. He punched the ice again and again. The girls did the same. They pummeled the ice with their attacks. After half a minute, it bore a light crack. They finally saw the first white mark on the ice. They were excited. "It can be broken." Lin Ling smiled. Luze gasped. "Let's continue." With hope, the group used even more effort. As time went on, cracks expanded and covered the entire ice. At this moment, they suddenly felt this coldness in their heart. The flower inside the ice began to quickly recover. Flames burned, and the ice began to rapidly melt. Everyone. They didn't feel well. "Oh shit! This flower recovered." It still seemed weak, but it was a cosmic cloud state cultivation level after all. They didn't know how terrifying its combat power was. Rumble. Suddenly, the flames on the flower erupted like a volcano. Luze could feel that extremely terrifying temperate coming. Their consciousness went blank. They woke up back in the room. That flower was too bleak. Could it still recover? They thought they would be able to get a cosmic cloud state drop. Yet, they died instead. They were vaporized from the flames. Nangongjing said, "Although they died, the loot was huge." Alice nodded. "Yeah, there's a few of those super beasts." Luze grinned. "Let's see what sort of treasures are there." There were so many good things before, but they couldn't make sure at all. Luze took out the earth crystal first. It was the equipment one. Luze inserted his mental force, and the equipment inside was revealed. It was a faint golden breastplate. It was similar to what the sand beetles dropped, but it seemed better quality and more vibrant. Lu mumbled, "Luze, try it." Luze tried it on. It transformed into a golden light and fused into his chest. The sand beetle breastplate receded and turned into a crystal instead. The golden one then appeared on Luze's chest. Luze sensed this chest plate. Its improvement on spirit force was much better than the ordinary set. It could also improve sand and earth god art. For spirit force buffs, just the breastplate could improve it by 40%. This was too powerful. Luze placed on the rest of the pieces too. The sand beetle armor and golden sand beetle armor also had a special connection. When the entire set was completed, the buff for spirit force was over 80%. Spirit force digestion also improved by 60%. How is it? Everyone looked hopefully at Luze. Luze nodded. Not bad. He took out 2 more equipment crystals. The 4 golden sand beetles dropped 3 of these. It was unveiled to be 2 pairs of boots. Luze said, just like before, I'll take a pair for myself, and Jing Jing can have a pair. Everyone agreed. Wearing the boots on, Luze felt his spirit force heightened to 90% more efficient. If this continued, his combat power would soon reach a cosmic cloud state. Lin Ling gasped. Ze, your power right now should be at the very pinnacle of the cosmic cloud state. Yeah, senior. This chi should be seriously terrifying. Chapter 1002 The Highlight. Luze took out a complex earth rune. The golden sand beetle also dropped it. Luze checked the information and smiled excitedly. It's amazing. Kyohesha softly asked, what is it? Luze replied gladly, it's a one-time divine art rune. We were killed by that super sand beetle last time. It used sand grinding divine art. Lin Ling inquired, so, it was this divine art? Luze nodded. Its power is about barely cosmic cloud state. The girls gasped and rejoiced. Cosmic cloud state. The human race did have borderline cosmic cloud state trump cards. That was what the elders were using, the one-time divine art runes from the 4th map. However, they needed to burn all of their powers completely. If they couldn't kill the enemy after one use, they would be sitting ducks. This method was useless to Luze and the girls. Their divine art was at perfect mastery. Now, they had their own cosmic cloud state card. They only needed to use a little spirit force to unleash cosmic cloud state combat power. The group smiled. At this moment, Luze took out the dark green rune. The girls were stunned. Lu asked, is this? Luze nodded. The dark green sand scorpion dropped it. It should also be a one-time divine art rune. Luze scrutinized it and said, yes, this rune can shoot out a poison ball. Its power is around level 2 cosmic cloud state. You can control the explosion of the poison ball. It would be very troublesome for a level 2 cosmic cloud state to even touch a little bit of the poison. The girls' faces turned red with excitement. This rune was extremely powerful. At least, it was invincible in this region of space since there were no cosmic cloud states. Some cosmic system states could reach cosmic cloud state combat power after many years of mastery. But it was implausible to reach level 2 cosmic cloud state combat power if the person wasn't a super prodigy or had some special means. Luze was trying to be calm but was truly excited. Luze straightly kissed the closest girl Lin Ling, then Luze kissed everyone. The girls seemed embarrassed and annoyed. Luze rubbed his head. The loot is abundant. I'm just celebrating. Plus, we've done more intimate. The girls charged up before Luze could finish. Arghhhh. Moments later, Luze rubbed his head. They were old couples already. Do they need to be embarrassed? Then, he said, by the way, I'll take one of these poison divine art runes. You guys can use the other one and 4 one-time sand divine art runes. Alice gasped. Senior, you're charging at the front every time. We don't need the poison divine art rune. Your opponents would be strong. You should take all of it. The girls nodded. Little brother Luze, I feel Alice is right. Luze smiled. I already took one. In addition, I have a summoning crystal. That is a peak cosmic cloud state power. If I go to support other fleets and enemies, you can beat the enemies. You can use this rune. The girls rolled their eyes. They had 4 sand divine art runes. Those were 4 cosmic cloud state attacks. What enemies couldn't they handle with that? However, they knew that Luze was worried about them. They smiled. Okay then. Luze rubbed Kaihulyahesha. Good girl. Kaihulyahesha rolled her eyes. Luze handed the runes and gave the poison to Nangongjing. When Luze wasn't there, she would be at the front line. Okay, let's look at the others. He took out the 4 rune shards. The golden sand beetles dropped all of them. Alice suggested. There are 4. It can form a complete one. Luze nodded and wrapped the 4 pieces together with mental force. They floated and then gradually fused in a shower of light. When the light was gone, they fused into a complete Earth Divine Art rune. The Divine Art was the same as the one-time Divine Art rune. It was using Sand God Art to wrap around the enemy, then seals and grinds them. It was tremendously powerful. It was a cosmic system state boss's Divine Art. It would be much better than the Divine Arts they collected from the 4th map. Luze smiled and put the rune away. He would master it later. Too bad, there aren't any of those blue dews left, or it would be much easier not to master it. With that, Luze felt that he could perhaps reach perfect mastery in a week. There were also 2 little poison balls with a level 7 cosmic system state. It could barely reach cosmic cloud state power. Luze took one and gave one to the girls. However, they insisted on him keeping it, because they had enough cards. Luze eventually conceded. Then, they began checking the drops of other beasts. There was a pile of liquids from level 7 to level 9. A stack of God Art orbs and a few earth crystals. They took 10 minutes to count everything. Luze grinned. Now, this is the most important thing. The girls revealed jubilant faces. The golden dew was the highlight of the day. Chapter 1003 My cultivation speed is that fast. Luze opened his hands, and a golden dewdrop emerged. It was a gel-like substance. He scanned with his mental force, and information appeared in his mind. Nangongjing asked, Ze, what is this? Luze replied, this is great. It can allow us to increase our cultivation talent in a short while and greatly increase our energy digestion rate. It greatly enhances cultivation speed. The girls paused their breath in disbelief. Really? Their cultivation speed was already very insane now. Yet, this dew could increase their speed again. This. Everyone felt like it was a dream. Luze grinned. He felt the same. Now, they could break through a level in a month. If this golden dew could improve their energy digestion by 20%, then they could break through a level in about a week. This was rather terrifying. And Luze uttered, using this golden dew would slowly increase our cultivation talent and affinity to spirit force. This was another surprise. It felt so good that they didn't know what to say. Their cultivation talent was already very strong due to using red liquids and red orbs. Yet, it could still be improved. Luze had a spirit body too. If that could be enhanced, it would be even better. The girls couldn't wait. Let's try. Luze smiled and nodded. He gave some golden dew to everyone. They saw on the bed and started cultivating immediately. Luze drew near a golden dew inside his body. It turned into this special golden spirit light that covered his body. Then, Luze felt his sensory towards spirit force became very clear. He could even feel the spikes in spirit force. He took a deep breath. He didn't even settle down into cultivation. And yet, his spirit force affinity increased by so much. The golden dew and the blue dew were almost the same, but one improved learning capability and the other improved cultivation talent. Luze was planning to digest a level 5 golden scorpion's red liquid. He looked at the dark green scorpion's red liquid with a level 7 cosmic system state. He gritted his teeth and used that. Although the red liquid energy of super beasts was much more gentle than ordinary beasts, Luze still couldn't digest level 7 red liquid until now. But this was different with the golden dew. Luze used the level 7 red liquid. This red energy was like a hideous beast. If it was before, Luze would be heavily injured at the very least. But now, the golden dew seemed to have added a layer of protection to Luze, helping him digest this energy. Luze just felt a slight pain. It worked. This was a level 7 cosmic system state super red liquid. He could use it now. He quickly inserted the energy into the second row of planets. Far away in space, there was a blood-red planet. Both the Earth and the ocean on the planet were painted red. There was a hideous structure on top of a tall mountain. Inside, there were the bones of all sorts of species. These bones still emitted powerful chi despite being dead. At the ends of the stairs, there was a throne made of bones. A blood claw was sitting there listening to reports. On the two sides of the throne, there were blood claws either sitting or standing. They were also listening to the report. These blood claws were extremely powerful. After the report was done, the reporter said, "Leader, this is the information that Lord Alfonsi sent forth." The atmosphere became silent. After a while, one couldn't resist saying, "Milo just sent news about this prodigy back a few days ago. And now, we hear about him again. Is that human prodigy that strong? Alfonsi isn't weak." The difference in power displayed by that prodigy is considerably huge based on the two descriptions. The race leader slowly said, "Alex, take a few people to the human territory and check out their situation. Collect information about Luze." Alex grinned. "Sure, leader." They were all very respectful towards their leader. Ever since he challenged the previous leader and became the new leader, the Blood Claw race had never made a mistake on major matters. Their power has been growing steadily and almost matched the half-demon race, one of the pinnacle cosmic system state civilizations. Meanwhile, the Pale Scale race, Evil-Eyed race, Green Ghost race, Dark Metal Demon race, and Black Smoke race all made similar decisions. Therefore, ships headed towards the Milky Way galaxy. A day later, Luze opened his eyes. Pant. After checking out his situation, he was in disbelief. In just one day, his cultivation level increased by 1/5. He only just broke through to level 2 cosmic system state. At this rate, he would reach a level 3 cosmic system state in 5 days. What speed was this? He was truly scared. He had 10 drops of level 7 super red liquid. As for the golden dew, it had been a day, and its effects were still felt. It should last about 2 days. In at most 4 days, he would reach level 3 cosmic system state. Would his combat power reach a cosmic cloud state? Chapter 1004. The elders would be worried to death. 4 days later, Luze was sitting on the bed in his room. His cells were seeping with ferocious red energy. He had finally completed the second band of planets. Luze didn't stop there. Powerful spirit force entered the third star ring. As time went by, the star ring grew brighter and brighter, until a rumbling sounded. The star ring cracked, and Luze felt intense pain. Moments later, a world-shattering sound went off inside his body. The star ring broke, turning into stardust, then forming a new asteroid band. Then, an endless spirit force surged into the stardust. Invisible waves surged in his body, then his spirit force. Body and mental force all increased drastically. He broke through the level 3 cosmic system state. As time went by, the spirit force calmed, and Luze opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and felt that overwhelming power inside of him. He smiled. Luze got off the bed and patted his stomach. His cultivation speed was so fast that he was addicted to it and even forgot to eat. He looked at the girls on the side. They were the same. They didn't even feed Ying Ying these few days and just stayed on the bed cultivating. He would go feed the little girl first. Luze came to Ying Ying's room. Ying Ying was lying on the bed with starlight around her. Luze took out red drops and threw them into the starlight. Afterward, Luze planned to cook for himself some food in the kitchen. Someone knocked on the door. Luze opened it and saw the fleet commander standing outside. He smiled. "Monarch of the New Dawn, our fleet is pretty much filled. The other squads also acquired a bit. We're planning to ship the resources back first. What do you think?" Luze reiterated, "It's filled already." It had only been 4 days. The commander smiled. "Monarch of the New Dawn, did you forget about the resources from the Pale Scale race, Dark Metal Demon race, and Black Smoke race?" "Right, those ships carried some resources too." He nodded. "Let's go back first then." The commander nodded and left. He was very curious about what his combat power was at now. If his combat power was at Cosmic Cloud state, then there was a high chance that he could take over the scene. If only there was something that could allow him to ascertain his combat power. Worst comes to worst, he would still take over anyway. He wouldn't die at least. Luze went back and cooked for himself some noodles before going back to cultivate. During the 4 days, Luze used 2 golden dew and the level 7 red liquids only had 2 drops left. Luze wanted to see these and then learn the new sand divine art. Luze hadn't been cultivating the divine arts nor god arts due to the golden dew. A day later, Luze finished the last 2 super red drops and then started on the sand divine art rune. He quickly used a purple liquid and blue crystal to clear himself up. Pity, there was no blue dew, or the effects would be even better. Half a day later, the fleet gathered with Saint Chenyu and the soldiers. Then, everyone went into the warp dimension heading towards the Milky Way galaxy. 3 days later, Luze rubbed his tired head. It was very hard to learn a cosmic system state divine art. It took 3 days for a beginner to achieve mastery. However, this divine art was rather great. If he brought it to experience mastery, it would be stronger than earth-shocking blow. By the way, he hadn't given this divine art a name yet. Its effect was to wrap enemies in the sand, then either seal or grind them. In that case, he would call it Sand Style 1. Luze looked around. He was the only one left on the bed. Were they done? He got off the bed and went to the living room. There was no one, but he heard a sound and smelled an aroma from the kitchen. Luze felt he was about to tear up. He hadn't eaten these past few days. Life was so hard. Luze came to Ying Ying's room and saw Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha feeding her. Nangongjing got up happily. "Zi, I'm a level 3 cosmic system state. I'm about to reach level 4 cosmic system state soon." Luze's mouth twitched. Did she progress that fast? But then again, he had been learning Sand Style 1 divine art these 3 days, while they were working on cultivation level. Kaiyuhesha smiled. "Too bad the golden dew is used up." Nangongjing sighed. "Don't know when we're going to get something this good again. There were so many cosmic cloud state flowers in that flower sea. To be able to beat those flowers, they would have to be in a high cosmic system state or maybe, a peak cosmic system state. That would take a few months." Luze sighed. "We were just lucky that time that the 2 overlords were fighting." Nangongjing larked. "I hope they fight again." 3. Luze said, "It's still day right now. You can dream at night." A day later, the ships came back to the human-controlled region. Luze and the girls were eating. Zhuoqiusun's Huang was there too. She smiled. "This is my first time being so relaxed in the void space." Zhuoqiusun's Huang was only a star state before, and the human race wasn't strong. They had to be very vigilant. But now, she was a cosmic system state, and the human race was progressively getting stronger. There were many peak cosmic system states. They didn't need to get scared anymore. Luze and the girls smiled. Luze said, Auntie Sun's Huang, the human race will only become stronger and stronger. Zhuoqiusun's Huang rubbed Luze's head. You guys are progressing fast. If you can't have children, then the elders would be very concerned. The girls blushed. But just when they were about to talk, they suddenly looked into space. At a barren planet at the border of the controlled region, there were beings from other races hiding there. They were responsible for watching the human fleets and were part of the investigation operation. But suddenly, they also frowned and looked into distant space. Chapter 1005, a scene they would never forget. Wormholes suddenly appeared, and destructive chi instantly surged. Dark red spirit force came out from them. This chi! Alex of the blood claw race gasped. Insectoids! Why are there so many? A soldier from the green ghost race exclaimed. This wasn't just a lair or two. At this moment, huge black planets flew out of the wormholes, bringing down vast dark red spirit forces. Space shook. 1, 2, 3, there were 10 insectoid lairs. Looking at the 10 large black planets, they didn't dare to show their chi at all. There were too many. They were all insectoids and many powerful peak cosmic cloud state insectoids. A fighter from the pale scale race spoke quietly. The human race is over. The others looked strangely at each other. They were just here to investigate the human race but instead, saw 10 insectoid lairs. Alex asked, how did they mess with the insectoids? All these insectoids were coming just for the human race. Just what did they do to bring 10 insectoid lairs? The human fleets also saw this. The Shinwu army soldiers gasped in terror. Insectoid lairs? 10? Why are there so many? What do we do? All the saints and the other 3 races gasped looking at the 10 large planets. Elder Nangong spoke in disbelief. How could there be that many? Saint Shenwu frowned. They're coming for us. Elder Nangong gritted his teeth and spread his voice, everyone please protect the fleet, retreat to our territory. There weren't just resources on these ships but also Shenwu army soldiers. They were human elites. Back inside, there were a lot of allies there. It wasn't completely over. Luze and the girls also frowned. At this moment, they heard Saint Shenwu's order. Then, wormholes appeared and the saints came out. Zhuoqiusun's Huang frowned. Let's go out too. Luze and the girls nodded and also came outside the ship. Everyone's face was tense. They felt some peak cosmic system state chi there. It was powerful, and they felt great pressure. Man Yi frowned. These insectoids seem to be coming after us. Little Nangong, what did you guys do to offend the insectoids? Elder Nangong and Saint Shenwu were confused. How would they know? They did nothing. Martha said, we probably can't stop all these insectoids. They weren't weak and were just one step from a cosmic cloud state. If they used their trump cards, they would barely reach a cosmic cloud state too. But as a top civilization in the universe, how could the insectoids just have ordinary cosmic system states? At this moment, the insectoids' lairs had left warp dimension. Howls sounded through space. Each lair had tens of blood lights that dashed out towards the fleet. There were a few hundred cosmic system states. This was more than all the cosmic system states in the alliance of the human race. In addition, only a portion of them was here. There were over 20 peak cosmic system states. Some of them were near a cosmic cloud state or might even have cosmic cloud state combat power. Elder Nangong and Shenwu looked at each other. They took out a rune. It was the one-time divine art rune. They were going to use it to kill some of them first. Martha and the other girls all planned to use their trump cards. Meanwhile, Luze was very excited. He just reached level 3 cosmic system state and had the golden beetle armor. He wanted to see if he was a cosmic cloud state yet, and now, there were practice targets. Great! How did the insectoids understand him so well? Luze flared with spirit flames, then terrifying power surged. Suddenly, everyone looked in Luze's direction. What happened there? Luze already appeared amidst the sea of cosmic system state insectoids. Luze looked coldly at these insectoids. Dark runes flowed in his eyes as he grinned. Die! Endless demonic flames burned in the space wrapping around the entire sea of insectoids. The weaker cosmic system state insectoids instantly turned to dust. The stronger ones formed blood energy shields, but they also turned to dust soon along with their shields. Eventually, only 3 insectoids remained. They were struggling to defend against Luze's demonic flames. Their power was barely cosmic cloud state. Luze grinned. The flames burned even more and eventually shattered their shield. The 3 insectoids shrieked, but they couldn't get away from the flames. Moments later, their life force disintegrated. They turned into bodies floating in space. Flames still burned on their bodies, eventually turning them to dust. Now, only Luze remained. Everyone's eyes were dropping out. They opened their mouths and couldn't speak a word. What was this terrifying power? Man Yi's mouth twitched. How is he that strong? Elder Nangong and Shenyu were also confused. Elder Nangong asked, Jing Jing, what is going on? Nangong Jing smiled. It's because Luze broke through to level 3 cosmic system state. His power increased. A level 3 cosmic system state had such combat power. They were the peak cosmic system states. On a distant planet, the other races felt the humans were over. But then there was that terrifying Chi. Alex turned around. This Chi is a cosmic cloud state. Then, they watched a scene they would never forget in their entire life. Luze charged into the cosmic system state insectoids and burned them all with his demonic flames. How were they going to report this? Chapter 1006 Best Used as Scapegoat. Luze raised a brow. Those last 3 insectoids barely had cosmic cloud state power. It just took not much effort for him to kill them. His power was pretty much at level 1 cosmic cloud state. Luze felt great. This was his constant power. With this, he would be able to book the entire scene. He didn't know if other races had beings with cosmic cloud state combat power at peak cosmic system state. But the humans were closest to the blade demons. It was the most convenient for them to control the region. Even if other races had someone who could fight Luze, they wouldn't come to compete. Thinking about this, Luze smiled. He looked at the distant 10 black planets and formed a spirit flame palm that was bigger than the planets. He closed his hand wanting to crush the planet. At this moment, blood light flashed blocking before the hand. Luze raised a brow. Did they have some means? Cosmic system state peak insectoid? There was such a powerful insectoid inside. His mental force swept, and he saw it in the center of the lair. It was a black-shelled insectoid tens of kilometers long. It had a large soft belly with red eggs inside. It was the queen insectoid. They usually didn't go out for battle. But it probably didn't expect all those cosmic system state insectoids to die in one blast. Luze smiled and added some force. Immediately, the blood spirit light broke, and the palm crushed the black planet to powder. Meanwhile, the other 9 planets planned to tear open space and run. Luze smiled, then silver light glowed in his hand. The opened wormholes closed once again. The remaining 9 insectoid queens howled in terror. Beams of blood spirit light shot at Luze. They were near cosmic cloud state power. Eventually, they formed into one. The chi became extremely terrifying. The allied cosmic system states tensed up. This was so powerful that their bodies were shaking just from the feel of it. Elder Nangong and the soldiers knew that they wouldn't be able to stop such an attack even if they used all their means. Luze's face focused a little. He formed a spirit force fist and punched. The cosmos rumbled, then a terrifying fist force attacked the beam. Rumble. A few kilometers wide blood spirit force beam clashed with a few meters wide fist force. It was a stalemate despite the huge size difference. Shocking space storms were formed. Luze frowned. This power was stronger than he had imagined. Even he felt some pressure. He kept adding more power, but it could only prevent the fist force from being broken. Kaiuyuhesha smiled and used seduction god art. The interference stirred the chi of the insectoid queens. They spat blood in the backlash and their beam weakened. Luze grinned. Great timing for demons. The fist forces tore apart the spirit light and attacked an insectoid lair, penetrating it. Rumble. The planet was blasted to pieces. Luze didn't stop there. He kept attacking. The fist forces crushed all of the insectoid lairs. Those full-powered attacks used up nearly 2/3 of his power. Luze came back to the girls. Everyone was looking at him in astonishment. Luze scratched his head. What? The insectoid lair is taken care of? Aren't we going to go back? Elder Nangong asked. Ze, you broke through again. This kid just reached level 2 cosmic system state the last time they headed off. It's been less than 10 days, and he broke through again? Luze nodded. My master gave me something good. Ying Ying was the best scapegoat ever. Elder Nangong and the soldiers still didn't understand what Luze's cultivation god art was. How could there be such a powerful god art in the universe? The others were extremely envious. Just what sort of wealthy extravagant master was this? Why didn't they have one? But they weren't Luze. His talent was amazing. Only such a prodigy would be favored by the potentially cosmic monarch state. Elder Nangong laughed. Ze, that master is nice to you. You need to be obedient and nice to him, understand? Luze. His mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. Sure, Elder. Elder Nangong replied, okay, let's get back. Everyone felt relieved and went back to the fleets. On the distant planets, those spies didn't speak for a long time. Alex said, send all the race members who came into the human territory back. Let's go back too. Everyone nodded with a strong sense of threat. If Luze just killed a group of cosmic system state insectoids, they would think he used some trump card. But then, there was the battle afterward and Luze didn't show any signs of backlash or injuries. This meant that this was Luze's power. The human race had a cosmic cloud state combat power. They were near the Blade Demon territory. Fighting over the resources there would be rather troublesome. Regardless, they were going to report this back first. Chapter 1007 Crisp Green Blade. In the void space, outside of the territory of the crystal race, the cataclysmic battle ensued. The battle disrupted the void and caused countless planets to be pulverized to dust. Accordingly, a great number of lives were lost too, which then included beings from the crystal race and the insectoid race. The insectoid queen back in the blood-red lair of the insectoids was laying eggs. As of this moment, it suddenly opened its bloodshot eyes. Beams of blood-colored light flashed as the nearby insectoids, which came to carry the eggs, trembled on the ground. 3 streams of light appeared in front of the insectoid queen. The 3 of the newly arrived insectoids varied in appearance. Their kais distorted the surrounding space. One fancy-looking, black and white striped insectoid screamed, "Master, why are you so furious?" The insectoid queen roared, "The 10 insectoid lairs dispatched previously are destroyed. They are destroyed simultaneously. Those children almost died at the same time too." The 3 insectoids were taken aback. They exclaimed, "How is that possible? In that distant region, which powerful being could destroy 10 insectoid lairs simultaneously. The 3 of them had been guarding the queen. They were well aware that 10 lairs were sent to a distant region. The queen exclaimed, "They're all my children. Baise luo miao, go to that region of space and annihilate all races there." The black and white striped insectoid hissed. "Yes, master." Thereafter, it tore the space and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the controlled region base of the crystal race, there was a spacious room built with crystal, wherein one being from the crystal race stood there like a statue. There was a faint purple spirit light around him. At this juncture, 2 purple lights flashed within its eyes, and in the next second, its body moved. He then appeared in another room with a large star map at the center. There were white and blood-colored dots, which occupied half the space each. At the border of the star map, there were a few members of the crystal race engaged in a heated discussion. After noticing the appearance of the purple crystal, everyone stopped talking. One of them asked, "Nade, aren't you watching the lair of the insectoid's queen? Why did you come here?" Nade responded, "One cosmic cloud state insectoid has left the lair." "What?" Everyone gasped. 10 insectoid lairs disappeared a few days ago, didn't they? Now, a cosmic cloud state left too. What are the insectoids doing? Are they going to the same place? How can a cosmic system state insectoid lair compare with a cosmic cloud state insectoid? They shouldn't be going to the same place. What is going on then? After a while, the most powerful being from the crystal race chimed in, "How strong is the insectoid which just left?" Nade answered, "Level 3 cosmic system state. Combat power is unknown." The atmosphere plummeted. One member of the crystal race frowned. "This group of insectoids is what our race needs to handle. It's fine if cosmic system state lairs disappeared, but cosmic cloud state insectoid has too much destructive power. If we leave it be, we probably won't be pardoned by the elf race. But we are already experiencing too much pressure. We can't have our current personnel. If we do, we might not maintain our own defenses. What do we do then?" The discussion grew intense. "Enough." The strongest member of the crystal race interrupted, "Fred has just communicated it with me. He recently finished a mission. He is on his way back from the crisp green blade. Let him go. By the way, did Yilei break through to the cosmic cloud state? Send him out as well to test the waters." Hearing this, everyone became dazed. Someone exclaimed, "Fred is returning? I wonder how his trip went." Someone smiled. "If it's Fred, then it shouldn't be a problem." The other being present within the room nodded. Fred was a super prodigy of the crystal race. He was only 4,000 years old, but his cultivation level reached level 3 cosmic cloud state. Meanwhile, his combat power had risen to the peak of level 5 cosmic system state. If he would be one going, then they can feel assured. Another cosmic cloud state cracked a smile. Yilei just reached the cosmic cloud state. He's about to join the crisp green blade. This time, the kid should experience it too. Race leader is wise. Perfect, we can post the mission after Fred and the others head off. That way, they would be able to accept the mission. Yes, based on tradition, the reward points from the crisp green blade can be exchanged with a lot of valuable items in the elf race. Amazing, race leader. The leader of the crystal race coughed it off. We won't let the benefits flow elsewhere. If the other races had some special circumstances, they would let the prodigies of their own race handle it too. Everyone nodded. The crisp green blade was a temporary organization led by the elf race. It was specifically brought about by the insectoid crisis. Only the prodigies of each race were allowed to join. If by chance, the races encountered an exceptional situation they couldn't handle alone, they can ask the crisp green blade to take over. Thereafter, the crisp green blade will issue the mission. Those prodigies who will complete such missions can earn reward points, which can be traded with treasures. The available precious items were merely common for the elf race, but for cosmic cloud state civilizations, they were treated as treasures. Hence, the prodigies of the different races fought to finish the missions. This kind of situation arose due to the pressure brought upon by the insectoids to the elf race. In the end, they couldn't handle everything within their cosmic realm. In that case, be prepared and contact Fred. The corners of the lips of the leader of the crystal race curved up. Planet Shenwu. A white light flashed in space. When it disappeared, the human fleet emerged. The fleet docked at the space station. Elder Lin and Saint Lindong were already waiting there. Their faces looked serious. After the door opened, everyone alighted. After confirming that Luze, Lin Ling and the others were fine, they felt relieved. Elder Lin looked at Elder Nangong. What happened outside the controlled region? How come we felt a surge of destructive battles at Shenwu? This matter involved over 100,000 light-year distance. Elder Nangong provided, it's nothing, just 10 insectoid lairs appeared. Saint Lindong gasped. Just 10 insectoid lairs. Saint Shenwu grinned. About a few hundred cosmic system state insectoids. Saint Shenwu also added, oh, a few of those insectoids pretty much possessed a cosmic cloud state power. No wonder they were alarmed by the intense battle. But things didn't seem right. Everyone appeared to be unscathed. Seeing everyone's confusion, Elder Nangong smiled. Ze grew stronger again. He basically has a cosmic cloud state power. He was the one who killed the insectoids. With this explanation, Elder Lin and their company stopped breathing as they looked at Luze in disbelief. Elder Nangong felt proud. Alright, it's just a cosmic cloud state combat power. What's there to be amazed about? Hurry and just unload the resources. Chapter 1008 Like a God. After Elder Nangong and the soldiers made the arrangements, Luze and the girls had nothing to do, so they returned to the cultivation building. Now, Luze was cultivating Sand One God art. He could use the Dao Enlightenment Room to master it. Luze stretched with profound relief. We're finally back. The girls smiled and rested on the couch. Being home was the best. At this moment, Luze remembered something. Oh right, I forgot Ying Ying is still on the main ship. I'll bring her home. Luze disappeared from the spot and appeared in Ying Ying's room on the ship. Luze pinched her little face. It felt great. Ying Ying frowned and her little body writhed. Seeing this, Luze smiled and carried her back to her room on Shenwu. The group fed her and then the three girls went to cook. They shared a happy meal before returning to cultivate. Luze came to the Dao Enlightenment Room and was immersed in learning Sand One God art. Under the effect of the blue crystal and purple liquid, Luze's learning capability greatly increased. However, the Dao Enlightenment Room's effect was weakening. Was his cultivation level too high? Luze frowned. Where was the high-level Dao Enlightenment Stone? Luze wondered, but soon, he became engrossed in learning. A day later, the resources had been unloaded. The group headed off again. This time, Luze told the elders his plan of taking over the entire place. They were surprised but chose to support Luze anyway. What a joke! Luze's power was now at cosmic cloud state. How could they be scared now? The Blade Demon race was so close to the human race. They had enough power as well. Of course, they had to take complete control over it. With this wave of resources, the human race would enter a rapid development phase. With the help of Luze's orbs and spirit liquid, both the high-level and mid-level cultivators would spring out. 4 days later, the fleet left Warp Dimension and came back to the Blade Demon territory. Luze was still mastering the Sand One divine art. It was a cosmic system state-level divine art. It was much harder to learn. He had exhausted beginner mastery for 6 days but still wasn't able to progress to familiar mastery. This was truly hard. But his guts dictate him that in about 3 to 5 days, he would successfully make a breakthrough. The familiar mastery of Sand 1 divine art should be on par with the earth-shocking blow and demonic flame divine art in terms of power. He grinned. Luze concealed his chi and looked around. Nangongjing and the soldiers were gone. He got out of bed and left the room. In the living room, Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Zuoqiu Sunhuang were all there. Zuoqiu Sunhuang said, "Little kid, we're about to arrive at the Blade Demon territory." Luze raised a brow and looked outside the window. He smiled. "I see. Today, fighters from the human race were going to exert their power. At least in the nearby vicinity of the cosmos, the human race would make the other races feel their power." The girls were also hopeful. Zuoqiu Sunhuang was the most excited. The human race had been treading on ice before, but now, it was different. Soon, the fleet arrived at the Blade Demon-controlled region. Elder Nangong and the soldiers looked at Luze, especially Elder Nangong and Elder Lu Ziyu. As the human cosmic system states, they were very excited and nervous. The other three races looked at Luze with complicated looks. This human youth was about to bring the human race to a higher level. Elder Nangong slowly said, "Are you ready, Ze?" Luze nodded. I'm going out." Elder Nangong and Elder Lin nodded. Luze appeared in space nearby. He looked at the vibrant cosmos and breathed. Then, a sharp look appeared in his eyes as transparent spirit flames burned around him. It had been nearly 10 days since he broke through to level 3 cosmic system state. During this time, Luze would also work on his cultivation level while mastering the Sand 1 divine art. Also, there was the golden dew from a few days ago. His chi was stronger than when the insectoid lairs appeared. A dominant spirit force wave spread out in all directions. The human fleet vibrated under such spirit force. Everyone looked at the figure in space. Luze tried to control his chi that went in their direction. Everyone still felt an extremely heavy pressure. Those soldiers of the Shenwu army who hadn't even reached a cosmic system state felt powerless and pale-faced. Despite this, they stared at Luze with craze and admiration. Monarch of the New Dawn was the first to have a cosmic cloud state combat power in the human race. He would lead the human race to make a new step. As his chi expanded and the cosmos shook, those planets with life on them cowered to the ground in terror. All the other races collecting resources felt the incomparable chi and trailed the source of the powerful chi. What is this chi? Which cosmic cloud state entity is traversing here? Does this subtle being harbor evil intentions? Everyone discussed in horror. 1 light year, 5 light years, 100 light years, 1,000 light years. Luze's combat power just reached the cosmic cloud state, but it was still at the cosmic cloud state. His chi expanded for hundreds of thousands of light years before slowly stopping. His chi covered most of the Blade Demon territory and their void space region. All beings in this area looked in Luze's direction in shock. At the border of the Blade Demon race's field, there were the Pale Scale race, Evil-Eyed race, and Blood Claw race. A few peak cosmic system states were standing in space. However, they didn't have their fleets. It was just a few of them. After sensing the powerful chi, they gasped. Alex from the Blood Claw race pursued the source of the chi. It's here. Indeed, the human race is going to invade the Blade Demon territory for themselves. The Pale Scale race said helplessly. This was to be expected. Since they have cosmic cloud state combat power, how can they let others take a share of the meat right in their home? Luckily, we let our fleets leave early. That way, we can rescue a portion of the resources. At this moment, a demon from a green ghost race said. Didn't you feel that the person's power seemed to have progressed compared to a few days ago? Everyone's mouth twitched. Luze was discharging a vibrant and holy light that made him appear like a god. A being of this level was tantamount to a god. He slowly said, from now on, the Blade Demon territory belongs to the human race. All other races, leave immediately or die. The threatening remark soon spread all over the regions covered by the Qi. Human race. Since when did they have such a powerful, godlike being? Chapter 1009 Three Cosmic Cloud States. Sensing the coldness in Luze's tone, everyone looked at each other and ended up keeping their mouths shut. In a solar system a few hundred light-years away from Luze, a being inscribed with white runes, which also appeared scrawny and fragile, immediately screamed, "Run! Ian! Everyone, board the ship! We'll leave now!" What a joke! They are about to face a cosmic cloud state. If Luze was set on catching them, they wouldn't even be able to flee. The other powerhouses of the race eagerly agreed. All of them had the desire to leave. Likewise, the other races in the other regions also had the same plan. Each one of them didn't have the courage to remain within the sight and face cosmic cloud states. Back at the Blade Demon border, Alex and the others looked at each other. Alex smiled helplessly. "Let's go. No one can fight against the human race here." The others agreed with a nod. The current region of space was the border between the elf race and the advanced demon race. Only cosmic system state civilizations were established within the area. Even for powerful cosmic system state civilizations like the Blood Claw race, their prodigy with a combat power of cosmic cloud state would only be employed at the very last moment. It wouldn't be too wise to utilize it on a territory with a cosmic system state civilization. The human race was unstoppable now. When they attempted to leave, their bodies stiffened on the spur of the moment, and they looked into the distance. The scene made everyone's hair stand on ends. What is that? Such a powerful Qi! It's so bloodthirsty! Who is it? In the next second, everyone present felt the emergence of another Qi from someone who was closely following Luze. The other Qi was several times stronger than Luze's. Even from their position, they could feel the overwhelming pressure. Everyone looked in Luze's direction in disbelief. The newly appeared Qi evoked a feeling that death was coming for them. It seemed as though they were on the brink of death. Luze was enthusiastically waiting for everyone to take flight when he abruptly turned around. A distortion occurred in space, resulting in a formation of a wormhole. An absurdly powerful Qi emerged out of the wormhole. That kind of overwhelming Qi was something Luze only experienced in the pocket hunting dimension. This would be his first time encountering a powerful Qi in the real world. Other than Ying Ying, who else could it be? Luze looked anxiously at the wormhole. The girls also trained their eyes at the wormhole with anticipation. Elder Nangong asked, "What a powerful Qi! Which powerful being arrived?" Man Yi frowned. "This Qi is so calamitous. The newcomer doesn't seem to bear good intentions." The others couldn't refute the remark. Martha also furrowed her brows. "This Qi seems to originate from an insectoid." All of the eyes within the region narrowed. True enough, it resembled the aura of an insectoid. At this time, an insectoid emitting a black and white light exited the wormhole and gradually revealed its figure. It was 3 meters tall with a black and white runed shell. It had 4 pairs of sharp claws and 1 piercing tail. Everyone held their breaths. It really is an insectoid. Why would an insectoid show up here? How come it is unbelievably powerful? The hearts of everybody froze up right then and there. With their current power, they wouldn't be able to defend against the incoming insectoid at all. Even the chances of escaping were practically none. Are they going to die here? Although everyone was drowning in despair, the girls weren't fazed at all. They were assured by the knowledge that Luze hadn't used the summoning crystal yet. Luze had provided that the beast inside the crystal was a level 1 cosmic cloud state overlord. Its combat power should be able to reach level 7 cosmic system state. Clearly, the insectoid wouldn't be able to compare with the power of the overlord beast. The presence of the powerful insectoid startled Luze and made him confused. Just a few days ago, 10 insectoid lairs appeared. Why would cosmic cloud state insectoids show themselves afterwards? What crime did the human race do to provoke the insectoids? Luze couldn't figure it out. On the other end, Beise Luomiao's red eyes glared at Luze with puzzlement and surprise. He said coldly, "No wonder the previous 10 insectoid lairs were annihilated immediately. I didn't expect a powerful being like you to exist in such a distant region." Luze's eyes widened. "You can talk." It seemed as though he was the only person who can hear the mutated insectoid at the Telun system. Prior to this encounter, he hadn't heard another insectoid speak. Beise Luomiao. As a royal insectoid, a descendant of the great insectoid queen, what's the big deal with having the ability to talk? Its black and white runes flowed as its chi suddenly shot up, surpassing his current cultivation level. He continued, "It turns out you are the culprit. After I murder you, I will annihilate the nearby civilizations away." Luze frowned. Great insectoid queen? Is it an insectoid superboss? Did this insectoid make an appearance here because of the insectoid lair? So which of the insectoid race had a dispute with them? Why did they have the urge to keep on charging at them? Although various questions plagued Luze's minds, he didn't stop in his tracks. He used his mental force to grab the shining silver crystal in his head. It was the summoning crystal Luze hadn't used. All of a sudden, Luze was surrounded by a silver light. Roar! A howl belonging to a wolf reverberated through space. It affected the entire Blade Demon territory. It was making its way across the universe. Following such, a silver light shot out from Luze's body and formed a giant figure that resembled a wolf with a silver fur. But unlike a wolf, it had a pair of horns on its head. It was about 20 meters tall with a sleek and elegant figure. It looked as though its body was merging with space. Its devastating chi went beyond the boundaries of the Blade Demon territory. Elder Nangong and the others. They looked at the wolf with astonishment. Moments ago, they succumbed to hopelessness, but out of nowhere, a silver wolf materialized from Luze's body. Its chi was exceedingly powerful. Evidently, it was infinitely stronger than the newly arrived insectoid. What is going on? When Alex and the others were about to run, they suddenly paused once more because they sensed the presence of another cosmic cloud state chi. The recent chi was stronger than the previous one. Another one made its appearance. What is going on? 3 cosmic cloud states. That last one's chi is too terrifying. The region containing the 3 cosmic cloud states was petrifying. Among the beings, a combat power reaching the high-level cosmic cloud state was even present. They didn't know what to do. They didn't even have the courage to escape anymore. In the warp dimension, outside the Blade Demon territory, 2 pale white crystal figures were moving. A gold light flashed in the eyes of one of the figures while a white light flashed in the other. Thereafter, one of the beings smiled. "Brother Fred, you have to show me how strong those cosmic cloud state insectoids are this time. By the way, is it true that the crisp green blade has genuinely rare resources? I have some things I want to trade. The elders are really amazing this time. They found a great mission for us." The golden crystal figure didn't respond while the white crystal figure didn't cease talking. At this juncture, the golden crystal figure suddenly stopped. He spat the words, "Stop." The white crystal figure immediately stopped in place with a serious expression. Chapter 1010 Why are they here? Brother Fred, what's wrong? Yulei asked in confusion. He didn't notice anything unusual. Fred frowned, and just when he was about to talk, Yulei's eyes suddenly dilated as he looked into the distance. This is such a powerful chi!" he exclaimed. "One chi is exceedingly ruthless. Is that a cosmic cloud state insectoid? Then, to whom did the other 2 kais belong, especially that strongest one? How can there be such a powerful entity from a far-flung region?" Yulei asked in confusion. In this region, there might be beings whose combat power reached the cosmic cloud state. However, someone with a high-level cosmic cloud state chi couldn't possibly thrive here. Fred's golden eyes flashed as he shook his head. I don't know. He was greatly beyond belief either. Yulei stared at Fred and seemed keen. Brother Fred, should we come closer and inspect? That insectoid is our mission target. Fred nodded. Although that chi was immensely strong, the insectoid was the goal of their mission. He was indisposed to returning just like that. The two kept moving in the warp dimension towards that chi. After the silver wolf appeared, the atmosphere fell into deafening silence. Beise Luo Miao stared at the wolf in disbelief. Feeling the terrifying chi coming from that silver wolf, his body tensed up. He spoke in disbelief. How is this possible? What beast is this? He had never seen such a powerful beast. And, if this beast was here before, he should have sensed it. But why would he encounter this beast only now? Luze smiled. He wasn't going to explain anything. However, he was surprised that this insectoid seemed much smarter than those previous dumb insectoids. Even his emotions were overwhelming. It wasn't just destruction. There was a time limit for the summoning crystal. To avoid accidents, it was best to end things soon. Luze ordered the silver wolf. Kill him. Howl. The silver wolf howled, and then its bearing was truly fierce where it was. Meanwhile, another silver wolf appeared before Beise Luo Miao. It lifted its front two claws which had silver light flickering at their tips. Then, silver light flashed in space and disappeared. The surrounding space seemed to calm. It was like the silver wolf never attacked. Luze. Seeing that Beise Luo Miao did not change position at all, he was confused. The attack was over? Why did he sense that the wolf did nothing? Shortly after this thought, a wave swept past. Soon, cracks appeared on Beise Luo Miao's body. Cracks increasingly manifested until Beise Luo Miao's body turned to powder and was dispersed in cosmic winds. Meanwhile, Beise Luo Miao's powerful chi disappeared as well. Only then, did the silver wolf's figure slowly disappear from where it initially was. Seeing this, everyone was dazed. So powerful! This was what everyone thought. Luze looked at this handsome silver wolf and was in awe of disbelief. This guy was much stronger than he thought. That attack! Is it a divine art? Is it a space attack divine art? So terrifying! Luze didn't even feel the energy ripple and that powerful insectoid died just like that. Even Luze was stunned, let alone the others. They watched the powder being blown away and couldn't say a single word. Alex and the battlers looked into Luze's direction with extreme shock. Impossible! The chi of that insectoid disappeared. Is it dead? That insectoid wasn't weak amongst the cosmic cloud states, and yet it just died like that? Everything felt like they were dreaming. Alex, his eyes were dilated and his mouth slightly gaped. Just what happened there? Who possessed that final deadly chi that intruded? Was it some help Luze got? Why does Luze always have such timely, powerful help? Every single question struck the heart of everyone there. They were very curious but found no answers. They knew that if they went over now, they probably wouldn't be able to return. The other beings all over the Blade Demon territory felt this too. They felt more complicated than Alex and the rest. Most of them were just ordinary cosmic system state races. Their power was average or below average. Some of them didn't even have a peak cosmic system state. They were almost scared to death after that powerful cosmic cloud state just died. They were confused about whether to stay or leave. In the warp dimension, Fred and Yulei both halted where they were. They looked at each other in disbelief. Yulei's mouth twitched. Brother Fred, did I sense something wrong? That cosmic cloud state insectoid seemed to have died. Fred watched over into the distance. His eyes flashed with gold light as though watching the scene outside the warp dimension. He slowly said, you sensed right. That insectoid is indeed dead. Yilei. Then what about our mission? Luze studied the handsome wolf before him. He grinned. This was indeed something from the pocket hunting dimension. It was not only good looking but also very strong. At this moment, Luze raised a brow. After summoning the silver wolf, its senses would also reflect in his mind. He could feel two chi getting close in the nearby warp dimension. They were two cosmic cloud states. One just broke through to cosmic cloud state and didn't feel like a threat. The other was a level 3 cosmic cloud state with unknown combat power, but it didn't appear very dangerous either. Nevertheless, the two were heading towards them. Why? Luze raised a brow. Force them out. Luze could order the wolf to kill the two, but that was no longer necessary. A race with two cosmic cloud states was clearly from a cosmic cloud state civilization. With the human race's current power, they couldn't fight with a cosmic cloud state civilization yet. The wolf roared and swept past the distant space with silver light. In the warp dimension, Yilei and Fred suddenly froze. Yilei gasped. What's going on? Why do I feel that the warp dimension is pushing us out? Fred felt the same. He flashed in golden light and tried to forcefully hold on in the warp dimension. However, his struggles were futile. He felt that the pushing force intensified. He said heavily, "We've been found. He's forcing us out." Yilei's eyes flashed with a sliver of terror. "Brother Fred, what should we do? Should we run?" At this moment, the warp dimension twisted and the two fell out into space. When they saw the small crystal body, Luze and Elder Nangong were dazed. Elder Nangong was confused. Crystal race? Why are they here? Chapter 1011, No Internet Connection, Amazing. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Fred and Yilei were forcefully dragged out of the warp dimension. All at once, they felt the gazes directed upon them, but they weren't even assaulted in the next second. Hence, they began to relax a little and proceeded to scan the surroundings. Barbarian race? Winged race? Human and round race? The insectoid was in the midst of being pulverized. Even the corpse wasn't left unscathed. In the next moment, they noticed the silver wolf standing next to Luze. Upon coming into contact with its silver eyes, their bodies tensed up and dropped their temperature to freezing point. Didn't this chi belong to the strongest one they had sensed earlier? Is it this beast that forced them out of the warp dimension? What a powerful beast! Fred couldn't quite absorb the developments. A level 1 cosmic cloud state. Yilei gasped. What? The creature was merely a level 1 cosmic cloud state, but it could pull them out of the dimension against their will. But Fred was a level 3 cosmic cloud state already. What was more, he had a level 5 cosmic cloud state combat power. Just what monster is it? Why would there be a powerful beast in a faraway region? For it to grow, it should have needed valuable resources too. The region they were currently in wasn't rich in resources. Even ordinary powerful beasts wouldn't be interested in this area, let alone talented ones. Despite their confusion, they didn't dare to voice out a question. Then, they looked at Luze. Their eyes widened again. Yilei's mouth twitched. A level 3 cosmic cloud state. A level 3 cosmic system state is capable of possessing a cosmic cloud state combat power. What kind of monster is he? Wait. Yilei frowned and observed Luze intently. He had his doubts. How come there is a sense of familiarity? Did he see this human somewhere before? He pondered for a time and suddenly gasped as he pointed at Luze. It's you. You're that human I saw at the trade planet last time. Yilei definitely encountered Luze during the East Realm gathering. He even deemed him a prodigy with a good talent. But back then, didn't he only have a planetary state cultivation level? How many days have passed since then? Is it 2 years? How did he suddenly become a cosmic system state right now? Someone from the human race managed to reach the cosmic system state from the planetary state in just 2 years? This was illogical. Fred asked telepathically, "You know him?" Yilei's mouth twitched. He was familiar with Luze, but then again, the latter probably didn't know him. This was a bit embarrassing. Meanwhile, Luze realized that Yilei was the one who seemed to have passed on before. The recognition only clicked at this moment. They must have been fated to encounter each other again. Is he a cosmic cloud state already? Not bad. Luze let out a smile. I am wondering why 2 cosmic cloud states would conceal themselves in the warp dimension. Are they planning on harming us? Yilei quickly explained, "Brother, you have misunderstood. We have no ill intentions. We were tracking the insectoid earlier. You have seen it too, right?" Luze smiled. "Do you know what is going on with that insectoid?" Yilei nodded. That insectoid was originally from the battlefield of the crystal race. To prevent it from wreaking havoc elsewhere, we came over. By the way, I'm Yilei, and this is my elder, Fred. We are both prodigies from the crystal race. Although it's a bit shameless to say it, we're actually quite famous. Some people from your race should know us. Luze. Narcissistic. Of course, Luze knew Yilei wasn't lying. He raised a brow. Then, do you know why the insectoid would rush here? He found it odd why those creatures would be drawn to this place. Furthermore, the human race couldn't have offended the insectoid race. The two looked at each other, and Yilei laughed dryly. We do not know the answer either. We are just tracking the insectoid. Yilei continued, perhaps they did not gain anything from the battlefield of the crystal race. Hence, they changed targets. Just recently, 10 insectoid lairs disappeared. We still don't know where they went. Luze. So the source of the 10 insectoid lairs is your side. Luze said slowly, those 10 insectoid lairs had transferred over here as well. Yilei. Fred. Yilei laughed it off. Then, they must have sent a cosmic cloud state to avenge their race. As it turned out, the 10 missing lairs had been here. Most likely, with Luze and the beast around, those 10 lairs must have been eliminated. Fred suddenly said, "You killed the cosmic cloud state insectoid. You are the one who completed this crisp green blade mission." Luze was puzzled. What is he talking about? Yilei quickly said, "Brother, Fred isn't good at communicating. I apologize. It seems as though you don't know anything about the crisp green blade." Luze confirmed it. What is that? Yilei smiled. This region is far away. Ordinarily, insectoids wouldn't invade it. It is normal for you to not recognize it, brother. Luze interjected, "Get to the point." "Sorry, we are in the rural villages. There is no internet." Luze felt as if he was being mocked for not knowing. Sensing his attitude, Yilei quickly provided, "The crisp green blade is a temporary organization formed by the elf race. It especially deals with the insectoid tide. You will be entitled to rewards after completing a mission from the crisp green blade. Those rewards can be exchanged with rare treasures from the elf race." Yilei then asked, "Brother, this cosmic beast is?" This beast appeared to be dazed as it stood beside Luze. He suspected it might be Luze's pet. Fred looked over curiously. He also had the same thoughts, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Luze smiled. "It is my pet. Technically it is true, although it is only a one-time pet and will disappear after the energy is consumed." The two shuddered. Yilei cracked a smile. "Brother, I really admire you for having such a powerful beast to protect you. The reward given by the elf race would be all too attractive for you then." Yilei had concluded Luze wasn't simple. There were probably great secrets behind this human, but Yilei didn't probe further. It wasn't good to show too much curiosity in someone else's secrets. This human didn't even hide it. He openly admitted it. Meaning, he wasn't scared. Yulei said, the elf race possesses various rare treasures. You completed this mission. Brother, if you're interested, you can consider joining the Crisp Green Blade. It would be a waste not to use the reward points, right? Perhaps there's something else you need. Luze smiled and nodded. I will think about it. His resources were only suitable for those close to him. Perhaps the elf race had something that could benefit everyone. Chapter 1012, Heartaches. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hearing Luze's words, Yulei's and Fred's eyes lit up. The two looked at each other. Fred then said, if you want to join the Crisp Green Blade, we can be your witness for this mission. After that, we can join hands and accomplish missions together. We know our way around the elf cosmic realm. Luze felt delighted and nodded. I will trouble you then. I'm Luze. Yulei was glad. He waved his hand. No need to be so polite, brother Luze. What a joke. Even though Luze was only a level 3 cosmic system state, he already had a cosmic cloud state combat power. With a talent like his, the prodigies of the elf race would surely build a relationship with him. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't be different. On the other hand, Luze understood what they meant and nodded. Yulei said, by the way, brother Luze, we still need to return to defend against the rest of the insectoids. If there is nothing else, we will be going first. In truth, the real reason for their departure was to report the matter concerning Luze to their race. Luze didn't object. I won't keep you here for long then. Anyway, he didn't want to hold them back either. Even if he knew they would share the information about him with their superiors, he still wouldn't stop them. After all, their pleasant attitude could only be attributed to the presence of the Silver Wolf. Who knows what will happen if his trump card suddenly vanishes? Ying Ying wasn't awake yet. If they didn't have any ace in their sleeves, the situation would be risky. Both Yulei and Fred relaxed. Yulei said, then, if brother Luze wants to join the Crisp Green Blade, please come and find us in the territory of the Crystal Race. Luze agreed. No problem. The two disappeared through warp dimension. Luze didn't do anything right away. Only when the Silver Wolf could not detect their chi did he feel relieved. The elders didn't interfere this time. After all, Yulei and Fred were already cosmic cloud states. It would be best to leave the matter to Luze, who possessed a cosmic cloud state combat power. The others flew over. Nangongjing asked, Zi, how is it? Luze responded, don't worry, it's fine. They just want me to join the Crisp Green Blade for missions. Luze recounted what happened. Thereafter, the elders of the human race felt assured while the other three races felt envious. It is the Crystal Race. They had been around for a few 100 million years, steadily building a name for themselves. Among the cosmic cloud state civilizations, they were considerably strong. The barbarian race might be considered a cosmic cloud state civilization. Still, they were far inferior to the Crystal Race in terms of power. And now, even the prestigious Crystal Race wanted to establish a connection with Luze. His prowess was alarming. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang asked, Kid, are you going to join that Crisp Green Blade? Luze was taken aback. Honestly, even if he just remained at home and cultivated, he would probably still grow invincible out of everyone in the elf cosmic realm in 2 to 3 years. It wouldn't matter whether he joined the Crisp Green Blade or not. He just couldn't let go of the possible mission reward points. More importantly, he had to make them leave as quickly as possible. Luze replied, let me decide in the meantime. We need to deal with the Blade Demon territory first. The elders agreed. They didn't really want Luze to leave. Although Luze was absurdly strong right now, his power was still lacking compared to cosmic cloud states. At this time, Luze ordered the silver wolf, "Spread your chi out." Roar! The wolf expanded its chi across the entire Blade Demon territory. Luze transmitted his voice through the power of the wolf. "All races, leave immediately. If not, death might come for you." Everyone immediately left the Blade Demon territory as quickly as they could. A high-level cosmic cloud state being was around. Why would they dare to remain in this region? For fear of being pursued by Luze, they also threw around the resource they just gathered. Soon, Luze confirmed through the wolf's senses that all the races had left. He smiled at Elder Nangong. "Okay, Elder, we can go and collect our land." Elder Nangong showed a smile. "Spread my orders. Send the Shenwu army to be assigned at the Blade Demon territory." Yes. They didn't expect the monarch of the New Dawn to hide a terrifying trump card. Before, they assumed the Blade Demon territory would end in chaos right now. But in less than a month, they had gained complete control over it. From this day forward, the territory of the human race will be twice as vast. The race would surely accumulate abundant resources. Man Yi looked at the silver wolf. "Luze, this beast is..." Luze confirmed it. "That's right. My master gave it to me." Everyone. Since the threats in the Blade Demon territory were eliminated, the cosmic system states didn't need to guard the fleets. Luze then ordered the wolf to clear out any lurking threats. Right after, he returned to his room. Nangong Jing stretched out. "It's finally over." Kai Huyuhesha leaned on Luze's shoulder and felt pleased. "I didn't expect the crystal race and the insectoid race to come over. Ze, are we going to accept those missions?" Lin Ling looked at Luze. Luze answered, "We will, when become much stronger. Right now, our power isn't enough. If we didn't have the summoning crystal, we wouldn't be able to weather the storm during the invasion of the insectoid. We would have no choice but to flee." Nangong Jing was a little disappointed, but she didn't say much. Luze was telling the truth in the end. Perhaps they had no enemies left in this region right now, but back in the elf cosmic realm, numerous cosmic cloud states were present. With their current power, they wouldn't be able to accept high-level missions. The risk involved would be too much for them to handle. It was unnecessary right now. After finishing their dinner, Luze suddenly stiffened, causing the rest of the girls to notice him. They then asked him what was wrong. Luze answered, "Nothing, the silver wolf is gone." The silver wolf could only last half an hour using full power. Since it didn't consume everything, it managed to hold on for an hour or so. This could be considered long. Even so, Luze sighed. He just used his strongest move. He had been saving it for a long time. Kai Huyuhesha frowned. "We don't have a stronger card now. We will end up in danger if the other insectoids retaliate." Nangong Jing asked, "When would Ying Ying wake up?" Only Ying Ying could grant them peace of mind now. Chapter 1013, that feeling came out immediately. Back in Ying Ying's room, the group gathered around the unconscious little girl and fed her various treasures. Each time they threw the item, the starlight around Ying Ying grew brighter. Luze felt pleased. "It looks as though she will wake up soon." The girls nodded, gaining hope from the possibility. Kai Huyuhesha said, 10 days had already passed. She should regain consciousness sooner. The level of Luze's orbs has improved now. The interval of Ying Ying's sleeping time after being fed has been getting shorter recently. Simultaneously, the brightness of the starlight intensified every time she was about to open her eyes. Luze felt glad. He then clapped. "Let's continue this tomorrow. We still need to cultivate." In the warp dimension, Fred and Yilei were on their way back. Yilei questioned, "Brother Fred, what are your thoughts about Luze?" Fred answered, absurdly talented. Both his god arts and divine arts have achieved deep mastery. Even though the human race didn't have access to superior divine arts, his divine art is relatively better than the rest. Maybe someone is backing him. If not, he must have encountered some fortune. Yulei cracked a smile. He didn't show a trace of fear earlier. More likely, he has someone at his beck and call from a certain organization. Fred shook his head. I don't know about that. But he can subjugate a cosmic cloud beast to become his pet. Perhaps the other person supporting him values him so much. Yulei's mouth twitched. He also wanted a powerful pet like the silver wolf. It was pleasing to look at and powerful. Let's report it to the leader, Fred said. Yulei nodded. Do you think Luze will join Crisp Green Blade? Fred shook his head. I don't know either. It will depend on what he needs. Following such, the two of them didn't speak anymore. Luze's talent was unmatched. Even though they were superior prodigies of a cosmic cloud state civilization, they were still astounded. In the void space near the crystal race, the enormous queen insectoid burrowed in the blood-colored hive. A pile of treasures was gleaming in front of it. Powerful insectoids came and went to drop more precious materials before their queen. In the meantime, the queen leisurely digested the energy from the resources presented to it. As long as it had sufficient energy, it could nurture countless insectoids. At this moment, the queen's body suddenly stiffened as it opened its eyes. Blood spirit force swept across the entire space. All the insectoids suddenly wavered and prostrated to the ground as they trembled. Hiss! The piercing shriek reached the battlefield and even affected the defense line of the crystal race. What is going on? What is that sound? What a powerful chi! What is wrong with the insectoids? A lot of powerful beings from the crystal race were stunned. They felt taken aback. Why is the insectoid queen brimming with fury? Moments later, someone from the crystal race said, right. A cosmic cloud state insectoid was sent somewhere, wasn't it? Fred and Yulei were tasked to hunt it. Did they finish it off already? Hearing the speculation, everyone's eyes lit up. Cosmic cloud state insectoids from the hive possessed an extremely strong combat power. If it really died, then lashing out just then makes sense. They were delighted. The leader of the crystal race smiled. Fred is a good child. Only a few days have passed, but he killed the insectoid without difficulty. The other cosmic cloud states laughed. Those two are probably returning soon, right? The leader should reward them upon their arrival. Luze and the girls proceeded to their rooms. Thereafter, they entered the pocket hunting dimension. Once again, they appeared within the desert and concealed their chi right away. Nangongjing said, I wonder if we will encounter the other overlords today. The other girls rolled their eyes. Luze said, let's find our prey. The group left the spot and began to hunt. Since Luze's combat power reached the cosmic cloud state, their efficiency became more flawless. The sand beetles and scorpions couldn't escape from Luze. Soon, myriads of resources ended up in his mental dimension. 4 hours later, the atmosphere became tense as the team moved along. Out of nowhere, tens of meters wide mouth opened. A grey substance that resembled goo and a sharp set of teeth made their skin crawl. The mouth was aimed at Luze and the girls. At the same time, it emitted an exceptionally suction force. The group was struggling to escape. Luze stiffened. The spirit flames burned around him as he directed his fist into the bottom of the mouth of the creature. Piss off! Rumble! The spirit flames ignited from the depths, resembling a raging volcano. Chit! A cry of agony reverberated throughout the dimension. Luze flashed with silver light and teleported the girls away from the gaping mouth. They managed to reappear a few kilometers away. This time, a creature similar to a longworm writhed. Grey runes were engraved around it. In terms of diameter, it was tens of meters long. Its exposed body part alone was a few hundred meters long already. Nangongjing said, "Weren't we eaten by this bug a few times before?" Luze's mouth twitched. "I do recall seeing this worm during the previous battles with the overlords." The girls nodded. "Ze, are we going to fight it?" The writhing worm was a level 7 cosmic system state. Its combat power should be approximately equivalent to Luze's. Luze grinned. "Of course, we have to exact revenge." Luze instantly appeared next to the worm and punched its moist body. "Shit!" The worm shrieked. An earth-colored light flashed as sand formed a wall in front of it. Rumble! A thunderous sound resounded throughout the region. The sand wall crumbled a bit before being completely shattered by the fist force, which then struck the skin of the worm directly. The massive force caused it to be flung away. Chapter 1014, So Keen to Live. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze was surrounded by the green wind as he flashed towards the opponent again. When he was about to dish out earth-shocking blow once more, purple lightning crackled around the worm. Sizzle! The lightning made the air burn. Shit! The worm opened its mouth and hissed at Luze. Then, the lightning around it speedily moved towards him. Luze adeptly avoided the bolts, but unexpectedly, he could not help but widen his eyes. All at once, the wound he inflicted glowed with grey light. It healed at a rapid rate. In a short instant, the worm had successfully recovered. Oh crap! Luze was taken aback to encounter the familiar god art once more. Regeneration god art. Did the worm possess 3 god arts? Sand god art, lightning god art, and regeneration god art. It was unbelievably formidable. The worm hissed again and flew out of the sand. Screech! Several sand blades were released into space. Accordingly, Luze sensed the piercing chi and frowned. In the nick of time, something disrupted the worm's chi as Luze planned to dodge. The attack of the enemy weakened. Luze grinned. The girls made their move. Shit! The worm hissed furiously. Luze flashed as he sidestepped the weakened attacks while approaching the worm. In a short moment, he reached the top of its head again. An earth-colored spirit light gleamed around it as it formed another sand wall. The barrier could block Luze's attacks for a short while before the worm's shield was torn apart. Luze stomped on the worm's head. In turn, a powerful force caused it to cave in. Its enormous body soon wriggled out of the ground and left a massive crater. Particles of sand were scattered around, creating dusk before the clear sky. Luze watched as the worm kept on writhing until its head was fully reformed. Black runes flowed in his eyes as he relied on demonic flame divine art. The launched attack came straight for the worm, wrapped around its body, and set it ablaze. Shit! But then, a grey spirit light flashed and the originally singed body part had healed instantly. Luze's mouth twitched. He also had regeneration god art. He couldn't deny it was a hack. It made the worm practically unkillable. Luze charged down towards the creature as his hands ignited with spirit flames. After executing a punch, the spirit flame fist force surged into the worm's body again. Rumble! 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 A series of strikes echoed across the land. The rumbling sound had been active for more than 10 seconds before Luze stopped. At this moment, the dust had cleared out and revealed the aftermath. A few 100-kilometer-wide crater manifested in the desert. At the very bottom, the worm was cut in half. All around its body, sizable wounds oozing with a grey substance were present. Luze breathed out. By this time, it shouldn't be able to recover from the heavy injuries, right? Unfortunately, the moment Luze convinced himself it wouldn't make a comeback, the grey light shone once more. The severed body managed to fuse together as the wounds closed themselves. Every other injury seemed to be non-existent at once. As it turned out, the hacked body parts can still be reconnected. Luze clenched his fists as he attacked the worm again. Rumble. 10 seconds later, Luze felt exhausted from assaulting the worm incessantly. He took a break and observed the crater. This time, the injuries of the other party were even worse than before. Rather than breaking it in half, he went for cutting it in 3. Sadly, Luze couldn't even enjoy his handiwork because as soon as he stopped attacking, the injuries began to heal. Luze attacked again. Another 10 seconds later, Luze's face turned pale. His forehead was sweating. He looked down and checked the crater. Like clockwork, the worm flashed with grey light as it recovered. Oh shit! Why did it want to live desperately? Couldn't it just die? His mouth twitched as spirit flames ignited from his hands again. The girls were out of breath. When is this going to end? Then, 10 seconds later, the worm's body gushed out with blood that smeared the ground. But once again, the grey light persisted. Luze. He checked his remaining spirit force in his body. There was not a single drop left. The faces of the girls were pale, but even so, their condition was better than Luze. When the worm began the recovery phase, they stopped using stone transformation divine art and seduction god art at full power. They flew up instead. Lin Ling hugged Luze. Ze, are you okay? Luze waved his hand and pointed at the bloodied mess below. Hurry up and continue. Don't let it recover fully. The girls nodded and used their remaining power to attack the worm. Rumble. When the girls depleted their energy, the group looked nervously at the crater. A faint grey spirit light could still be seen. However, it was much dimmer in comparison. Luze rejoiced. Its power is being drained too. The girls were delighted. If all the parties involved used up their own power, then the outcome would now depend on the rate of energy recovery. Luze was highly confident when it came to replenishing his energy. A few minutes later, Luze regained some power. He glanced at the worm. It was still very weak right now. This time, the grey spirit force could only strengthen it a bit. Luze grinned. Great! Once more, his fist ignited with spirit flames and went straight for the beast. Rumble. In one go, Luze exhausted all his power. During this round, he couldn't sense the worm's chi any longer. Is it dead? Luze wasn't absolutely certain. The girls had the same sentiments. When the sand had settled, they saw some ashes. Now, they could finally relax as their legs went soft. The carcass had become dust already, so the group waited with excitement for the orbs to appear. 5 drops of red liquid. A grey god art orb. And a purple god art orb. Although a sand god art orb didn't appear, they still got a regeneration god art orb. They didn't suffer much loss. Nangongjing was pleased. Let's leave. It would be troublesome if a powerful beast came. The group agreed. However, just as they planned to depart, a golden light flashed in the sky. Another sun appeared. Following such, a scorching chi swept the ground. The group experienced severe pain before finally succumbing to death. Chapter 1015, Pursuing Cosmic System State. Like usual, Luze and the girls regained their consciousness back in their room. The group leaned against each other as they shivered. They probably met one of the superior bosses. They could only consider themselves unlucky to encounter a powerful boss without a warning. Their chances of leaving unscathed were practically nil. Half an hour later, the pain had subsided. Luze then distributed the orbs to the girls. When the resources were settled, they started cultivating. Luze picked the grey regeneration god art orb this time. As he used it, the orb was sucked into his body in a flash of grey light. The grey energy invaded every inch of his body as Luze developed a deep understanding of the respective god art. The grey energy surged. Along with it, a life force flowed in Luze's cells. It was a bit unbearable, but Luze didn't mind. He could still recall how his body slowly waned the first time he learned the regeneration god art. As a supplement, Luze used the purple liquid and the blue crystal simultaneously. 4 days later, Luze and the girls were aboard a ship near the Blade Demon border as they relaxed. Following a ripple in space, a cluster of black ships charged out of the warp dimension. All of the fleets belonged to the human race. The Shinwu army has arrived. The newly arrived soldiers were expected to guard the territory of the Blade Demon race. Luze, along with Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha, went to feed Ying in her room. At this time, the 3 people looked in the direction of the fleet. Nangongjing said, "The fleet's arrived. It won't be long now. The Blade Demon territory will be fully conquered by the human race." The other 2 smiled. Following such, the starlight around Ying flickered. A powerful and impenetrable qi burst out. While the trio faced the qi, they became immobilized, causing them to look at each other. What a magnificent power! The elders and the other 3 races sensed the very same majestic qi. They looked in its direction in disbelief. But soon, the qi flashed, and in the next second, the starlight around Ying vanished. Her deep blue eyes fluttered. Her body sat up as she felt a bit confused and looked at her hands. After realizing she wasn't empty-handed, she felt relieved. Luze. Kaiyuhesha was amused. She then hugged Ying and rubbed against her little round face. The little girl is finally awake. As soon as the remark was made, the other 3 girls barged into the room. Ying is awake. Alice rejoiced and rushed over. However, Ying's eyes grew terrified. Luze looked away after noticing it. Eventually, the other beings managed to overcome the suppression caused by the formidable qi. Someone from the barbarian race remarked, "This qi is unparalleled." "What is it then?" "Is it?" The crowd instantly considered one possibility. Man Yi looked in Ying's direction with reverence. "Isn't it Luze's master?" "This is unexpected." Previously, they assumed that a being with a terrifying power like Luze's master had his own matters to deal with. He couldn't have been staying with the human race all this time. This powerful qi has reached the peak cosmic realm state at the very least. Maybe it had breached the cosmic monarch state as well. What is it? Even Man Yi and the rest didn't have a good grasp of how strong those beings who had surpassed the cosmic realm state were. Everyone fell silent. Elder Nangong ordered the Shinwu army to be in charge of the security of the Blade Demon territory. As for Luze and the 3 races, they remained stationed in the same place. Only when they subjugate everything flawlessly could they finally leave. During these few days, Luze ended up puzzled as the other 3 races behaved with an even better attitude. Somehow they were inquiring about his master indirectly. Soon, he realized the connection between their attitude and the developments in Ying's qi. Most likely, they presumed the presence of his supposed master due to the outburst of qi a while ago. Luze felt speechless. He couldn't let Ying see them though, right? Hence, Luze offered the excuse that his master didn't want to be disturbed nor see anyone. Fortunately, the 3 races weren't narrow-minded. Well, it was only natural to meet high-level beings with difficulty. At a later time, Luze and the girls returned to their daily routine. During the night, they focused on their cultivation level. Thereafter, they would try their luck inside the pocket hunting dimension before they continued learning divine arts and god arts. Since Ying was awake, there was nothing they should be worried about. A week later, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha reached level 4 cosmic system state. Their combat power was nearing Luze's. Of course, they now possessed cosmic cloud state combat power too. Due to the golden dew and the super liquid, it only took them half a month to complete a breakthrough. Even though Luze hadn't made a breakthrough, he should be close to finishing one. After all, his foundation was far superior to Nangongjing's and Kaiyuhesha's. It was only natural for him to take much time before leveling up. As for the progress of Lin Ling, she too had reached level 3 cosmic system state, while Lu Li and Alice had reached level 2 cosmic system state recently. The rapid improvement could be attributed to their abundant resources. In Luze's case, his Sand 1 divine art even achieved familiar mastery even if his cultivation level didn't get enhanced. Even so, raising the mastery took him 17 days. It wasn't an easy task. He had used the best red liquid and blue crystal. Cosmic system state divine arts were inherently much harder to master. Luze sighed. It was all too clear why those cosmic system states couldn't attain beginner mastery when it came to cosmic system state divine arts. For someone to achieve beginner mastery of one divine art, the practitioner should ensure his god art had reached a certain level. More crucially, you had to be smart enough. The process of reaching the cosmic system state was already torture. Hence, producing cosmic system states was extremely rare. Only 1 out of a trillion would emerge as one in the entire universe. It should be noted that those considerations only applied to the cultivation level only. Pushing the combat power forward was a different matter altogether. Generally, those who could bring their god arts mastery to the level of cosmic system state were infinitely better than ordinary cosmic system states. As for divine arts, they were more complex than god arts. Reaching beginner mastery might even lead to the explosion of someone's head. Even so, those difficulties were non-existent for Luze. He only needed about 2 to 3 months to achieve perfect mastery of a cosmic system state divine art. He was proud of his superiority. Chapter 1016, My Talent is Too Good. 3 days later, Luze and the girls were sitting in their room. Luze's 4th star ring had crumbled and turned into stardust, which then moved towards the border of his cells and formed part of the planets. With the infusion of spirit force, the stardust expanded. It signified Luze's extensive improvement. After a long time, the stardust reformed into dim planets. The invisible wave was no longer present when Luze opened his eyes. Right then, the spirit flames inside of him ignited. He breathed out and let out a smile. Finally, he reached level 4 cosmic system state. Once he got out of his bed, he stretched his body. Back in the living room, Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing were glaring at each other. As usual, they might have been quarreling. Without fail, Ying Ying was back to watching her cartoon program as she was stuck between the two. She wasn't even fazed by the arguments around her. In the direction of the kitchen, it sounded as though Alice and the rest of the girls were preparing their meal. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha looked over. Nangongjing grinned. Did you complete a breakthrough? Luze smirked and confirmed it with a nod. He went to the couch. Unfortunately, when he was about to sit, someone knocked on the door. Luze went to open it this time. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang was on the other side. Auntie Sunzhuang, hello. He quickly let her inside. She then went straight for the sofa and pinched Ying Ying's face. I came to notify you about our departure. We are about to return. Nangongjing asked, go back to which planet? To Shenyu. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang nodded. Yes, the Shenyu army has essentially placed all the planets of the Blade Demon race under their control. There is no reason for us to still guard this place. Kaiyuhesha frowned. But what about the other races who might be lurking? Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang maintained a smile. Luze took care of everything. After displaying his cosmic cloud state combat power, those ordinary races wouldn't dare to mess with the human race. We don't have to worry about superior races either. After all, their territories are located away from here. The chances of them creating a conflict over the Blade Demon territory are low. Everything is settled. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang continued, of course, at very least, one cosmic system state should watch over the region. However, now is not the time. We need to return due to something else. The group was taken aback. What is it? Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang curved the corners of her lips mysteriously. The elders are about to make a breakthrough. Everyone was astounded. Nangongjing questioned, the old man is going to complete a breakthrough? Wouldn't it be? Zhuoqiusun's Huang nodded. Yes, the elders disclosed that they would become cosmic cloud states within a month. Cosmic cloud states. If the four elders successfully raised their cultivation level, the human race would have four more cosmic cloud states. In contrast with the other races with cosmic cloud states, humans were considered the weakest. However, it would be a different story when compared to cosmic system state civilizations. This time, the human race was invincible against the rest. Luze didn't expect the sudden shift in their cultivation level. But then again, it wasn't actually questionable. In just half a year, the elders also reached the peak of the cosmic system state previously. Even if their foundation was inferior to Luze's, it still wouldn't take them long to attain a breakthrough. Luze urged, let's return quickly. Their breakthrough was the most important thing as of this moment. Even protecting the Blade Demon territory wasn't as significant as producing 4 cosmic cloud states. In order to return, the fleet entered the warp dimension. 4 days later, everyone reached their destination. Before anything else, the elders handed out the resources to the other races pursuant to their established agreement. Accordingly, the barbarian race had the largest share, while the winged race was not far behind. As for the round race, they received the least portion because they only managed to provide a level 8 cosmic system state. Even so, the quantity was already substantial despite being the last. Hence, all the parties had no complaints. At the same time, the human race organized a celebration. Eventually, the other 3 races returned to their territories. Before leaving though, Mankun and the others reminded Luze and his group to visit whenever they can. They promised to treat them generously to food if they did. Luze immediately expressed his keen interest. After their allies had departed, the human race settled down. The Shenwu army began to focus on its tasks. The soldiers need to deal with the reinforcements, mobilizations, and defense mechanisms with respect to Blade Demon territory. Naturally, there weren't any issues when they only had to protect the human territory. With the sudden expansion involving the Blade Demon territory, the number of enlisted soldiers wasn't sufficient. Still, with the corresponding increase in resources, the Shenwu army acquired the capability to provide more benefits. Hence, numerous powerful adventurers were incentivized to join the Shenwu army. Having considered everything, the military could barely keep up with the developments. Luze took out some red and purple orbs. He gave them to Elder Nangong in order to serve as a reward for Star State soldiers who performed well this time. The orbs were greatly beneficial for Star States. In the past year, Zhuoqiusun's Huang reached the peak of the Star State. The red orbs were immensely precious and rare. However, the current supply was only enough for tens of people. As a result, the selection became stringent. Character prevailed over everything. It wasn't necessary that orbs should be given to the most talented ones. Anyway, their function was to improve an individual's talent. Luze believed that soon, the human race would have dozens more cosmic system states. By then, it can be considered an actual increase in the power of the human race. During this time, the excuse Luze used to explain the existence of the herbs was his supposed master once again. 3 days later, the elders began their solitary cultivation. In the resting room of the cultivation building, Margaret, Li Qingyun, Eldon, Yangu, Shadara, Xiaji, and Ji Cheng were all present. Naturally, Luze and the girls were also nearby. Luze asked, you guys know that my master is unparalleled, right? Everyone. Yangu questioned. Are you showing off now, Junior Luze? Luze scratched his head. My master handed out a lot of resources to me. My talent is exceptional already while my breakthrough rate is unmatched, so I have some leftover resources here. Perhaps you can make use of them. The crowd before him could be deemed talented prodigies. They were rather upright as well. Everyone. Did he just practically say he is too talented and had so many resources to spare? Yan Gu grinned. In that case, they shouldn't be wasted. Don't worry, Junior Luze, we will use them well. The others nodded in unison. Chapter 1017, This Old Guy is Drunk? Luze handed over the red and purple orbs to Yan Gu and his company. When he was finished, he left with his group and began cultivating. Without any changes, Luze and the girls did their usual routine. Since Luze had raised his cultivation level to level 4 cosmic system state, he now possessed a combat power comparable to level 8 cosmic system states. He could fully secure victory with the aid of the girls. In the event they could not, they also had the option to flee. When it came to level 7 cosmic system state beasts though, Luze could annihilate them with ease. For now, the only troublesome foe he had was the long worm. He needed a considerable amount of time to deal with it even after beating one. The regeneration god art possessed by the enemy was absolutely a menace. Fortunately, he also acquired regeneration god art. Having learned it, Luze's body improved slightly while his ability to recover had been enhanced greatly. Basically, the rest of the creatures in the dimension won't be able to kill him with a single blow, except for those superior powerful beings on top of the food chain. He didn't care whether he would lose an arm or a leg at all. 25 days later, Shenyu. Without a warning, a powerful qi erupted from somewhere on the planet. The occurrence caused the entire celestial body to quake. Everyone experienced the surge of the qi. The people could not help but gasp. This qi is so strong. Did it belong to the monarch of the new dawn? Is he this powerful already? The qi belongs to a cosmic cloud state, right? During this time, they had received information positing that Luze's power surpassed the saints, for he was now a cosmic cloud state. With the first-hand experience just now, they could finally confirm it as the truth. However, as the qi grew stronger, a domineering golden light flashed. Everyone stopped speculating. The crowd didn't expect the development. This qi belongs to Saint Jinyao. All at once, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Saint Jinyao just finished a breakthrough to the cosmic cloud state. After some time, some white-haired soldiers from the Shenyu army flew up in the sky. They were followed by powerful star states and planetary states. Each second, the number of people who joined the rest to protect Elder Nangong increased. Most of the sky was occupied by cultivators. Back in the cultivation building, Luze and the girls were absorbed in their cultivation. Soon, they shifted their attention to the golden light. During their respective breakthroughs, the elder went out of their way to guard them. Now, it was their time to return the goodwill. Nangong Jing looked at the golden light and grinned. He finally completed the breakthrough. The four saints, who had control over everyone's morale, served as pillars of the human race. Them raising their cultivation level to the cosmic cloud state was a huge milestone for humans. Luze looked in the direction of the cultivators who volunteered to protect the elders. His lips curved up. There are a lot of people. Likewise, the girls were delighted. After all, the saints had sacrificed a great deal for the human race. People from all walks of life deeply respected them. Back when the human race entered the era of chaos and destruction, the elders were the ones who dedicated their lives to protect the entire race and led them to the prosperity they were celebrating now. The hardships born out of those situations were not easy to see. Before the original golden light vanished, another rising qi manifested. A silver light was cast on the planet. It interacted with the golden light. Lin Ling smiled excitedly. It's my grandfather. Previously, Elder Lin had been on the brink of exhausting his life, but with the existence of Luze's orbs, his fate changed. He recovered his source and was able to push his cultivation level to the cosmic cloud state. To Lin Ling, Elder Lin was the only relative she had when she was young. His condition before tormented her greatly. But now that Elder Lin could reach the cosmic cloud state, Lin Ling's feelings were vastly different from the others. Luze patted Lin Ling's head. In response, Lin Ling turned around and hugged Luze. The crowd guarding the saints gasped. It's Saint Spirit I. Another cosmic cloud state. Ha ha ha, the heavens are protecting the human race. Suddenly, two more powerful qi astounded the world. Everyone could only keep their mouths shut from the abnormality of the situation. Moments later, someone asked, another, two. All four saints are breaking through to the cosmic cloud state. The expression of those who witnessed it went from being confused to feeling fervent. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The human race has raised 4 cosmic cloud states. The seniors from the Shenwu army gawked at the qi and ended up dazed. Soon enough, tears went streaming down their faces. It took the human race too many sacrifices to reach this achievement. Humans can now welcome a much brighter future. The 4 Kais belonging to cosmic cloud states grew more intense and spread out across all directions. The coverage even extended to the inner region of the Federation. At the same time, Lin Yan had been cultivating at the border. After learning Luze possessed a cosmic cloud state combat power, he felt a bit torn. His own son-in-law surpassed him. The gap had widened to a significant extent. This pushed him to cultivate harder. To make matters more complicated, the cultivation resources he was relying on actually came from Luze under the guise of being sent by Saint Lindong. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to utilize the resources, so he could finally become a cosmic system state. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and moved to the space above the base. He looked in the direction of the planet where the qi overflowed in disbelief. This qi, it belongs to. It's my father's qi. And the other 3 elders? They broke through to the cosmic cloud state? In the Teluan system, Luze's home. Merlin, Zhu Honglian, Fuxia, and Lu Wen were eating dinner. Merlin cracked a smile. Brother Lu Wen, do you have questions about cultivation these few days? Lu Wen curved the corners of his mouth. Of course not. Look at who I am. Ze is my son after all. Merlin. This old guy must be drunk. Luze wasn't his biological child. He spoke as though Luze's talent originated from him. Fuxia rolled her eyes and sighed. I wonder how he is getting by. He has not returned home for a long time. Zhu Honglian smiled. Ze is handling matters related to the Blade Demon race at the borders. It is only normal that he can't leave yet. Now that it is all over, he will probably be back soon, won't he? Ze has a cosmic cloud state combat power already. This is too absurd. Merlin's heart ached. Honglian, this is the 83rd time you said that. Zhu Honglian narrowed her eyes. Merlin quickly picked up his chopsticks. Let's eat dinner, it's getting cold. Suddenly, the emergence of 4 powerful qi interrupted the scene. The 4 people were taken aback. Without qualms, they flew up in the air. Lu Wen asked, what level is this? How come it is so overwhelming? Although his cultivation level had reached the planetary state, he never got a chance to fight with anyone. Chapter 1018, Find a Place for the Human Race. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Merlin felt dumbfounded. Cosmic cloud states? 4 of them. Fuxia began to worry. Did something happen to my son? Zhu Honglian shook her head. That little guy should be fine. This is the qi of the elders. Merlin questioned. The 4 elders reached the cosmic cloud state. Zhu Honglian smiled. Seems like the human race will have more cosmic cloud states. Merlin then said, I wonder where my father is right now. If only he were here, he could have raised his cultivation level to the cosmic cloud state too. Zhu Honglian sighed. I wonder when will father contact us. Alice has recovered now. He doesn't need to be running about out there. All these years, the old man sacrificed a lot just to help Alice. He was merely a cosmic system state. Some places might treat him as someone strong, but beyond the Milky Way, his power could only be considered ordinary. For him to find a higher type of energy, he would have to venture into perilous places. Who knew if he would encounter hostile cosmic cloud states or cosmic realm states? His life mission was risky. Lu Wen said, "Brother Merlin, the human race is developing stronger and stronger. Perhaps after some time, Alice will become peerless. By then, Zi can search for him with her." Fu Xie nodded. Yes. The four adults had grown closer during their time together. Merlin and Fu Xie felt emotional. They both smiled. Dawn System, Federal University. Like before, cultivators would take off as soon as they sensed the powerful qi. What a terrifying qi! I can feel my body shivering. What kind of being is this? They seem to be located far away from here. Senior Yemu and the others are here. Everyone turned around. Yemu, Ian, Xavier, Xianyuki, Tianyuan Qianhua, and Jessica flew over. They appeared more mature. Their qi also reached the peak of the mortal evolution state. This year, they were already fourth-year students. Their graduation was drawing near. A while ago, Luze asked Elder Lindong to give some resources to them. With a bit more push, they would soon reach the planetary state. The crowd looked at them with respect. Among their generation, their group was considered the strongest. Of course, the monarch of the New Dawn and the girls were exceptional cases. Yemu remarked, "Wow, a powerful qi." Xianyuki said, "There are 4 people? Is that guy one of them? I wonder how strong Ze is now," Ian uttered weakly. Tianyuan Qianhua said, "Sister Yuji is about to finish solitary cultivation. After they are done, they promised to take us to the controlled region." Xavier chimed in, "Yes, we need to work harder." Everyone nodded. Luze had helped them a lot. They should ensure his efforts won't go to waste. Xianyuki said, "Before anything else, we need to become planetary states quickly." MHM. Everyone agreed. Right after, they began to cultivate. The qi of the 4 elders who had undergone a breakthrough could be felt across the entire Milky Way. All the cultivators didn't fail to miss it. Sure enough, the discussions regarding the situation erupted online. Did some powerful being visit the Federation? Are we safe? Did someone get jealous we usurped the Blade Demon territory? Even though the fact that the human race conquered the territory of the Blade Demon race hadn't been officially announced, most of the friends and relatives of the Shenwu army and the adventurers got wind of the information. Originally, the elders would broadcast it after subjugating the entire Blade Demon territory. However, a more urgent situation cropped up. They had to finish their breakthroughs. Hence, the matter was delayed by a month. The monarch of the New Dawn and the saints will deal with it. They say the monarch of the New Dawn is already a cosmic cloud state. It's true. Rumor has it that important figures of the other races want to flee just by looking at monarch of the New Dawn. Everyone had confidence in Luze. With their friends in the army speaking of Luze as though he was a god, the reverence was a natural consequence. Now, they consider him omnipotent. Time flew by. 2 days later, on the same planet, the golden light fluctuated and began to recede. After witnessing it, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Lu Xiun smiled. It appears Elder Nangong has finished breaking through. Thereafter, the powerful qi continued to dwindle. Based on their senses, Elder Nangong's qi had also stabilized. After a while, Elder Lin's qi did the same. This was followed by Saint Chenwu and Lindong. The cultivators felt relieved. A few hours later, a coarse laugh reverberated throughout the planet. Ha 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 ha! I didn't think there would be a day when I can break through to the cosmic cloud state. In the next second, the space was torn open, and a bulky figure emerged. It was Saint Shen Yu. 3 more holes were made, and the rest of the saints came out. The nervously waiting soldiers and adventurers immediately became excited. The white-haired Imam roared, "Congratulations on breaking through to the cosmic cloud state, saints! Please continue to lead the human race across troubles and find a place for our race in this dark universe." Everyone repeated the remark. Chapter 1019, Haven't seen someone this wealthy. In a spacious meeting room within the base of Shenyu, the elders, along with Luze's group and the rest of the powerful star states, were present. All of them had smiles on their faces. Elder Nangong said, "Next, we will share the news of the successful conquest of the Blade Demon territory by the Federation. Let the citizens celebrate. By the way, we should include the matter regarding our breakthroughs in the announcement." The star states in the room nodded. Yes. The rumors concerning the colonization of the Blade Demon race had been out in the open. The citizens were merely waiting for the official announcement to confirm it. Releasing this piece of information in conjunction with the successful breakthroughs will surely stir up the crowd. Elder Nangong continued, "This time, we will have bountiful resources. As a result, we have to adjust the compensation and incentives for the soldiers of the Shenyu army and prodigies." The elders started focusing on the proper distribution of resources. Within the Federation, the Shenyu army was considered the strongest. They primarily consisted of prodigies from the military and academies. Accordingly, they should be given priority. As for the internal troops and the students from the Dawn system, their rewards should be discussed extensively. The internal arrangement in the Shenyu army when it came to receiving rewards was contribution-based. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang was a general of a legion. She recently improved her cultivation level to the cosmic system state. She would be resigning soon. While the rest of the people were engaged in a heated discussion, Luze and the girls were nonchalant. They didn't need the resources. An hour or so later, the meeting was finally finished. Elder Nangong smiled. "Okay, let's do it this way. Everyone, get to work." Yes. Soon, only the 4 elders, Luze and the girls, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang, and Lu Xiun remained. The elders looked at Luze's group and shook their heads. They were having it quite easy the entire time. The group just stood by and watched the show. Elder Nangong patted Luze's shoulder. "Kid, the Blade Demon matter is settled. You have worked hard. It is high time for you to take a good rest." Luze smiled and nodded. "All right, Elder." Luze had been longing for his home. He was gone for a long time. Luze said, "By the way, Elder, there is something I need to talk about." Elder Nangong questioned, "What thing do you have this time?" Luze grinned. "It concerns God art." Luze took out a green wood god art orb. "Use this and you will learn wood god art. It will equip cultivators with healing abilities." As of now, he has accumulated a stock of god art orbs in his mental dimension. This storage has expanded along with his cultivation level. In estimation, he can even fit a few mountains inside, but by that time, it will be filled to the brim. Anyway, they didn't need most of the god arts they gathered. Elder Nangong breathed with ease. "So this can make us learn god art." Finding an orb within the universe was rare, but at the very least, there was a chance to obtain one, albeit low. Luze smiled. "I have several stocks of the orbs. Elders, try it yourselves. It will benefit you a lot. If they managed to learn all the god arts, then their combat power would also be enhanced." Elder Nangong asked vigilantly, "How many orbs do you have left?" Luze found it amusing. "I own various types of orbs. I have around 100 of them for each type." Actually, he had more than what he disclosed. He just didn't want to take them out in one go. The elders. They stared at the orbs in his hands and fell silent. They only got a few from ransacking the Blade Demon race. Luze scratched his head. Are you all right, Elder? Elder Nangong coughed. It's fine. I'll hand them to people who need them the most. With the breakthrough phenomenon brought about by Luze's group, more and more prodigies with god arts emerged. Luze nodded. All the god arts from the previous 3 maps had been distributed already. As for the 4th map, he only took out the wood god art. Compared to other god arts, a healing type of god art was a necessity for the Shenwu army. It would significantly reduce the number of casualties. Elder Nangong's mouth twitched after seeing the excessive pile of god art orbs. He took them and looked around nervously. If they sell them, they can even buy half of the human race or even more than that. Lu Xiun was dumbfounded. This was the first time he witnessed Luze handing out resources. The kid was emitting some kind of wealthy aura. That was saying something. He had already ventured outside for 1,000 years, but he never saw someone as affluent as Luze. It was terrifying. Luze said, "We'll be returning first then." Thereafter, he took the girls and left the room. Soon, they had reached the cultivation building. When they returned, Ying Ying was still watching cartoons. She then looked up. Elder Nangong and the others broke through. She had been watching their progress. After all, the elders have been kind to her. Luze smiled and nodded. Ying Ying said, "Sister Alice, I'm hungry." Alice found it adorable. She then rubbed Ying Ying's little face. "I'll cook for you." Chapter 1020, Sivir Ancient Battle Ruin. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After finishing their dinner, the group rested on the couch. Kyoyohesha leaned against Luze's shoulder as she scanned her phone. She pointed out, the internet is buzzing with comments about the acquisition of the Blade Demon territory and the breakthrough of the Elders. Everyone looked over curiously. Nangong Jing asked, "Has it been announced?" Luze responded, "Elder Nangong made the order not long ago. Only a few hours had passed, but it seems like the news is widespread." Kyoyohesha rolled her eyes and pushed Nangong Jing away. "Don't come over. I'll adjust the screen to full size." Nangong Jing immediately glared at Kyoyohesha. "Are you looking for a fight, Fox Demon?" Alice found their squabble entertaining. "Sister Hesha, hurry up and fix the screen. Let us read it." Kyoyohesha nodded and projected the screen into the room. All of their eyes fell upon the news site. The headline was "Celebration across the race. The 1,000-year war between humans and blade demons has ended. The human side achieves sweeping victory. The 4 saints broke through to the cosmic cloud state, a new chapter begins for the human race." Following the previous subjects, there was also a post about Luze, Nangong Jing, some soldiers from the Shenwu army, and even Lu Xiun. Kyoyohesha opened the article. It narrated the contribution of Luze and the 4 saints in the battle. They quickly managed to subjugate the Blade Demon race and some other races. The Blade Demon territory was successfully conquered. Luze could not help but blush. The recount in the report painted Luze in a different light. It made him a hero willing to sacrifice everything just to annihilate the Blade Demon race. It even created a narrative portraying the ordeal he had gone through. In truth, he knew well enough how little effort he put into it. But then again, he didn't have the ability to stop the reporters from glorifying him. It was better to let it be. Still, he was a bit embarrassed by the superfluous praise. The comment section was bustling with activity. In just an hour, it was flooded with billion posts. Most of the initial comments went to praise the 4 saints, the human race, including Luze. The rest followed the same content. Even if they scrolled through a few pages, the group hadn't encountered anything different. The girls exchanged glances with each other. Nangong Jing questioned, "Why did they only praise Ze? Didn't we contribute too?" The faces of the girls were flushed. How could she say that without thinking it through? Their contribution was negligible. They merely defended the fleet from getting attacked. Since Luze ate compliments for breakfast, he wasn't much cocky. Right after, Kyoyuhesha moved on to the post about the breakthrough of the Four Saints. Am I dreaming? The Four Saints reached the cosmic cloud state. How strong will they be then? Very strong. I heard the monarch of the New Dawn possessed a cosmic cloud state combat power. Someone in the Shinryu army shared this information. I know about this too. The monarch of the New Dawn is the first cultivator with a cosmic cloud state combat power in the human race. Now that the Four Saints reached the cosmic cloud state, the human race has 5 cosmic cloud states. Are we invincible among the nearby region then? After some time, they also came across some news concerning Luze, the girls, and the distribution of the resources. All in all, it has been raining good news the entire day. In the middle of reading happily through the posts, someone knocked on the door. Luze was surprised to find Lu Xiun on the other side. He greeted, "Predecessor Lu, what is going on?" Lu Xiun gave him a smile. "Ze, since the matter about the blade demons is resolved and the elders have a cosmic cloud state cultivation level, there is nothing left in the Federation to deal with. What do you think about joining the crisp green blade?" Luze was caught off guard by the question. He didn't expect Lu Xiun to ask him directly. He pondered about it and responded, "I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'm planning to return home first and stopped by the school to visit my friends before deciding." Even if Luze chose to accept the invitation, he still had to wait until he obtains a stronger trump card. Otherwise, he would always be on edge. The universe had a lot of cosmic cloud states. They did have Ying Ying at their beck and call. However, she wasn't reliable. She keeps falling asleep at crucial times. Lu Xiun nodded and cracked a smile. "The elders did say you were out for more than a year. You deserve to return and check first." Luze inquired, "Did predecessor Lu visit just to ask me this?" Lu Xiun shook his head. "Not really. Anyway, if you are interested in leaving the Milky Way, I have a good offer for you." Luze asked, "What is it?" Lu Xiun answered, "Ze, are you aware of the civilization ruin that has existed for countless years in the universe?" Luze immediately thought of the ruin found by the Round race. It was an alternate dimension that a cosmic cloud state could create. A star state may also use his power to disrupt the space and create an alternation dimension, but the size of it was usually small. Furthermore, the dimension was unstable and incapable of lasting for a long time. It was different for a cosmic system state though, the dimension one could create was relatively vast and stable. Of course, it was only the cosmic cloud states who could create a habitable alternate dimension. With Luze's current combat power, he could finally create an alternate dimension the size of a solar system. Accordingly, this dimension was livable. But then again, it was impractical to create one now. Luze nodded. "Yes, I have heard of it." Lu Xiun smiled. "That ruin in the universe isn't kept a secret. Numerous powerful beings have visited and explored it. A while ago, my guild went searching for resources." Luze asked, "Do a lot of people know about that ruin? Are you saying many races have ventured inside? The universe is boundless. There is actually one ruin known to everyone." Lu Xiun explained, "That ruin is called Sivir Ancient Battle Ruin. The entrance is accessible at several cosmic realms. Hence, many people have come to know about it." Luze and the girls gasped. One ruin is capable of crossing over numerous cosmic realms. How vast can it be then? Lu Xiun showed a smile. "No one knows its actual size. At the entrance, people will be teleported to different regions based on their cultivation level. Those who are below the cosmic cloud state will be dropped in the first region. Those who are cosmic realm states and above will end up in the second region. According to reports, there are 3 regions in total." Chapter 1021, Hold Steady. Lu Xiun smiled. There are a significant number of resources in the first region. If you are interested, you can consider visiting the place. Luze nodded. Thank you, predecessor Lu. Let me think about it. Honestly, Luze and the girls were highly interested in alternate dimensions. Lu Xiun nodded. I won't disturb you any more then. After making the remark, he turned to leave. The girls looked at Luze. All of them had heard the offer. They were keen on exploring the place. Nangongjing said, Zi, how about trying it? Luze rolled his eyes. She was always interested in trying something new without considering anything else. He answered, we should strengthen our power first. The first region will surely be filled with cosmic cloud states. A peak cosmic cloud state boss might even appear. His own power had stabilized. Still, he should achieve a state that should allow him to escape a peak cosmic cloud state before going. Wasn't it a wise thing to do first? The real world didn't operate like the pocket hunting dimension. They weren't immortals here. In reality, they only had one life. The girls understood the concern. Luze urged, all right, let's cultivate. As usual, they entered the pocket hunting dimension. During this time, they progressed rapidly. Ordinary level 7 cosmic system state beasts couldn't threaten them. Unfortunately, it was still tough to deal with the long worm. Along the process, the group adeptly avoided the other bosses while they hunted for creatures they could beat. 10 hours later, the sunlight had gotten intensely bright. The temperature in the desert rose up. It made the group sweat profusely. Alice suddenly pointed at something. Senior, look, the stone region is over there. Everyone followed the direction she was pointing to. They could vaguely see the piles of rock in the distance. Quickly, the group rejoiced. Lu Li said, Luze, let's go there. Luze nodded. With our current power, we should be able to beat the golden sand beetle, right? The golden beetle was a level 5 cosmic system state. It had a cosmic cloud state combat power. They could consider killing it this time. Lin Ling said, what are we waiting for then? Let's move. A few minutes later, they arrived at a rock-strewn region. The sunlight cast shadows over the stones. Nangongjing proceeded to hide under the shade of the rocks without hesitation. She panted as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. The temperature here is cooler. The others followed her example. They rushed over right away. After resting for a while, Luze flashed his smile towards Lin Ling. We are going to rely on you now, Lin Ling. Lin Ling obeyed as her eyes glowed. In the next second, she pointed in a direction. There's a sand beetle hive there. Let's go. They reached the entrance of the cave. Luze had a grin on his face. Let's sneak in. In the previous encounter, Luze discovered the weaker state of some beasts at this hour. The sand beetle was one of them. It must be their sleeping time. Hence, the group had to take advantage of the opportunity to ambush them. The group reached the bottom of the cave. True enough, there were colonies of sand beetles sleeping. Kaiuyahesha got goosebumps. She asked, what do we do, little brother Luze? Luze answered, kill them. Thereafter, he appeared above the golden sand beetle's head as spirit flames ignited around him. The golden sand beetle was jolted awake. Luze sent a punch towards its head. In response, the sand beetle blocked it using the sand. At this moment, its chi became weak and chaotic. The fist force ended up striking the sand. Rumble. A corresponding shockwave spread across all directions. The other sand beetles were trapped before they could react. Those cosmic system states which were level 1, level 2, and level 3 lost their life on the spot. Meanwhile, the level 4 cosmic system state sand beetles were flung to the wall. They were riddled with injuries. However, the stone wall remained unaffected. Later on, the sand erected by the golden sand couldn't last and soon disintegrated. Rumble. The fist force finally made contact with the head of the opponent. The head was rammed into the ground, producing some fissures in the terrain. Simultaneously, blood trickled down its head. When Luze was going to perform a follow-up attack, the sand suddenly surrounded him. He recognized this move. Sand 1 Divine Art. However, Luze's own mastery of the divine art only reached familiar level. It wasn't as good as the sand beetles. Luze continued to pummel the golden sand. The Sand 1 Divine Art was a type of attack that affected a certain area. If he were to get caught in it, it would be a struggle to escape. Hence, Luze's only option was to fight head-on. Rumble. A series of deafening sounds erupted. Following it, the sand had crumbled and turned to fine dust scattered around the cave. Luze's face appeared a little pale. Before he could breathe out, he suddenly felt a piercing chi from his behind. Luze teleported with a flash. The sand blade missed hitting him. Luze appeared in front of the sand beetle once more. His foot burned with spirit flames. He swung his leg towards the golden sand beetle's head. The sand beetle lifted up its front claw to block the sweeping kick. Rumble. The two parties continued to clash. Thunderous sounds were produced each time they made contact. The cave was badly damaged. On the other hand, the remaining level 4 cosmic system state sand beetles were torn to pieces. Nangongjing charged up during this juncture and helped Luze to attack the sand beetle. A few days ago, her cultivation level rose to level 5 cosmic system state. Her combat power should be almost on par with Luze. A few minutes later, the golden sand beetle wailed as it was pounded on the ground. It struggled to stand, but a golden fist force smashed its head apart. Another fist force also landed on its head. It wiped its life force. Right after, Luze and Nangongjing landed on the ground. They were covered in wounds. Chapter 1022, Level 5 Cosmic System State. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Kai Uyuhesha, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice flew over where the two people were. Alice scanned the injuries they received and asked, "Senior, Sister Jing, are you both all right?" Nangongjing reassured her with a smile. "It's fine, just some minor injuries." With all the battles she had been in, the number of injuries she received was countless. She had grown accustomed to it. Using her wood god art and regeneration god art, the wounds have recovered. Luze did the same. Thereafter, he checked the situation of the golden sand beetle. "This was easier than I expected. Even though it is a super beast, we killed it without much difficulty." After dealing with the golden sand beetle and using the super red liquid, their cultivation speed will be enhanced again. They also acquired shards of Sand 1 Divine Art. Lu Li asked, "Shouldn't there be a lot of beetle hives in this area?" Lin Ling said, "We'll find out if we keep looking." In the middle of the conversation, the body of the sand beetle disintegrated into dust. The group approached the site. Super red and blue liquid. Broken earth rune. A golden equipment crystal. 2 earth crystals. Luze was thrilled. "We got another equipment crystal again." A crystal containing a piece of golden equipment could buff sand god art and earth god art. Through enhancing the efficiency, a cultivator's spirit force can be improved accordingly. It was superior to the sand beetle armor. In the past, Luze had acquired a breastplate and boots. If he could just complete the whole set, his combat power should experience a surge. There are divine art rune shards and one-time divine art runes. Nangongjing broke out in a grin. All of the resources were valuable. After consuming the golden liquid, the level 5 cosmic system state super red liquid should be the finest resource for them. Luze gathered the resources and turned around to look at the cave. There are still a few more precious items inside. The girls looked over curiously. Accordingly, they ventured into the cave and saw a pile of earth crystals in the center. Lin Ling rejoiced at the sight. How come there are so many? These earth crystals were crucial ingredients in improving their defenses and understanding earth god art. Previously, those drops were hard to come by, but during the recent battle, they managed to acquire 20 of them. Luze smiled and nodded. Back then, we also got golden crystals here. Let's take these too. Thereafter, the group left the cave, and Linling performed her duty. She went searching for viable caves. An hour or so later, Luze and the girls found another sand beetle hive. While their foes were still vulnerable, they slipped in and slew the beetles. Another wave of drops was harvested. In the next 6 hours, the group found 2 more hives. This should mean 4 golden sand beetles in total. Accordingly, they collected 4 divine art shards and got another divine art rune of sand on divine art. In addition, they received 4 equipment crystals and an excessive pile of other drops. They continued to hunt those beasts weaker than level 7 cosmic system state. But whenever they encountered stronger beasts, they fled without hesitation. Later on, Linling's eyes glowed. She smiled and pointed in a direction. That way. Everyone's eyes followed her forefinger. During this time, a destructive chi suddenly broke the peace. The group stiffened. When they turned around, they saw a few thousand-meter-tall sand blade coming straight for them. One blink and their vision went dark. Linling remarked, "I didn't sense it coming. Perhaps it is much stronger than I am." Luze gave her an assuring smile. "It's fine. We already got enough resources. There is nothing we can do about superior beasts." The terrifying chi just then clearly belonged to a cosmic cloud state super beast. Lu chimed it, "True, we killed 4 golden sand beetles this time." When they had recovered enough, Luze said, "All right, we should divide the loot now." The girls rolled their eyes at him. Alice pointed out, "Senior, you are speaking as if we are robbers." Luze countered, "What do you mean? How can there be robbers as pretty as you girls? Whoever calls you robbers, I'll beat them up." The girls looked at him with contempt. Luze coughed awkwardly and said, "Let's just check the equipment crystal first." They were probably the most valuable items out of everything they had harvested. Luze took out the 4 crystals. Golden light covered the room as he scanned inside using his mental force. The crystals cleared up and revealed the equipment inside. 1 wrist guard, 2 breastplates, and 1 pair of boots. Since Luze already got a breastplate and boots previously, he chose the wrist guard this time. He then handed over the breastplates to Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. Nangongjing already had boots as well, so Kaiyuhesha took the opportunity to get the boots. Luze fused the wrist guard inside his body. Without needing to wait, the efficiency of his spirit force doubled. Simultaneously, the speed of his spirit force digestion also got better. He then merged the 4 divine art rune shards and conferred the reformed divine art to Kaiyuhesha. After all, the divine art was suitable for Kaiyuhesha, who supported him from the rear. The sand 1 divine art could seal and bind. The super red and blue liquid was shared among him, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha because the other girls couldn't use something potent. Everyone could, however, use the earth crystals, so he distributed them to everyone. As for the 3 one-time divine art runes, they were handed to Linling, Lu, and Alice. After apportioning everything, the group returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Luze looked at the super red liquid. It arrived at the perfect time. He was so close to breaking through. All at once, the super red liquid surged into his body. The energy within him flowed smoothly and reached the star rings in his cells. Time went on until a crisp sound broke the silence. Something cracked. It was the 5th star ring, which then expanded thereafter. Rumble. The ring turned into stardust. More than 10 hours later, Luze sat on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes contained a dark light. He sighed and clenched his fists, estimating the improvements in his power. Suddenly, he curved up the corners of his lips. Level 5 Cosmic System State. He began to wonder about his actual combat power after the successful breakthrough. Luze got up and exited the spirit gathering room. Chapter 1023, Really Confusing. Luze went to the resting area where the girls were staying. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang was there too. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang said, "Little kid, why are you incredibly slow? We have been waiting here for a long time." Luze scratched his head. What else could he do? He was in the middle of breaking through. But he couldn't even explain himself. What if her feelings were hurt? Hence, Luze decided to keep his mouth shut. When he was about to change the topic, Ying Ying looked up and butted in. "Luze, you have raised your cultivation level." Luze. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang was taken aback. This little bastard made another breakthrough. Did that mean he was a level 5 cosmic system state? How is he unbelievably fast? Why must Ying Ying point it out? Luze thought. He quickly stirred the direction of the conversation to another point. "On to Sunhuang, why did you visit?" Zhuoqiu Sunhuang rolled her eyes and threw a golden ring to Luze, who then looked at the item. A golden red sun was engraved on it. Luze gasped. "Is this my new dawn?" Zhuoqiu Sunhuang confirmed it with a nod. "Aren't you going to visit your home?" "Of course, we won't let you fly back without assistance. That's why I am handing over your ship." Zhuoqiu Sunhuang continued, "During the time you were occupied, the technology department made some innovations with the aid of the technological heritage crystal from the ruin. The resulting advancement is incorporated in your ship. The technological heritage crystal gathered from the ruin had a cosmic cloud state power. When the ship had been in his custody, it only had a star state power. He began to wonder how strong it will be this time. Since he had a lot to deal with in the void space, he didn't have time to tinker with the new dawn. He handed it to the technology department with the hope they would install something good on it. Unexpectedly, they had a breakthrough in researching the technology right away." Zhuoqiu Sunhuang showed a smile. "Yes, it has been a year. They can create cosmic system state ships now. They are on par with the ships you can purchase from the trade planet. However, the materials for the construction of the ship are scarce. We can only build very few of them." Luze was stunned. "Didn't we extract those from the metal resources of the Blade Demon race? Are you saying it is still insufficient?" Zhuoqiu Sunhuang rolled her eyes. "Of course, some of the materials can be sourced from natural resources while others can be artificially created. The heritage crystal involves materials science. The necessary knowledge to understand it has to be profound. Deeper research has to be conducted in order to comprehend everything." Luze's mouth twitched. Although the human race had made some progress in enhancing its combat power, humans never made any substantial advancements in terms of technology. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang remarked, "This is already commendable. Thanks to the heritage crystal, our technology experienced some improvements. At least now, our civilization has passed the cosmic system state standard. In the past, our most progressive ship was merely a planetary state ship. Even the star state ships were difficult to build." She continued, "The seniors in charge of the technology department are indebted to you. The purple orbs you supplied widened their comprehension. It has become beneficial in pursuing groundbreaking technology. Without you, our technology department will not reach its current level in just a span of 1 year." Luze understood. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled and got up. "All right, I still have some work to finish. Greet your parents, Merlin and Honglian, for me. I will visit them once I am not busy." In the past few days, the human race triumphantly conquered an entire race. The aftermath had to be dealt with. Hence, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang had a lot on her plate. This time, she personally came to bid the group farewell. Luze nodded. After rubbing against Ying Ying for quite a while, Zhuoqiu Sunshuang released the little girl when she got her fill. She had a grin pasted on her face. Right, I'm leaving now. When she was finally gone, Luze appeared excited. Let's leave too. Shall we? He could finally use his new dawn. It had always been his dream to pilot it. Maybe, he can realize it now. Witnessing how excited Luze was, the girls looked at each other helplessly. Kaiuyuhesha reminded, little brother Luze, the lunch has been prepared. Are you not going to eat at all? Ying Ying pouted her lips. She protested, I was hungry, but the sisters forbade me from eating just because we had to wait for you. Luze answered without hesitation, let's eat lunch first then. Thereafter, the group packed their belongings and returned everything to its respective place. It might take them months to return to this place. Luze broke out into a grin. All right then, let's leave. He glowed with silver light and brought everyone with him. Their bodies emerged once more in distant space, rather than the station. Luze took out his new dawn. There were no changes on the exterior. Like before, its shape resembled a water drop with a length of 80 meters long. It was pale gold in color. Its name was inscribed on it, along with some complex runes. Luze asked, did they really change anything? Let's inspect the inside and see. Welcome back, Master. New Dawn's familiar robotic voice made the greetings. The group walked inside and gasped. Alice said, they expanded the interior, didn't they? Prior to the upgrades, the ship was supposed to be a few hundred square meters. Currently, the space inside has increased by a few square kilometers. Lu asked, do you think it is the new space folding technology? Although it was straightforward to create an alternate dimension with their current power, they didn't know how to fold the space with technology. Luze smiled. Let's go around first. The girls nodded curiously. Indeed, the space was much larger, and the furniture looked more advanced. Some dolls and additional games were even added. Luze was dumbfounded. Following his transmigration, he hadn't really played video games. Futuristic games? Great! As for the dolls, they didn't suit his preferences. It fitted the girls more. They were happy to play with them. Even Ying Ying snatched a white-colored kitten doll that was bigger than she was. Luze was speechless. Let's move and check the rooms. During their inspection, they realized the rooms also became more spacious. A massive bed was also built at the center. It was more than 10 meters wide. The girls blushed. Nangongjing exclaimed, it must be because of my grandfather. Chapter 1024, This little girl has advanced tricks. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Filled with confusion, Ying Ying looked at each girl in the room. Why do these sisters put on angry expressions? Luze coughed it off. What if these girls blame it on him just so they could relieve their annoyance? Fearing the thought, he quickly offered, shall we inspect the other places? Although the girls gave him death stares, they didn't protest anyway. They proceeded to the kitchen instead. It had more room than before, and it was equipped with a complete set of utensils. Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling beamed excitedly. Alice remarked, this kitchen isn't bad. I am free to do what I want. Lu Li chimed in, yes, if it were the old kitchen, we will still bump into each other because of the cramped space. Luze nodded along. I take it that we will have plenty of bountiful meals in the future. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha also looked thrilled. Their drool was on the verge of trickling down their mouths. Luze urged, let's go to the other places. Following their departure from the kitchen, they moved on to the cultivation room that was a few hundred meters wide. Apart from the previous rooms, a small area was reserved for the virtual reality pods. The group would be able to spar in those devices. There was nothing special about the rest of the rooms though. Moreover, only normal-sized beds were installed on them. Naturally, Luze and his girls will stay with each other. As for Ying Ying, she could just use the normal room. The ship also had its own storage rooms. Some of them functioned as wine cellars, and the rest were filled with necessary supplies. The drunkard of the team felt overjoyed. Nangongjing reveled in the numerous wine bottles that surrounded her. She cackled. Grandfather knows me well. He must have specifically asked them to include the bottles for me. Kai Uyuhesha looked at her speechlessly. Just look at you. The wine in this place couldn't even compare with little brother Luze's golden fruit wine. Why are you needlessly excited? Nangongjing sneered, humph, just a brainless fox whose only good point is her big bust. What do you actually know? It is true that the golden fruit wine is superb. However, no matter how great the wine is, you will not be able to appreciate its amazing flavor. Of course, you will need the other wines to stimulate your taste buds. Kai Uyuhesha's mouth twitched. Well, even if Nangongjing was a wine connoisseur, she wouldn't dare listen to her. Since she couldn't refute, she just glared at Nangongjing's chest and smirked. Oh well, what else can I do? I am simply more blessed than you are. Nangongjing couldn't take the jab at her. She glared back with intense hatred. Smelly fox, tell me then. Who is bigger? Do you want to compare it right now? Lu Li and Lin Ling. The two other girls trailed their eyes to the chest of Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha. Then, they looked at their own measly assets. All at once, their charming faces revealed disappointed expressions. Fortunately for them, Alice was around. When their eyes fell upon her body, they were instantly assured by her flat as a board chest. They were greatly relieved. Alice didn't want to be bothered by the pointless ordeal. However, two malicious glances were drilling into her. What are these two bitches trying to say? Are they actually friends? By the time she looked at them, she was disheartened to see the noticeable bosom of the other two. Crack! Alice swore she heard her heart breaking just then. Despair filled her eyes. She could only bow her head and suppress the tears from rolling down. To do so, she bit her lips and took a deep breath. She then focused her attention on Ying Ying, who was cluelessly playing with the kitten doll. Ying Ying looked over. She asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sister Alice?" Alice quickly shook her head. "No, nothing." Her guilty conscience suddenly sank in. I shouldn't stoop down to their level. She averted her eyes in the next second. At this juncture, Luze patted her head. Alice looked up only to meet Luze's gentle smile. She almost burst out in tears. Alice pouted her lips in front of Luze. "Senior." Luze hugged her. "Alice has a beautiful face. The rest is immaterial. You don't need to worry about minor details." Alice struggled to escape Luze's arms. "Senior is the best indeed." Nangongjing and Kai Uyuhesha watched everything. They could not help but gasp. It was a miscalculation. Alice is the only girl who wasn't well endowed. How come it became her an advantage? During this time, the girls wished they didn't have plumper blossoms. Alice managed to get that bastard to hug her. How could he? They needed comfort too. Soon enough, Luze felt the weight of their chilling glares. His mouth twitched. He tried to lighten the situation with a laugh as he released his hold on Alice. Let's go to the other rooms." Swiftly, he carried Ying Ying and disappeared. Alice, who was feeling triumphant, poked out her tongue at the other girls. The moods of the rest of the girls worsened. This little girl has advanced tricks. Even Kai Uyuhesha was appalled. She had confidence in her body. She should be the one who had the most advantage. She didn't think the little girl was aware of it too. Terrifying. The four girls looked intently at Alice. No matter, they would deal with her at the right time. As the debacle was settled, the group proceeded to the bathroom. Luze grinned and showed a nod of approval. This bathtub is great. His enthusiasm skyrocketed as the bathtub had the same size as the massive bed earlier. Isn't it naturally comforting to own a spacious bathing area? Honestly, Luze was in a rush to try it. However, the murderous glances directed at him made him stiffen. When he turned around, he met the piercing glares of his girls, but despite their disapproval, their faces were blushing. Luze coughed. Sigh, the elders gifted us a large bathtub. It's too much of a waste. We don't need a bathtub this big. The girls instantly voiced out their protests. Who wants to use the same bathtub as you anyway? Yes. Luze howled pitifully. Ying Ying shrugged after witnessing him getting assaulted. She walked out of the bathroom as if nothing alarming happened. The sisters were so abusive. Luze looked pitiful just then. After a while, the sound of his wails quietened. Why are they acting ferociously? They have shared baths a few times before. What is different now? Nangongjing said, didn't you want to pilot the ship? Aren't you going to check out the cockpit? Luze's eyes recovered their luster. Right. He had a smile on his face once more. Let's go, let's go. Cockpit. The devices and dashboard were much easier to manage than the cockpit of a warship. After all, the warship had more functions than the New Dawn. Each time he had nothing to do, Luze actually studied about the controls. Understanding the controls and piloting the ship were two distinct things. Anyway, the difference was immaterial in the end. Even if they ended up crashing into a black hole, it wouldn't really affect them. With how capable the New Dawn was, even if they bumped into a star, they would be left unscathed. It should be the star that should break. Chapter 1025, Where did your courage just then go? Luze proceeded to the cockpit. He occupied the main seat and excitedly made an announcement to the girls. New Dawn is about to take off now. Passengers, please be seated properly. Put on your seat belts. The girls rushed to find a seat and followed his order. They were waiting for him to stir the ship. In the next moment, Luze accessed the motor system. Immediately, New Dawn's voice relayed, Master, since it's your first time to pilot the ship, I suggest enabling New Dawn as your support in navigating the ship. Luze raised a brow. Are you kidding me? Do I look like someone who needs a guide? Luze rejected the offer without thinking it through. Under his control, the ship dashed away with a flash of light. The speed was incredibly fast. Given the current rate, the trip should only last about half a day to reach the Telun system from Shenmue. Along the way, Luze rammed the ship into several planets until it finally entered the warp dimension. After setting the route, Luze stood up from his seat and stretched out. All right, we'll get there soon. All he could feel was exhilaration from having driven the ship even if he bumped into numerous celestial bodies. Luze was simply elated. But, the experience was vastly different for the girls. They were speechless. His driving skill was far inferior to theirs. Eventually, the group left the cockpit. Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the renovated kitchen. As for the rest, they had nothing else better to do other than sit down in the living room. Luze then decided to scrutinize the available video games in the ship. In the end, he decided to play a role-playing game, RPG. He had to admit that future games were fantastic. The holographic projections feature made it realistic. Moreover, personalized gaming pods were invented. They functioned like virtual reality pods. However, there were no gaming pods here. Even so, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha also tried their hand at it. Even Ying Ying participated. It ended up becoming a four-man team playing. Nangongjing remarked, "This monster hunting game isn't any different from hunting monsters in the pocket hunting dimension." Kaiyuhesha nodded. True, but you should exclude the painful feeling of dying. Luze didn't refute it. At this moment, Alice brought out their meal for lunch. The four people immediately set aside the game and rushed to the dining table. When they were full enough, the group plopped down on the couch. Just a few hours more and they would soon land at the Telun system. They just didn't have the energy to cultivate at this period. Lu Li then suggested, should we try sparring in the virtual reality pod? Lin Ling giggled at the idea of it. Yes. We have not done that for a long time. It is time to play. They looked with eagerness at Luze. Luze raised a brow. All right, go ahead. Did they actually dare to challenge him? Did those girls lose their memories and forget his actual power? Well, Luze didn't manage to bully them for quite a long time either. They walked towards the cultivation room excitedly. There were 6 virtual reality pods around. Each person stepped into one of the pods and soon appeared inside the boundless stage. The girls burned with battle intent as they looked at Luze. Luze challenged, "Come at me." Nangongjing roared as her black hair and eyes turned golden. She stomped on the ground and an explosion occurred as she charged at Luze. In the next second, she appeared behind him and swung her leg to strike his waist. Luze found her attempt laughable. Instantly, the spirit force in his body rose up. When he was about to dodge, someone made his chi fluctuate. Out of nowhere, intimate scenes with Kaihoyuhesha put him in a bit of a trance. His mouth twitched. Is the fox demon playing dirty? In response, Luze made use of his own mental force to cut off the seduction god art. Simultaneously, a black mist began to obscure the entire battlefield and made his movements slower. Using his spirit force proved to be difficult. Shackles on his back also emerged. Still, when Luze extended his hand, he caught Nangongjing's leg. Rumble! A massive shockwave affected the entire space. Luze's palm transformed into a claw that grabbed Nangongjing's leg tightly. Nangongjing quickly retreated, but Luze didn't bother to chase her. He lunged at Kaihoyuhesha and the rest. Their expressions instantly changed as they put their everything on the full-powered stone transformation divine art and seduction god art. Nangongjing also charged back up. The bodies of Kaihoyuhesha and the other girls couldn't even match Nangongjing's, let alone Luze's. Even if their combined god arts and divine arts weakened Luze a bit, he remained stronger than they were. Nangongjing went to stall Luze again as they became engaged in an extensive clash. The ground began to fracture. Nangongjing aimed her fist at Luze's head. However, Luze dodged it while grabbing her wrist in the process. When Nangongjing thought she could loosen his hold, Luze smirked and made his signature move, a flick on the forehead. Nangongjing fell back. While Luze burst out in laughter, he went in front of Kaihoyuhesha. Kaihoyuhesha was about to flee, but how could Luze allow her to escape what was coming? Likewise, he flicked her forehead, and Kaihoyuhesha was flung away. Once again, Luze disappeared from the spot. Lin Ling's, Lu Li's, and Alice's faces all darkened. They too attempted to avoid the same fate, but they couldn't even get far before a flick landed on their foreheads. The force caused them to move back. After assaulting Alice's forehead, Nangongjing tried to kick him from behind. Luze found her pathetic attempt entertaining. This alcoholic doesn't know when to give up. Nothing had changed. Luze dodged and his fingers landed on her forehead again. Hence, Nangongjing fell for the second time. She held her hurting forehead and almost cried there and then. The other girls exchanged glances with each other and agreed to attack again. Luze gave them a grin. Are you all stubborn to admit defeat? Nangongjing's golden eyes were relentless. It's not over yet. The other girls gritted their teeth. You want us to admit defeat? No way. Even if we die, even if we get eaten by cosmic beasts, we will never ever admit defeat. Luze raised a brow and smiled. Let's continue then. Moments later, the 5 girls held their foreheads in a row and looked at Luze with pitiful eyes. Their tears almost burst out. I admit defeat. I do too. Me too. Stop flicking me. Luze's mouth twitched. Did they just admit defeat without much protest? Where did their courage just then go? However, Luze decided to let them go. He curved up the corners of his mouth. You should know my power by now, right? He only had the chance to beat the girls inside the pod. For sure, the situation would be reversed once they were outside. Luze immersed himself in the joy of playing around. Chapter 1026, Not a Single Winner. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The group exited the virtual reality pod. Luze's face was all smiles throughout. The experience gave him a lot of satisfaction. You understand how powerful I am by now, right? The girls looked at each other, but in the next moment, their faces brightened up. Their behaviors made Luze's heart shiver. Not good. Are they actually offended by his victory? When Luze began to open his mouth, all the girls immediately cornered him. Wait. What will you girls do? Arg. Without fail, Luze's cry for help filled the entire area. He later went out of the cultivation room with a painful bump on his forehead. He held it as it throbbed. Immediately after, the girls followed suit. They looked triumphant. Even after they finished the bout, the group didn't have plans to cultivate. They either spent the rest of their time fighting or cultivating for the past couple of days. They were deeply exhausted and drained out now. It was high time for them to take a break. Accordingly, they made use of their time to watch some movies and try out some video games. Eventually, a few hours had already passed. Luze and the girls leaned against each other and watched the screen. Without a warning, New Dawn's voice interrupted the peace. Master, the ship is about to leave the warp dimension near the Telun system. Lu rejoiced. We have finally arrived. I haven't seen my mother and father for a long time. Luze patted Lu's head. We could stay for a longer period this time once we return. Lu was pleased as she nodded. At this moment, the distorted white space outside the window morphed into a dark space. A vibrant nearby solar system replaced the scenery. They had reached the Telun system. The ship proceeded to dock at their home planet, Lanjiang. Of course, Luze didn't directly land at the space station. He went straight for his house and parked the ship above. Thereafter, Luze got up and stretched. We are here. Let's go. The girls nodded. As they walked out, Lin Ling carried Ying Ying. They stepped foot in the yard. Luze then checked the surroundings. Currently, the night was approaching. The meager mansion and the nostalgic martial arts gym stood still in the same place. Luze was glad to see a familiar sight. Lu said, I haven't been back here for so long. Nothing has changed. Luze agreed. Alice said, Senior, Li, my parents are here too. Let's go. The group went to the door. It wasn't locked. They pushed it and went inside the house. Inside, Lu Wen, Fu Xia, Merlin, and Zhu Honglian entered their view. The adults were eating together in the dining room. When they saw the group barge into the place, they were taken aback. However, they recovered quickly and sported excited expressions. Fu Xia's eyes went red as she disappeared from her original spot and approached Luze and Lu Li. She hugged her 2 children. My good boy and Li, you guys didn't even inform me that you were coming back. Luze attempted to lighten the situation with a laugh. We just finished our work yesterday and only made the decision to return a while ago. Since the ship can travel at a rapid rate, we arrive sooner than we expected. Lu Li smiled. You should blame Ze. He wanted to give you a surprise, so he didn't tell you anything. Luze looked at Lu Li in disbelief. She just agreed earlier to keep it hush. Why is she suddenly blaming him? This was way out of line. Luze couldn't tolerate the betrayal. He had to give her a good lesson later. Fuxia patted Luze's head. Kid, you are heartless. Luze. He widened his eyes and pretended to be innocent. I'm sorry, Lord Mother, I will listen to your teaching next time. Fuxia laughed and pinched Luze's face. Her eyes were full of pride but also pain. My good boy has grown up. I have heard about what you did outside. You are a big hero now. You must have gone through a lot of hardship, right? Luze blushed. Being complimented by outsiders and being complimented by the person he was closest to felt different. If he were to receive praise from a stranger, he would feel a bit glad. But now that Fuxia was the one who spoke highly of him, he felt quite embarrassed. He laughed at it. I'm no big hero. I just did what I should be doing. To be honest, Luze never actually felt he was some hero. His deeds were just similar to how the elders were willing to sacrifice everything for the human race. They too never felt overjoyed about it. At this juncture, Zhu Honglian went near them and revealed a smile. Xia is right. You are indeed a big hero for ordinary citizens. If you don't believe it, you can search online. The public is complimenting you. Luze smiled helplessly. On to Honglian, do you agree with them too? Alice hugged Zhu Honglian. Mom, am I amazing too? Zhu Honglian beamed and appeared indulgent as she rubbed Alice's little head. Of course, my Alice is amazing. He he he. Alice was delighted. Zhu Honglian felt greatly pleased to see Alice act like this. She had lived a tough life. In the next moment, she glanced at Luze. She could tell Alice was very happy to be with Luze. Back on the dinner table, Lu Wen and Merlin looked at each other. Their mouths twitched. Sourness was oozing from them. This kid stole their daughters while their wives praised him to the skies non-stop. Right then, Merlin conceived a bold idea. He smirked. It's true, isn't it? Ze is truly amazing. His contribution to the human race is significant. Luze didn't expect the words to come from him. Did he really just compliment him? Uncle Merlin. This was out of the ordinary. Merlin coughed it off. I have seen many girls fall for you. If you will it, countless girls would hug you, right? Luze. The girls. At this point, Luze could already sense the not too friendly stares from his girls. He knew from the beginning Merlin wouldn't compliment him without any ulterior motive. As soon as he had the chance, he would pay him back well. Lu Wen looked at Merlin in surprise. This guy was cruel. But thinking about how Luze snatched his little daughter, he felt it was only appropriate. He even added, Brother Merlin is right. I have seen what those younger girls said. Kid, you must not betray Li and the rest of your girls. Do you understand? Luze. Even his father is setting him up. He can't believe this. It was at this point that Zhu Honglian narrowed her eyes and directed them at Merlin. Without further ado, Merlin straightened his back and acted innocent. Zhu Honglian said, Merlin, come and tell me. Why do you care about what those young girls on the internet think? Merlin. Merlin almost broke out in cold sweat. Lu Wen. He looked at Fuxia, only to be greeted with a gentle smile. His body trembled. Damn it, Merlin put him in danger. There was not a single winner out of the three. Chapter 1027, I can see the monarch of the new dawn in person. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Amidst the taut atmosphere, the group seated themselves and ate dinner. Merlin cooked the meal. Hence, the taste was superb. But it still couldn't compare with Alice's cooking now. Even though the cosmic system state Merlin had been utilizing the red orbs to cultivate, he was still inferior to Alice. Right now, Alice has already surpassed her master. After dinner, the men were tasked to do the dishes while the women sat on the couch to chat. Lu Wen and Merlin avoided Luze's gaze the entire time. When the dishes were dealt with, everyone kept the conversation going until Luze took out numerous batches of red, blue, and god art orbs for his family. That way, their resources wouldn't run out for a long time. Merlin and Zhu Honglian had a cosmic system state cultivation level. The pile of resources handed to them was sufficient to help them reach the cosmic cloud state. As for Lu Wen and Fuxia, they got more resources so as to reach the cosmic cloud state. When the matter was settled, everyone went on their way and cultivated. Luze's room didn't have ample space to accommodate everyone. Fortunately, he can use space god art to easily create a small dimension, wherein he could place the special bed from the round race. When Merlin and Lu Wen witnessed Alice and Lu Li proceeding to Luze's room, their eyes turned green. On the other hand, Luze felt like he was living his best life. When Luze had finished a round of hunting in the pocket hunting dimension, he began to learn more about the Sand One divine art. Moments later, the earth runes around him manifested physically. Luze slowly opened his eyes. He had a grin on his face. It only took him about a month to raise the mastery of Sand One divine art to an experienced level. At present, it can slightly deal more damage than the earth-shocking blow. In the following 2 weeks, the group stayed at home. Because Luze's combat power surpassed Merlin's by a great deal, Merlin had no one to vent his anger on. He was left helpless. But since Merlin was Alice's father, Luze decided to be lenient. Overall, their spars bordered on friendly. At other times, Lu Wen and Fuxia were occupied with their job at the company. Merlin and Zhu Honglian, on the other hand, would attend their restaurant. As for the rest of the time, the parents cultivated. But during this period, they had an extra duty to babysit Ying Ying. They adored and spoiled the little girl. Whenever they eat, they subtly hint at Luze and his girls to think whether they had forgotten something important. At first, they couldn't figure it out, but after they saw Ying Ying, they realized their blunder. Luze felt exhausted. He was a kid too. However, they really couldn't disrespect their elders, so he gave them a smile and shut his mouth. Right now, it was the turn of the trio consisting of Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling to prepare the meal. When Merlin had tasted Alice's dishes, his eyes reddened. Like a broken record, he kept saying his daughter surpassed him. A mixture of feeling proud and disappointed came over him. As usual, Luze and his girls would venture into the hunting dimension every night. They returned with a bountiful harvest each time. Eventually, they distributed the poison ball and the one-time divine art runes to the parents. They were reliable to keep in hand, particularly because they were cosmic cloud state trump cards. When 2 weeks had passed, Luze and the girls wanted to visit the school. Luze and Lin Ling only attended their classes for a total of 1 year, and yet, they were about to graduate now. As for Lu Li and Alice, they didn't even get to spend 3 months there. Now, the university chapter of their lives is about to end. The group boarded the New Dawn and left the planet. Inside the ship, everyone rested in the living room. Lu Li and Alice felt a little dejected to leave home again. Luze comforted them with a smile. We can visit them the next time we return. Given the resources I have shared, their cultivation level can only rise. There will be plenty of time in the future. Lu Li and Alice were stunned. They agreed in the end. The life of a cosmic cloud state spanned millions of years. Moreover, their cultivation level wasn't capped at the cosmic cloud state. Lu Li complained, Mom always gets to hold Ying Ying. She also says those things. I don't even want to go back there. Alice patted her head. My mother behaves the same. She says it whenever she can. The girls looked at Ying Ying, and each of them contemplated in their own heads. A few hours later, the New Dawn left the warp dimension. Seeing the familiar Dawn system, Nangongjing stretched out. I haven't been back to school for a long time. Kai Huyahesha smiled. How are those guys faring now? Naturally, she was referring to Luo Bingqing and his group. Luze said, aren't they cultivating in isolation for over a year? Nangongjing remarked, I wonder how strong they have become. Lin Ling said, Yuki and the others as well. We haven't seen them for quite some time. Luze nodded. Last time, Elder Lindong brought the resources back. They shouldn't be weak with those supplements. Let's visit them. The new dawn docked at Kaiming and stopped in the air, right above the dormitory of the elite class. Currently, it is daytime. Students come and go. After seeing the ship, the crowd was shocked. That ship seems to be the monarch of the new dawn's private ship. Are they inside? Are they back to school? Oh shit! I can see the monarch of the new dawn in person. I'm so excited. They had all heard about Luze's legacy but never got to interact with him. Of course, they were beyond thrilled now. At this moment, the door opened. Luze's group egressed from it. Chapter 1028, Ambitious. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It really is the monarch of the new dawn. It really is them. A lot of people screamed. Luze looked around at the scene in a daze. Quite some girls were red-faced and excited. Luze. His mouth twitched. Why did these girls look at him that way? This was scary. Not just the girls. Some guys even stared at him strangely. Luze didn't feel good. The girls felt awkward. They frowned. This scene reminded them of what Merlin and Lu Wen said before. Those little whores. The girls sneered and released their chi. Those girls down there immediately felt they were being watched by something terrifying. When they saw Nangongjing's and the other girls' cold eyes, they shuddered. However, they thought Nangongjing and the rest of her group were overdoing it. They were just looking at the monarch of the new dawn. Why did they have to be so stingy? Regardless, they didn't really dare to go against Nangongjing and her team, so they could only look away. Being alive was more important. Luze laughed dryly and didn't dare to talk. It wasn't proper to say anything right now. Lin Ling swept her mental force across the entire elite class dorms and said, Yuki and others aren't here. Luze was somewhat bemused and asked, are they on another planet? Perhaps at Jinyeo. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's possible. Nangongjing said quietly, let's go to Jinyeo. They boarded the new dawn and flew towards Jinyeo. They arrived in just a few minutes. Luze smiled. I didn't expect the elder to be back already. He sensed Elder Nangong's chi on the planet. Nangongjing smiled softly and said, let's go over there then. MHM. In front of his little shack, Elder Nangong sat on the ground. In front of him were Luo Bingqing, Yemu, and the others. He was enriching them with cultivation knowledge. With the help of the purple orbs and his experience, these prodigies could make fewer mistakes. At this moment, Elder Nangong looked off into the distance and smiled. Luo Bingqing and the others looked in that direction too and were dazed. This is... Lin Kuang opened his mouth and said, Lin Ling and the others. Xian Yuji smiled and said, they're here. Yemu and the others didn't sense Luze since their cultivation level was weaker, but hearing their words, they also rejoiced. Ze and the girls are back. They hadn't seen Luze and the girls for a long time. At this moment, a beam swiped across the sky and stopped before their heads. This beam morphed into the new dawn that slowly landed on the empty ground. Luze and the girls walked out. Luo Bingqing, Yemu, and the others greeted them with a smile. Xian Yuji hugged Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha. She hailed, you guys are back. Daphne patted Nangongjing's shoulder. I heard about what you guys did at the Blade Demon race. Amazing. Nangongjing smiled proudly. Of course, who are we? I was protecting Fox Demon. Otherwise, she will be in a lot of danger. Kaiuyuhesha. Kaiuyuhesha turned around and looked at Nangongjing in bewilderment. How could she be so shameless? She sneered and said, if the other girls and I didn't help you weaken the enemy, you would be long dead. Nangongjing glared at her. If I wasn't at the front stalling, you would be killed too. Louisa smiled. Stop arguing. How can we not know you two? Before Luze appeared, they were the top bunch of young dukes. They had collaborated many times. Meanwhile, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, and the others surrounded Luze. Luo Bingqing sighed. I can't sense your qi anymore. Jack, Derek, and Lin Kuang also felt complicated. They witnessed Luze from being much weaker than them until reaching this present level. This feeling of being outsmarted and crushed wasn't too pleasing for a prodigy. Luze didn't know what to say. He merely scratched his head and smiled. Lin Kuang grinned at Luz and remarked, I heard your power is at a cosmic cloud state. Luze nodded ploddingly. Barely. Although he was a level 5 cosmic system state, and his Sand 1 divine art reached experienced mastery, he knew his combat power still didn't reach level 2 cosmic cloud state. It was at most, at the peak of level 1 cosmic cloud state. He looked at Luo Bingqing's few people and smiled. Teacher Luo, you guys have been progressing swiftly too. You're nearly a cosmic system state. They were only planetary states before, and now, they were at the high level of the star state. It was probably just a few months before they broke through to the cosmic system state. Luo Bingqing faintly smiled. This is all thanks to your red orbs. Lin Kuang patted Luze's shoulder in shock. I didn't even know that you had such a powerful master. Jack and the others agreed with extreme surprise on their faces. Yemu whispered, Ze, I heard that your master is a cosmic realm state or above. Is he really that strong? Luze. He glanced at Ying Ying who was in Elder Nangong's arms and coughed. How was he supposed to say this? He replied dryly and vaguely, approximately. I don't know exactly how strong he is. Luze looked at Yemu and the others then smiled. Your cultivation levels have been progressing quickly too. You would be reaching the planetary state soon. Xavier scratched his head and humbly said, there is no way we can be compared with you. Teacher Luo and the others are much stronger than us too. Ian nodded and looked at Luze with admiration. Ze is still the strongest. Luze. All the guys looked away from Ian. They couldn't handle that gaze. Chapter 1029, A Law That Won't Change No Matter the Era. After chatting for a while, Luze learned that Elder Nangong had just returned, so he intentionally requested Luo Bingqing and the others to come over and teach them. Elder Nangong smiled and said, you guys just arrived at the right time. If you're free, come help teach them too. Luze and the girls naturally wouldn't refuse, so they participated as asked. At night, the instructions ended. Luo Bingqing and the others went to Jinyao City to cultivate. Luze and the girls stayed with Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong smiled and said, you guys, come with me. Elder Nangong reached a cliff next to his shack. There was a golden circle at the edge. There was a powerful space ripple from this circle. Luze, who was slightly puzzled, asked, Elder, this is... Elder Nangong replied with a smile, you'll know once you go in. Luze and the girls walked in. There was a golden misty dimension inside the orb. The dimension wasn't big. It was just tens of kilometers wide. There were piles of black alloy crates stacked inside. Looking at the runes on them, they were probably storage equipment. Nangongjing quietly said, aren't these the resources we got from the blade demons? Elder Nangong nodded. This portion is reserved especially for the Dawn system. It will be used by future students and teachers. I've brought them here. He smiled while opening one of the crates and said, there are quite a lot of treasures inside. It only feels safe when they are by my side. Luze and the girls felt it was quite amusing how nervous Elder Nangong was with this. Lin Ling smiled and said, Elder, these resources are precious, but you're a cosmic cloud state. No one dares to go for it on Jinyeo. Elder Nangong said, You girl, Lin, I have to watch these resources carefully. All of you have been using Ze's resources. You don't know how hard it is to get them. These are the foundational blocks for our human prodigy's ascension. With these resources, those younger ones would have much greater conditions. When we were young, we didn't have these. It is as extremely hard as. Lin and Alice, you can ask your parents. Luze and the girls scratched their heads. Elder Nangong was right. This was the same in his past life. When the country was just built, Luze's grandfather could barely eat enough food. But after a few decades of hard work, life was so much better when Luze transmigrated. Not everyone could be wealthy, but they didn't need to worry about food and clothing, right? Plus, the circumstances at the time weren't as dangerous as the galactic era too. There were regional conflicts elsewhere, but inside the country, it was rather stable. Nothing came to be in one jump. It was slowly built up. Luze sighed looking at these resource crates. They could beat the Blade Demon race and take their resources, but these resources still couldn't be given to everyone. There were too many humans. These resources would only be used on those most deserving. These people were either very talented or very hard-working. There was nothing they could do. Luze sighed. The basis of a race's development was survival of the fittest. This was a law that wouldn't change no matter what the era was. No matter how strong Luze became, he couldn't change this. Elder Nangong might be rather young among cosmic cloud states, but his experience gave him a rather old mentality. They liked to reminisce, and Elder Nangong was no exception. He recounted a lot of the difficult pasts. Luze and the girls were paying attention, but it was hard to withstand listening to it. They could only imagine since they didn't go through it themselves. After Elder Nangong was done and they thought it was over, Elder Nangong smiled. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come, I'm opening up the alternate dimension domain for the Dawn system. You guys can help too. Luze and the girls. So, they were called here to be laborers. However, they could only accept because the elder asked them to. It wasn't hard, but it was repetitive. Opening a long-term stable alternate dimension required a stable special structure. This required a lot of work. For those who didn't have space god art, they could only stabilize it by force. For Luze, it was rather easy. Elder Nangong was a real cosmic cloud state, but he still took 2 nights to create an alternate dimension of tens of kilometers. Luze was only a level 5 cosmic system state, but using the space god art, he created over 100 kilometers of space in 1 night. After that period, they were sent off by Elder Nangong. The next morning, they thought about it and let Ying Ying remain. Luze and Kaiho Yahesha went to Jinyeo City's Dao Enlightenment Room to learn Sand 1 divine art. Nangong Jing and the rest didn't have any other god arts to learn, so they went to the spirit gathering room. At night, Luze would still drag them into the pocket hunting dimension. 2 months later, Dao Enlightenment Room. Luze was glowing with yellow runes. Streams of ethereal sand appeared like a gauze mist that covered his body. The runes around him materialized and sand appeared across Jinyeo City like a gentle veil. Those students and teachers, as well as guards, were taken aback upon seeing the sand. What is this? It's raining sand? I don't remember the planet having such weather. When they reached to grab the sand, they found out that it could penetrate their palm. At this moment, one person said, by the way, Monarch of the New Dawn seems to be here. No wonder. He probably made this. Did he break through again? It doesn't look like it. Chapter 1030, This That Thing? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone was confused seeing the yellow sand, but thinking of Luze, they calmed down. After sensing that the yellow sand didn't mean any harm, they continued to do their things. A few hours later, the runes fused into Luze's body. He opened his eyes, and a rune flashed. Luze breathed out and opened his palm. A gust of yellow sand flew and kept changing form based on Luze's will. It seemed very flexible. After playing around with it for a while, Luze closed his palm, and the sand disappeared. He got up. After 2 months, he had finally brought Sand 1 divine art to perfect mastery. It was a bit hard. He wondered how the female alcoholic and the other girls were. During these 2 months, they had finally pieced together Sand 1 divine art for everyone. Everyone was learning. Kyohesha had even brought it to experienced mastery. A month ago, his cultivation level reached level 6 cosmic system state. He was just a little bit away from level 7 cosmic system state. In at most a week, he could break through again. To be honest, Luze didn't even know how strong his combat power was now. But when he broke through to level 6 cosmic system state, he was a bit stronger than level 8 cosmic system state beasts. Now, he should be able to fight peak cosmic system state beasts, right? Luze was quite keen. He wondered if he could beat the level 7 cosmic system state green scorpion. If he could, then there would be level 7 cosmic system state super red liquid. His cultivation speed would rise again. In truth, Luze wasn't happy with his current cultivation speed. He could only progress 1 level in over a month. Now that the Sand 1 divine art has been cultivated into perfection, he can consider the Poison Ball divine art. He would go in and try later. Luze walked out of the Dao enlightenment room. When he saw everyone gawking at him outside, he quickly disappeared from the spot. There were more people here than the cultivation building in planet Shenwu. Soon, he came to Elder Nangong's shack. Elder Nangong and Ying Ying were sitting there quietly, each holding a fishing rod. The girls weren't around. They were probably still learning divine arts. Feeling Luze's presence, Elder Nangong turned around and smiled. "Did you finish cultivation? What was that sand illusion?" Luze was stunned and then realized it was probably the divine art secrets spilling after he reached perfect mastery. Luze smiled indifferently, mulled over it, and said, "It's nothing. I just learned a cosmic system state divine art to perfect mastery." Elder Nangong was going to reply, but Ying Ying said unhappily, "Grandfather, you said you can't talk while fishing." Elder Nangong immediately turned around. "Ying Ying is right. I won't talk. We'll catch a big fish for you to eat." Luze. He coughed and sat next to Ying Ying. He looked at the river and asked, "Elder, are the fishes from this river really delicious?" Elder Nangong did not speak but nodded. Then, Luze was glared at by Ying Ying. "Luze. If I can't talk, I can still speak telepathically." Luze spoke to Elder Nangong telepathically. "Elder, give me a fishing rod? I'll try fishing too." Fishing depends on patience. You had to wait for the fish to bite the bait. Luze was no fishing master, but he could at least catch fish, unlike someone whose bait was eaten up but still couldn't catch a single fish. He skillfully took over the fishing rod handed by the elder and gently hooked on a piece of golden fruit. 2 hours later, Lu Li and Kyohesha flew over to the shack. Seeing the roasting rack before the shack, Luze adding fire under the grill, Elder Nangong doing the seasoning, and the drooling Ying Ying, they were taken aback. "What are they doing?" "Roasting fish. It smelled quite nice." The two looked at each other and quickly went to help. Afterwards, Ying Ying wiped away the oil on his mouth and smiled. "Grandfather, I'm going to play with Xiao Xi." Elder Nangong nodded amicably. After Ying Ying left, Elder Nangong glanced at the three. "You have finished eating. Hurry up and cultivate." What are you doing here? Why is the treatment so different? Luze and the girls looked at Elder Nangong in disbelief, but he waved his hand for them to leave. Hurry up and cultivate. I'm going to expand the alternate dimension. Unless you guys want to help me. After some silence, Luze laughed it off. We should be cultivating. The three quickly flew off and returned into the Dao Enlightenment Room. At night, the group had some fun in the pocket hunting dimension and entered the fourth map. The sun was scorching. They immediately felt dry-mouthed upon entering here. Luze glanced around. He didn't sense any boss. On the way, Luze said, Lin Ling, look for large scorpion groups. Lin Ling was shocked. There might be super scorpions. Luze smiled and said, my Sand 1 divine art reached perfect mastery. Let's see if we can beat one. Kaiouhesha, slightly surprised, turned around and gazed at Luze. Little brother Luze, you have reached perfect mastery? You didn't even tell me. Nangongjing, Lin Ling and Alice looked over vigilantly. Nangongjing said quietly, just then? What happened just then? Kaiouhesha flicked her hair. Just then, Luze, and I did something. It was a very great experience. Nangongjing widened her eyes in shock. Fox Demon, Li. You two are snatching food. Lin Ling and Alice also didn't look too happy. Li smiled gently. It was delicious. Nangongjing charged at Kaiouhesha. Seeing the two play fight, Luze endured a headache. He coughed. Lin Ling, quick! Look for a suitable prey. Lin Ling looked around. She was a mini-map to them now. She pointed in a direction. There seems to be suitable prey there. Luze immediately stopped Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha. Alright, stop it now. Let's focus on hunting. Chapter 1031, Easier than imagined. More than 10 hours later, the group was hunting and moving under Lin Ling's guidance. Soon, the horizon turned into towering erected rocks. The glow from Lin Ling's eyes disappeared, and she said proudly, found it. Luze smiled and rubbed her short black hair. You're amazing, Lin Ling. Lin Ling blushed and slapped Luze's hand away. Don't mess up my hair. Luze laughed and pretended he didn't hear it. Let's go over. Nangongjing smiled eagerly. Let's go and try how strong that level 7 cosmic system state super scorpion is. The group soon came near the rocky region. They had been here a few times and acquired great loot most of the time. Lin Ling's eyes glowed again. She pointed to the right. That way. The group flew towards the direction Lin Ling pointed at. Moments later, they stopped moving. In a large pile of rocks before them, there loomed a subtle powerful qi. If it was before, they probably wouldn't even be able to sense this qi. Luze raised a brow, smiled, and said, it's a sand beetle cave. Li tucked up her black hair and smiled. Let's go in. They had collected all their Sand 1 Divine Art Rune shards, but the level 5 Cosmic System State Super Liquid was still the best liquid for Lin Ling, Li, and Alice. Luze could barely use peak Cosmic System State Liquid, while Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha still used level 8 Cosmic System State Liquid. The Sand Beetle Cave was still highly valuable to them. The group moved over. The sky was searing hot right now, and the sand beetles began to sleep. When they went inside the cave, the sand beetles were snuggled together sleeping. Luze looked at the sand beetles all over the floor. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled. Let me try the power of Sand 1 Divine Art in perfect mastery. The girls nodded and looked keenly at Luze. They were very curious too. Terrifying chi surged as yellow runes spun in Luze's eyes. The sand beetles immediately opened up their eyes, including the golden one in the center. They moved nervously. Luze reached out his hand and endless sand appeared in the cave. Luze clenched his hand, and all the yellow sand enclosed the sand beetles into a giant sand ball. The ball kept spinning and shrinking. Crack! In a short instant, the ball was only tens of meters wide. The chi inside had completely disappeared. Luze opened his hand, and the giant ball disappeared, leaving behind squashed sand beetle bodies that were slowly turning to dust. The girls gasped. It's really strong. Luze smiled. It's not bad. Let's find a super scorpion and try. The group picked up the drops and kept moving. Soon, they found cave after cave. The process was very simple. A few hours later, in some part of the desert, Luze and the girls saw a massive rock shrouded in dark green mist. After so long, they finally found a scorpion cave. Luze smiled. Let's go in. Everyone concealed their chi and walked into the cave. They immediately saw clusters of scorpions and green sand scorpions in the center. Even though the green sand scorpion was resting, Luze and the girls could still feel a terrifying chi. Faint yellow runes flashed in Luze's eyes. He smiled and said, "I'm attacking then." Luze appeared above the cave. He opened his hands, and the sand surged, forming a colossal sandstorm. All the scorpions were startled and woke up. Hiss! The green scorpion's chi surged. A dark green light flashed on its tail. It was planning to attack. At this moment, Nangongjing and the other girls burned their spirit force using seduction god art, stone transformation divine art, dark mist, fire clones, and other divine arts to help Luze. Luze closed his hands, and the sandstorm came together, encompassing all the scorpions into a giant sand ball. Rumble! Thunderous sounds ruptured as the giant ball shook. Spirit force seeped out from the giant ball and crashed into the stone wall, making it shake. Hiss! Pitiful howls were coming from inside the ball. Moments later, Luze's expression changed, and the giant ball shook vigorously. Rumble! The ball exploded. Poison mist splashed out and filled up space. Luze felt a pungent smell and a piercing pain from inside his body. He quickly appeared next to the girls. This poison is too strong. Let's go out first. He dragged the girls out. Hiss! The terrifying chi chased up. That chi was only slightly weaker, but it was more furious. All the other scorpions were dead. Alice frowned. This scorpion is so hard to deal with. Luze nodded. The space inside is too small. We'll fight outside. They couldn't even dodge the poison in such a cramped environment. If they didn't have poison god art, they would be knocked out already. Luze and the girls stopped in space. Immediately, a dark green figure followed and shot dark green spirit force balls at Luze and the girls. Luze took the girls away. Rumble! An explosion shot in all directions. The explosion spot eroded the ground. Luze looked at the giant figure. It obtained some small wounds on its body. Dark green blood was oozing, but it looked enraged and murderous. The Sand One divine art had some effect. Luze breathed with relief. He thought his attack was completely ineffective. Since it worked, he would keep fighting. Luze grinned. His eyes were so eager. I'm going up, you guys be careful back there. Nangongjing glanced at some girls and a few people and grinned. I'll go help. She liked fighting head-on more. The green scorpion was shrouded in dark green mist. There were also strands of sand that formed armor. It greeted Luze and Nangongjing. Luze used earth-shocking blow while forming spirit flames on his other hand. The three clashed. In a short time, the surrounding few thousand kilometers region was shrouded in poison mist. Their battlefield kept shifting as well. A few minutes later, the armor on Luze and Nangongjing cracked. Their faces were pale, but the scorpion was more heavily injured. Its left pincer was broken. Dark green blood was splashing out. At this moment, Luze grabbed at the scorpion. Sand flew towards the scorpion. The scorpion planned to retreat. However, Nangongjing appeared on its side and kicked. The scorpion blocked with its other pincer. Nangongjing fell back spitting some blood. But at the same time, Luze thrust his fist force on its head. Rumble! Dark green blood splashed as its body fell back into the sand coming at it. Luze grinned and formed a giant sand ball. The ball spun rapidly and began to shrink. The scorpion's pitiful howls echoed. When the ball reached 5 meters in diameter, the howls stopped. Luze panted and let go. The sand ball dissipated, and the body dropped to the ground, turning to dust. The group smiled. Nangongjing wiped the blood on her mouth. It was easier than I thought. Kyoyohesha and the other girls landed next to the two. Are you okay? Luze nodded. It's a bit troublesome, but it's not strong to the point of fighting a life and death battle. Moments later, the drops were revealed. Super red and purple liquid, poison god art orb, sand god art orb, divine art rune shard, one-time divine art rune poison ball. Luze picked them up. Let's continue. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark. Chapter 1032, Really want to know the final answer. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Seeing this, everyone was aghast. Is there another boss coming? At this moment, a silver pillar descended from the sky. Luze gasped. There was a treasure. Kyoyohesha also rejoiced. She saw this pillar of light on the last map. The summoning crystal came from there. The other girls were confused because they hadn't seen it before. Kyoyohesha asked softly, "Little brother Luze?" Luze nodded and said, "Let's go over. They must fight for confidence in this light pillar." Hiss! Roar! Re! All sorts of roars sounded as countless violent chi surged in all directions. The rocky region of the desert started to quake. They could sense that the sleeping sand beetles, scorpions, and other beasts turned extremely ferocious. All of the beasts flew towards the light pillar. Everyone tensed up. There were large numbers of cosmic cloud state creatures in there. Luze flashed in silver light. Come, let's go over now. Good thing he had space god art and could run fast. Just when he was about to use space transmission, another silver light descended and shone on the group. In another region, another silver light also shot down. 3 silver pillars lit up the dark desert. Luze and the girls were taken aback. Did the airdrop hit their face? Immediately, countless powerful chi locked onto them. Luze looked up at the 2 orbs slowly descending. He quickly yelled, "Quick, let's grab them!" Luze took the girls away in silver light and appeared before the 2 light orbs. It was a crystal with grey mist and a blue spirit fruit. Luze immediately placed them into his mental force dimension. Only then did he breathe easy. Kyoyohesha spoke with excitement. We're too lucky this time. The others knew what the light pillar was since Luze told them before. Lin Ling glanced at the beam of the light in the distance and said, "There are 2 more." Luze frowned. There was quite some chi that circulated towards them. Those bosses would definitely come. When he felt the high-level cosmic cloud state chi, he still shuddered. He quickly said, "Grab hold of me, let's go." After Luze and the girls disappeared, countless terrifying figures immediately appeared before the light orb. Seeing the pillar slowly dissipate, they roared furiously. Meanwhile, Luze and the girls were tens of millions of kilometers away. With his cultivation level, if he was in the real world, he could move thousands or even 10,000 light-years in one go with space transmission. The 5th map was different because the space was much more stable. They looked at the still distant light pillar and frowned. It looked close, but it was actually very far. Just when Luze was about to use space transmission, his body suddenly went stiff. 4 terrifying chi rose and covered the entire desert. Re. X2. They were very familiar with this sound. On the distant horizon, a fire appeared and lit up the dark sky. On the other side, ice formed. Alice shrunk her neck. They are those 2 overlord birds. They weren't surprised that these 2 birds appeared, but their chi was still extremely powerful. Roar! In another region, a distortion in space occurred, and a silver light flashed. It looked like an illusion. Luze gasped in disbelief. It's that silver wolf. He was all too familiar with that wolf. He was wondering why the silver wolf in the summoning crystal was only a level 1 cosmic cloud state and should be on this map, but he couldn't find it. However, its true power wasn't level 1 cosmic cloud state. This terrifying overlord's power must be at cosmic realm state, right? Kaioulyuhesha pursed her red lips and asked, this silver wolf has space god art, right? How powerful would it be? They couldn't even imagine. At this moment, in another region, the green light poured out. Endless life force permeated the place. An overlord with wood god art. It was too far, and the light was too bright. They couldn't see what overlord it was. The 4 overlords stood in 4 directions. Their spirit light pushed against each other. However, it was obvious that the silver wolf's power was stronger. The other 3 overlord beasts seemed to be subtly collaborating against the wolf. When the other beasts felt this terrifying chi, they shuddered despite the lure of the treasure. Only a few rare high-level cosmic cloud state beasts still wanted to fight for the treasure. After all, on the second map, the rabbit boss became an overlord because it took the lightning cloud divine art. Luze supported this. In this situation, the more chaotic it was, the better it was for them to get something. The atmosphere was slightly silent for a while. Then, Luze said, let's go down and see the situation first. Nangongjing said with some expectation, do you think these 4 overlords would start fighting? That way, perhaps we can pick up free stuff again. Their eyes lit up. This did seem possible, didn't it? Just as they thought like this, the 4 chi suddenly clashed together. The ice bird, fire bird, and overlord with wood god art attacked the silver wolf boss. Roar! The silver wolf howled in fury, then his terrifying chi surged. Space crumbled like shattered glass. Luze and the girls were waiting to collect free things when space suddenly disintegrated. Before they could react, they disappeared from the pocket hunting dimension. It is this far, but the shockwave still got them. Lin Ling's mouth twitched. I wonder who would get the treasure in those 2 pillars. They all really wanted to know. Whoever got it would become stronger. It would be harder for them to beat too. Chapter 1033, Counting Their Loot. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. There was no point in being frustrated, so they didn't think too much. After the pain subsided, Luze smiled. Let's count our loot. Luze took out what they got from the pocket hunting dimension. They could pretty much ignore the drops from ordinary sand beetles and scorpions. They killed 6 golden sand beetles which dropped 30 red and purple liquid each. These were given to Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice. The rest of the sand god art orb and stealth god art orb was also split up. There were 4 sand 1 divine art rune shards, but no one needed them anymore. The green scorpion dropped 5 level 7 cosmic system state super red and purple liquid. Luze used this for himself. There was only 1 divine art rune shard, so it couldn't be used. The one-time divine art rune poison ball could unleash level 2 cosmic cloud state power. Luze didn't need it, nor did Nangongjing and Kaioulyuhesha. Therefore, it was given to Alice in the end. Usually, Alice, Lin Ling, and Lu Li stayed together in battle. It was the same no matter which of the 3 he gave it to. Then, there was Sand God Art and Poison God Art. Luze kept giving the Sand and Poison God Art to Kaioulyuhesha. There was also the Regeneration God Art Orb from the Long Worm, other sand god art orbs, wood god art orbs, and so forth. There were also level 7 and level 8 cosmic system state red liquid. These were given to Nangongjing and Kaihuya Hesha. Then, Luze took out the two treasures from the pillar. One was the grey mist crystal and the other was dark blue spirit fruit. Alice smiled and asked, "Senior, what is that?" Luze projected his mental force into the crystal. Immediately, he felt his eyes blur, and he seemed to be amidst a dead grey mist. Suddenly, violent winds blew, forming a giant grey bird with 3 pairs of wings that had a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. Re! A stone-splitting sound rang in Luze's head. Oh shit! What level of beast was this? This chi was more terrifying than when Ying Ying released her chi after knowing that Ting Ting had been dead for more than 2,000 years. Ying Ying at that time was unimaginably strong to Luze. However, this beast was even stronger. This was at least a cosmic realm state beast. The grey bird slowly flapped its wings, creating hurricanes in the grey mist. Luze had never seen this god art before, but it should be a dark type of god art. It was probably an overlord boss too. It should know divine art as well. Its combat power definitely wasn't as simple as it showed. Now, he finally had the strongest trump card other than Ying Ying. Ying Ying could fall asleep, but this card would make him feel safe. Like the previous summoning crystal, this grey bird could also fight for an hour at full power. If it wasn't full power, it should last longer too. Luze exited the grey mist. He saw that there was a 6-winged grey bird in the crystal. The girls noticed the change too. It's like the crystal for summoning the silver wolf. Nangongjing asked, "How is it?" Luze smiled and said, "This beast is very strong. It's not weaker than Ying Ying." Luze was talking about the current Ying Ying. Ying Ying's power would increase every time she slept. Luze and the girls didn't know how strong she was either. This grey bird was much stronger than when they first saw Ying Ying. It shouldn't be weaker than Ying Ying now. Hearing this, everyone stopped breathing. Ying Ying was a cosmic realm state. And someone from the star spirit race. This was a super boss for sure. Nangongjing smiled and said, "Now, we won't be scared of any dangers." Luze nodded. "Yes, with this, it's much more secure for us to go out." Luze quite wanted to go out and venture. Although they didn't need other resources, the human race did. Lu looked at the blue fruit and asked, "What is this?" Luze swept it with his mental force too. Information about the fruit appeared in his brain. This spirit force could greatly improve learning ability. This was a spirit fruit that could allow the user to connect with universal laws. After using it, their ability to learn God art and divine art would be significantly increased. Luze didn't know how much though. However, this spirit fruit only lasted a day. Luze didn't really have anything he needed to learn badly right now. Luze felt it was better to use this after he got the poison ball divine art and a few more divine art runes. If this improving effect was really absurd, Luze might be able to bring many divine arts to perfect mastery at once. After all, it was connected to universal laws. He could pretty much see how the universe operated. These sort of trump cards could allow Luze to do whatever he wanted in the elf cosmic realm. To him, that blue fruit was even more valuable than the summoning crystal. "How is it?" the girls asked. Luze nodded. "It's very good and can greatly improve learning for God art and divine art. However, it's not the time to use it now. It can even be used to learn the deeper part of the universe's power." Luze put the things away. "Okay, let's cultivate." Chapter 1034, Freeload again. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Planet Jinyeo, Spirit Gathering Room. Luze sat on the cushion. After using level 7 Cosmic System State Super Red Liquid, Luze could feel a violent power enter his body. Half of it fused into his physical body while the other half helped Luze suck in spirit force from the void. At this rate, he would be able to break through to level 7 cosmic system state in at most 2 days. The second night, Luze and the girls gathered and entered the pocket hunting dimension again. They were quite anxious as they didn't know who got the other 2 treasures. This time, they went straight into the desert without doing anything. They looked around. The desert was calm. Luze sensed a cave of sand beetles not far away. Nothing seemed to have changed. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Did those bosses split the things and return to their respective places? 3 terrifying chi suddenly soared. Then, there was a clash that made their skin crawl. The distant horizon was burning in flames and then covered by ice and also surging with golden lightning. Then instantly, the battle erupted. The entire world seemed to have been boiled. Countless chi rose, and the beasts in the desert scurried away. Luze quickly said, "Run." Silver light flashed, then he took the girls away from the battle. Moments later, Luze used up more than half his power and stopped. He looked at that world-destroying battlefield and felt scared. The others felt the same. Even from this far away, they could feel the shockwave of that battle. Nangongjing, somewhat shocked, quietly looked at the 3 visions in the distant sky and asked, "What is that golden lightning? We didn't see it that night." Luze was confused too. They only saw 4 overlord beasts. There wasn't one with golden lightning. Li couldn't help but exclaim, "That overlord with the golden lightning is so strong. It can fight the ice and fire bird at the same time." Kai Uyuhesha had a solemn expression. "It doesn't have the lower hand as well." Luze frowned. Perhaps a beast that wasn't an overlord got the treasure in the pillar. He thought of the rabbit boss on the second map. Is it a lucky beast like the rabbit boss? Amazing! This beast could steal the treasure in front of those overlords, especially when the silver wolf overlord had space god art. Lin Ling asked, "Where are the silver wolf and wood overlord?" Luze smiled. "If they joined the battle, it would be even more troublesome for us." The group nodded. "They were killed by some random shockwave yesterday." Nangongjing's eyes, looking at the fierce beast, lit up. She revealed a bright smile. "Then, wouldn't we have a chance to freeload again today?" The others grinned. It was the same as the last time. Luze and the girls used chi concealing god art and wrapped themselves in the sand. They hid from other bosses while waiting for the battle to end. Unlike the battle between the fire and ice bird last time, this battle was very intense. They fought for over half an hour. The 3 overlords' chi became much weaker, and the desert was ravaged. To dodge the battle, Luze and the girls had been running around for over half an hour. Luckily, Luze's space transmission wasn't bad. If there was no interference, he would be faster than level 3 and level 4 cosmic cloud states. It was fine to just escape the shockwave. After another clash, the 3 overlords finally stopped fighting. After a standoff in the air for a moment, the 3 beasts went away. Luze and the girls were hiding under the desert and watching the sky. A few minutes later, there was nothing else but a few singled-out kais. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other. This was too hard. There were a few times where they were almost caught. Luze smiled and said, "Let's go out." They flew out from under the sand. Kai Uyuhesha sighed. The overlord level battle is really terrifying. Everyone nodded. This was a cosmic realm state battle. This was too far for them. Luze looked at the mess, and the corners of his mouth rose frantically. "Okay, let's see if there's anything good." This ruin was a treasure cove for them right now. At this moment, a chi surged around Luze and the girls. It was just a few kilometers from them. Sand suddenly sprayed out. A bloodied beast with weakened chi charged out. It was 50 meters tall and covered in earth yellow. It was a huge wolf with sand floating around it. Luze and the girls smiled. Level 1 Cosmic Cloud State Beast. They had encountered such a boss before, but it was slapped to death before it could escape. Now, it was different. Luze grabbed at the wolf without hesitation. The sand around it exploded and surged towards it. Before it could use its power, it was wrapped around by sand. The sand spun while shrinking. In a short moment, it was just 10 meters in diameter. The wolf inside died too. They collected the drops happily before moving off to find more. They killed quite some half-dead beasts. At this moment, Lin Ling pointed in a burnt area. There's a fierce beast below. Its chi is extremely weak. At first, it seemed very strong. Luze formed two giant sand hands that were a few thousand meters wide and poked into the crystallized sand. Open. Chapter 1035, Pitiful Death. As Luze used force, the two sides cracked. A weak chi was released. Chit! A sharp shriek sounded, and a long grey figure charged out at Luze from under the crystals. Even though it was extremely weakened, Luze still felt a sliver of threat. He raised his brow, then his body flashed. He moved a few hundred meters to the side. The grey figure flew past where Luze was and landed on the ground again. Rumble! The ground fractured. This was a 100-meter-long worm with a 10-meter diameter. However, it was different from ordinary worms. Ordinary ones were just earthy pigments with light yellow clay. This one was grey and had abstruse grey runes on its skin. Its body looked perfectly fine, but its chi was extremely weak. This was the super beast worm. Isn't it supposed to have a regeneration divine art? Thinking about this, Luze smiled at the girls. This beast recovers quite fast. I'm going up, you guys support me. The girls guessed what it was. They smiled and nodded. Luze glowed with spirit flames, then sand twirled around his body. He charged up. Nangongjing followed suit too. Behind them, the other girls started using the support god arts and divine arts. The super worm was about to attack, but suddenly, it felt its chi and movements became suppressed and slower. It had greatly diminished combat power and weakened increasingly a lot. It screamed and suddenly shut off into the distance. Luze was stunned. This guy was that timid? But, how could he let it run away? Grey runes spun in his eyes as he used stone transformation divine art with full power. The worm suddenly stopped. Sand shot into the sky and wrapped towards the worm. Grey spirit light flowed on the worm's body, and it removed the effect of being turned to stone. However, it was covered by sand. Luze used Sand 1 divine art with full power trying to condense the sand and crush the worm. However, Luze soon frowned. He felt a very powerful resistant force. In the distance, grey spirit light was seeping out of the sand ball. The sand ball was shaking as though it was unstable. Moments later, Luze's face changed. Grey spirit light exploded inside the ball. Rumble! The sand filled the skies, then the ball exploded. The worm was once again covered in blood. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Grey spirit light glowed, and its wounds rapidly healed. However, its chi was getting weaker. It looked coldly at Luze before trying to run off again. At this moment, a golden light flashed and stopped before the worm. Nangongjing twisted her waist and threw a heavy punch. Stop! The golden fist force scattered the sand. Chit! The worm opened its hideous mouth, then a grey spirit force ball formed. It greeted the fist force. Rumble! The clash created a shockwave in all directions. Nangongjing and the worm both fell back. At that instant, a clear spirit force struck the worm heavily. Rumble! Another explosion sounded, and the fist force tore apart the worm's tough skin, creating a huge hole in its body. Grey blood splashed out. It caused the body to drill into the ground, creating a huge crater. Chit! The worm howled again as the grey spirit light rushed to heal its body. Luze continued to pursue the worm. Two giant desert hands formed and grabbed towards the worm. Before the worm could react, it was held on tightly. The giant desert hands clenched and even made cracking sounds. The worm struggled but couldn't break free no matter what. As the hands tightened, it made a sharp shriek. 1000m, 500m, 300m, 100m. More and more grey blood dripped out while the hands tightened, forming a pond of blood. At the same time, the struggle weakened. When the giant hands were 30 meters long, the struggle completely stopped. However, Luze didn't let go. He continued to shrink his hands. After all, this thing had super regeneration. Luze was afraid it still wasn't dead. When it was 20 meters long, Luze stopped the sand. One divine art. The two hands turned into sand as a pile of scrambled mess. The opponent dropped to the ground, which quickly turned to dust. The girls frowned at the body. It was pitiful. Alice smiled and said, "This is a peak cosmic system state super beast. I didn't expect to find this." Lin Ling said, "Ze, can you use this level of super spirit liquid now?" Luze thought about it and answered, "Probably not now. I can try after I break through to level 7 cosmic system state. With my current cultivation speed, I can break through the day after tomorrow." But even at level 7 cosmic system state, he wasn't that confident he could use it straight up. It should be completely safe at level 8 cosmic system state. Nangang Jing smiled. Even if this doesn't work, there are other things. If even Luze couldn't use it, there was no way they could use it, but there wasn't just spirit liquid that dropped. Kyuyuhesha and the other girls nodded. Soon, the worm turned to dust. There were 5 each of the super liquids, a divine art rune shard, a grey regeneration god art orb, a sand god art orb, and a chi concealing god art orb. Luze frowned. Too bad, there isn't a one-time divine art rune. Unlike the 4th map, most super beasts on the 5th map would drop one-time divine art runes. However, this super worm didn't drop any. What a poor super beast. Lu smiled. It's fine. There should be other beasts. The group continued their search. In the next few hours, they found quite some super beasts and cosmic cloud state beasts. The strongest was one level 4 cosmic cloud state golden lightning eagle. It was sealed in ice. They broke the ice, and the eagle died. They couldn't use its liquid yet, but the golden lightning god art orb was usable. They found 22 golden sand beetles and 13 green scorpions. They even found another 5 super worms. They gathered 4 poison ball divine art runes and 1 regeneration divine art rune. They got 4 one-time regeneration divine art runes. They didn't know what they did yet. At this moment, they were on the crystallized ground. There was golden lightning flashing on, but they could feel the immense power from it. One could imagine how strong that golden lightning eagle overlord was. On the horizon, there was a patch of burned forests. There were just the scorched tree trunks. However, Luze and the girls were excited. This was the oasis. There were a lot of bosses there, and there was that dew in the center. This was one of the best resources for them. Luze grinned. Let's go in quickly. Chapter 1036, Feel embarrassed for it. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze and the girls moved to the scorched forest rapidly. They were shocked. The forest in the oasis was boundless. They couldn't see how big it was. However, it was completely burned to coal now. They entered the forest in amazement. They carefully avoided the golden lightning sparks remaining on the tree trunks while going deeper. Lin Ling looked around. Luze asked, "Is there remnant chi?" Lin Ling frowned. "I don't see any chi." Nangang Jing quietly looked at the forest and said, "Perhaps those beasts are all dead." Kaiuyahesha and the others nodded. The forest was clearly caught in a giant shockwave. Luze nodded. Let's go deeper. Even without the beasts, that crystal tree, where the golden and blue dew were located, should still be there. That thing wasn't destroyed during the last Overlord battle. It shouldn't be destroyed this time as well. As they went further into the area, they saw different regions too. Some regions were a sea of golden lightning that they had to avoid. They even passed a dried-up crater. That crater should have been a giant lake, but now, there was no single drop of water. Even the ground was cracked. Soon, Lin Ling pointed ahead. I sense a special wave in there. It should be the crystal tree we saw last time. The group rejoiced. They were close to that crystal tree. They sped up and left the charred forest soon. It was a vast plain after they came out. In the center, there was the huge golden crystal tree. Nangongjing looked at the dust on the ground. It seems that those flowers were burnt to death too. This region should have been a sea of flowers. Luze smiled and said, good thing the crystal tree is fine. Let's go over it. The group went before the crystal tree. There were quite some golden flowers blossoming. Luze was delighted and said, come, let's harvest all the golden dew there. There were 36 drops of golden dew in total. Luze's eyes were glistening and said, this is enough for us to cultivate for so long. The girls nodded. 1 golden dew could last 2 days. 6 each was enough for 12 days. This was enough for them to progress to a small state. How could they not be happy? The group continued to explore the forest. Lin Ling used her spirit eye god art at full power but couldn't find anything. The beasts here were either dead or escaped. Therefore, the group left the oasis and kept searching elsewhere. A few hours later, they killed quite some injured green scorpions and acquired level 7 cosmic system states super red and purple liquids, as well as poison ball divine art rune shards. They also killed a few more super worms. They also killed some other ordinary cosmic cloud state beasts. The strongest was still that golden lightning eagle, however. There were a few of the level 3 cosmic system states, and the rest were level 2 or below. That level 4 eagle was a disgrace to the cosmic cloud state beasts. It should have around level 7 to 8 cosmic cloud state combat power. Yet, it was still caught in the shockwave. While the group was immersed in the joy of collecting resources, a violent chi suddenly rose one time in the desert again. X3. Oh shit! It hasn't even been a day yet. Are the 3 bosses fighting again? No way. However, before he could speak, a golden light beamed across the sky, and they knew nothing afterward. The group woke up back in their bedroom. They desperately panted for air. Just what conflicts did these overlords have? They didn't even stop for a day and started fighting again. The problem was that they weren't even able to run away and were killed. However, they did get a lot of loot this time. Luze smiled. Although we still died, we have acquired more than the last time. The girls squeezed out smiles on their pale faces. Lin Ling smiled. Indeed, this time, we have acquired many regeneration divine art runes, right? That was something only a level 9 and a peak cosmic system state super beast would drop. However, this time, the 3 overlords did scale up their battle a lot. It was reasonable that they had such loot. Luze grinned and said, let's go through them. After a while, the group sat up and looked keenly at Luze. Luze smiled and took out the loot today. They didn't even count the loot of ordinary beasts below a cosmic cloud state. There were too many. They killed a total of 35 golden sand beetles. Those were 175 of the level 5 cosmic system state beasts super red and purple liquids each. They acquired 8 complete runes of sand 1 divine art. They didn't need it now, so it was kept in Luze's mental dimension. He would give them to the elders when he could. They killed a total of 27 green scorpions. Those were 135 drops of level 7 Cosmic System State Beasts Super Red and Purple liquids. They pieced together 6 Poison Ball Divine Art runes too. They also got more one-time Poison Divine Art runes, Poison, and Sand God Art orbs. They just killed 9 of the super worms. They got 45 drops of the Peak Cosmic System State Beasts Super Red and Purple liquids. They made 2 complete Regeneration Divine Art runes. Luze kept one for himself and gave Nangongjing the other. This was the best for her as she fought close combat. There were also 8 one-time Regeneration Divine Art runes. Luze and the girls kept one each and left 2 as souvenirs for Elder Nangong and Elder Lin. They killed 82 of the level 1 Cosmic Cloud State Beasts and acquired over 400 red and purple liquids of that level. They killed 43 of the level 2 Cosmic Cloud State Beasts and acquired over 200 red and purple liquids of that level. They killed 18 of the level 3 Cosmic Cloud State Beasts and 1 level 4 Cosmic Cloud State Beast. They had so many God Art orbs they couldn't even use. They got 36 golden dews as well. With those, they could use stronger red and purple liquids. Luze even wanted to test if he could use a level 1 Cosmic Cloud State Beast's red liquid. If he could, that would be 1 level in half a month. At this rate, he would reach a level 8 Cosmic System State in half a month. Chapter 1037, These people are dogs, right? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The group went off to cultivate on their own. Luze proceeded to the Spirit Gathering Room. He was about to break through to level 7 Cosmic System State. He should accomplish this goal first before anything else. Luze plopped down on the couch and used a drop of golden dew. It formed a thin layer of gold on his cells. Immediately, he could feel his senses and mastery of spirit force drastically improving. With his current state, he can use stronger spirit liquid to cultivate. Luze debated on consuming the level 7 Cosmic System State Super Red liquid. After pondering about it, he settled on using the Peak Cosmic System State Super Red liquid. All at once, his body was filled to the brim. Luze was plagued by piercing pain. Sure enough, the energy was formidable. He wouldn't be even able to digest it without the golden dew. Swiftly, Luze absorbed the power within him. He hadn't even depleted the energy from the red liquid, but his cultivation level broke through in just a few hours. The 7th star ring in his body broke apart. Even though he already reached level 7 Cosmic System State, Luze didn't rest and extend his cultivation period. After all, the effectiveness of the golden dew was limited. Each second was precious, including the Cosmic System State Super Red liquid. He shouldn't waste them. 12 days later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. The infinite energy inside him made him smile. He then got up and stretched out. Given the valuableness of golden dew, Luze chose not to eat food during the past few days to prevent wasting his time. Apart from entering the pocket hunting dimension, he only cultivated at all the other times. Just yesterday, he managed to raise his cultivation level to level 8 Cosmic System State. Back when he broke through to level 7 Cosmic System State, he attempted to use level 1 Cosmic Cloud State Super Red liquid, but his body almost exploded there and then. As a result, he didn't dare to touch it in the meantime. The real world didn't allow revivals. Now that the golden dew was consumed today, Luze couldn't immerse himself in raising his cultivation level. Luze exited the Spirit Gathering Room. The sun outside the planet shone brightly on his face. He then closed his eyes in comfort. The warmth of the sun was truly comforting. At this moment, the girls also made their way out of their respective rooms. They cultivated as Luze did and exhausted 12 days in using the golden dew. Naturally, they had nothing to do now, since they used up all the dew. The girls saw Luze when they came out. They smiled brightly. The people waiting outside were dumbfounded. It is the monarch of the new dawn. How lucky are they to encounter Luze and his girls in here? What should they do? Should they ask for an autograph? Beautiful females were staring at Luze without blinking. Luze's mouth twitched. Sigh, why did he have to be extremely handsome? It gave him a lot of pressure. Countless girls everywhere were bewitched by him. Unfortunately, it wasn't their fate to be with him. Ah, this should be the worst pain to experience in the world, right? So as not to hurt them further, Luze decided to stay out of their sights. The disparity between genders was distinct. No men dared to stare at Nangongjing and his other girls openly. However, the women didn't have the same restraint. Out of nowhere, Luze and the girls disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked around in confusion. Did they just disappear? When did they make themselves disappear? Does this power belong to a cosmic cloud state? All the eyes of the girls in the area were filled with disappointment. All they wanted was to get an autograph or at least get a chance to know him. Maybe through that, something might build up. Luze and the girls appeared once again in front of Elder Nangong's shack. Yemyu, Luo Bingqing and the rest were sitting on the ground, listening to Elder Nangong's teachings. Sometimes they revealed expressions of realization. At other times, they furrowed their brows. Luze found it amusing. They resembled students in traditional classrooms in his past life. A good student and a bad student could easily be differentiated. For instance, Luo Bingqing was a classic example of a good student. His face appeared calm, and he nodded from time to time as though he understood the thought. Meanwhile, Derek was a bad student. The whole time, he was just scratching his head as he frowned. Elder Nangong turned his head and looked at Luze and the girls in surprise. Your group has become stronger once again. He could definitely see and distinguish the improvement. Elder Nangong was a cosmic cloud state after all. With all the orbs Luze gave him, he could even fight a level 2 cosmic cloud state while being a level 1 cosmic cloud state. It wasn't a surprise for him to immediately point out their progress. Luze and the girls smiled. It was just pure luck this time. Lin Kuang asked, Elder Nangong, how much did Ze progress this time? The others sported curious expressions, including Luo Bingqing. Elder Nangong responded, a lot of progress. In this half-month, they increased their levels of cultivation by 2. He is a level 8 cosmic system state. Everyone. Their faces stiffened. Is this really possible for a human being? Before, they were even proud of themselves for reaching the subsequent level in just a month. They didn't expect Luze and the girls to go above and beyond. 2 levels. Elder Nangong grinned. Do you now understand there is always someone better than you? Yes, your cultivation might be truly fast, but don't be complacent. Why did Elder Nangong choose to say it this time? Well, he didn't like the budding arrogance of the youths. Lin Kuang and the others soon realized what the old man was getting at. They nodded seriously. We understand. Luo Bingqing and the rest weren't lucky enough to own the pocket hunting dimension. They didn't get to experience countless deaths. Hence, the small bit of pride from making progress was understandable. Luo Bingqing frowned and got up. Elder, I want to enter the void border. I need to experience some battles. Lin Kuang and the others all stood up as well. We want to go too. This included Yemyu and the rest. They already became planetary states a few days ago. Luo Bingqing and the rest were star states. A lot of opportunities would be waiting for them in the void space. It would be pointless if they waited until they were cosmic system states. Chapter 1038, Bring some trump cards before leaving. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Elder Nangong smiled. Have you decided? Luo Bingqing and his team nodded firmly. Elder Nangong said, that is a wise decision. You really need to experience some battles to humble yourselves. Even if you don't need any cultivation resources since Luze provides them, you should still gather some at the void border for the human race. Lin Kuang grinned. During Zi's and Lin Ling's turn, they have conquered the territory of the Blade Demon race and acquired countless resources for our race. Now, it is high time for us to put in some effort. The crowd broke out in a grin. Xian Yuji chimed in, although we can never be as good as Zi, we will still try our best. The others nodded. What is the actual point of cultivation? For some, it is to extend their lifespan. But this is only an aspect of it. The other reason is to protect and lead the human race. Ordinary people are more likely to do it to live longer, but prodigies cared more about providing security to the entire race. Sometimes, prodigies had shorter lives than ordinary cultivators. After all, they would be the first to respond during interracial wars. The more power you possess, the greater the responsibility you will shoulder. In their current generation, they were blessed to have Luze. He kick-started the golden age of the human race. Even so, they were also representative figures and a part of the same generation. How could they not do something? Thinking about the consequences, the spirit of valor dawned upon them. Their ambitions grew. Luze smiled. Brother Lin Kuang, since you are venturing into the void space, it is only right for you to bring along some trump cards just to be safe. Luo Bingqing and the other teams were taken aback. Trump cards? What did he mean by trump cards? This wasn't anything new to Elder Nangong. But, he still looked at Luze with surprise. It seems like you guys have managed to gather some precious resources lately. Luze curled up the corners of his lips and took out a pile of one-time divine art runes and poison balls. There were a total of a few hundred one-time divine art runes. Meanwhile, the number of poison balls available piled up to form a small mountain. Elder Nangong. The excessive supply of valuable resources caused Elder Nangong's smile to freeze. Am I getting old? My vision is getting blurry. He looked at the ground again. Elder Nangong. The number of the resources didn't change. It wasn't a trick. Oh shit! How come there are so many? This is a cosmic cloud state treasure. The hairs on Elder Nangong's skin stood on ends. The treasures weren't even a cosmic system state. They were real and actual cosmic cloud state treasures. More importantly, their number was overwhelming. Luo Bingqing and the rest gawked at the pile of resources. Seeing how Elder Nangong's expression shifted, they made some conjectures. Are all of these things trump cards? There was even a shed-load of them. Is this right? For Elder Nangong's expression to change drastically, the value of those things shouldn't be trivial. Perhaps, are all of them actually peak cosmic system state trump cards? With this possibility in the forefront of their minds, everyone shuddered. All of those are too powerful. How could Ze bring out so many of them? But then again, he was a cosmic cloud state after all. The mountain of resources he brought out was pretty much useless to him. Elder Nangong took a deep breath. Calm down. I'm an elder. I must stay calm. Luze smiled. Elder Nangong, we don't need these anymore. You can hand them to other prodigies as rewards. Elder Nangong took another deep breath before he nodded. Okay. Luze urged, Brother Lin Kuang, if you really plan to visit the void space, then take some with you. He continued, the power of the poison balls is approaching the peak of the cosmic cloud state. As for the divine art rune containing a sand element, it has a level 1 cosmic cloud state power. Luze didn't forget to add, the one containing poison has level 2 cosmic cloud state power. However, note that they can only be used once, so make sure to bring some extra. Luo Bingqing and the others were Luze's friends, so he wasn't the least bit stingy with them. As a result, Luo Bingqing and the other groups were dumbfounded. They didn't know how to respond anymore. This was completely different from what they thought. Level 2 Cosmic Cloud State. The void space would explode. Moreover, didn't just Luze say he didn't need them anymore? Then, his combat power actually surpassed level 2 cosmic cloud state. Lin Ling gave out a smile. Brother, bring some with you. You might encounter cosmic system states in the void space. Nangongjing nodded. Yes. The insectoids are rampantly invading several places recently. Strangely, the void space they were in charge of was welcoming to the insectoid race. The insectoids had swarmed the place a few times already. Elder Nangong said, it's better to take some precautions. Take some cards. He grabbed a pile of poison balls and handed them to Luo Bingqing and the others. He looked at the one-time divine art runes and distributed 2 sand divine art runes and 1 poison ball divine art runes to everyone. Luo Bingqing and the others felt it was surreal. Their faces trembled. This contained a cosmic cloud state power. The human race actually had a few hundred of them. Elder Nangong waved his hand in dismissal. All right, since you guys are planning to leave, you might as well go now. Luo Bingqing and the others nodded. Elder Nangong, Zi, Nangong, we are going then. They took out the ships they received when they were appointed as young dukes and finally left. After watching them, Elder Nangong appeared proud but a little worried. He sighed. He had sent too many prodigies off. Some came back safely while some remained outside forever. But now, things operate differently. Those resources represented security. With them around, no one would dare to bother the prodigies of the human race even if they didn't have many cosmic cloud states. Elder Nangong looked at Luze and his girls. Perhaps, their group is about to leave as well. Of course, their destination was not the void space. They should be on their way to explore the elf cosmic realm. It would surely be more dangerous than any other missions they had. Nevertheless, Elder Nangong, who had practically witnessed Luze's growth, had confidence in the latter. In the near future, they would surely astound the elf cosmic realm with their greatness. He then said, you guys came at the right time. Help me excavate the alternate dimension. Chapter 1039, This is so fun. No. So meaningful. Eventually, Elder Nangong didn't prolong the work of the group. He brought out the fish he had caught before and personally grilled it for them. Alice and the other girls had helped on the side. Kai Uyuhesha then asked, Elder Nangong, where is Ying Ying? It was just at this point that Luze recalled the absence of the little girl. Elder Nangong gave them a smile. She went to White. She should be back soon. Right after saying the words, a wormhole emerged. Ying Ying exited from that tier in space. She had company behind her. It was a cute little girl, Lu Xi. They were both carrying school bags. Lu Xi hid nervously behind Ying Ying. But the latter didn't allow the other girl to shy away. Ying Ying dragged the pitiful Lu Xi and rushed over upon noticing Elder Nangong was roasting fish. Elder Nangong cracked a smile. Ying Ying is back. He looked at Lu Xi and showed an amicable expression. You must be Lu Xi, right? Lu Xi clenched her 2 hands and shivered. Saint. Hello. Oh my, it's a saint. Saint Jinyao. Even Lu Xi was merely a young kid, she often heard about the saint from the principal. Well, pretty much everyone in the Federation knew about the 12 saints. Lu Xi could not stop the anxiety within her. Elder Nangong assured her. Just call me grandfather, like Ying Ying. He had a good impression of Lu Xi. Elder Nangong even understood her profile well. This time, Lu Xi had the courage to raise her head. Realizing how Elder Nangong treated her with care, she let go of some of the nervousness she felt. Ying Ying seemed to be right though. Saint Jinyao was a kind grandfather. Nevertheless, she was still a little hesitant to start addressing him as her grandfather. Kai Uyuhesha coaxed, Xiao Xi, the elder already permitted you to treat him as your grandfather. What are you still waiting for? Lu Xi looked at Kai Uyuhesha and rejoiced. Sister Hesha. Before, her apprehension caused her to miss Kaiuyuhesha's presence. Now that she saw someone else she knew, she began to relax. She finally smiled at Elder Nangong. "Grandfather." Elder Nangong found it adorable. After all, Lu Xi was too cute. If only Jingjing was sensible enough to give him a little child to play with. He looked at Nangongjing with complaints in his heart. "Nangongjing." She held his gaze in confusion, causing Elder Nangong's mouth to twitch. How could she be infuriatingly clueless? Zi was more understanding. Carrying those thoughts, Elder Nangong looked at Luze with the desire to pin his hopes of holding his great-grandchildren soon on Luze. As for Luze, he didn't have the least bit of interest in Ying Ying. The little brat fought over food with him. This fish should be ready for consumption, right? It looked appetizing. He couldn't help but gulp. However, he suddenly felt that someone's eyes lingered on him. When he went to locate the source, he saw Elder Nangong directing a mysterious yet meaningful glance at him. "Luze. What is Elder Nangong signaling to him?" "Elder Nangong. So much for nothing." He found himself disappointed in Luze. Meanwhile, the girls had surrounded Ying Ying and Lu Xi. Kaiuyuhesha looked gently at Ying Ying, who was carrying a school bag. She was also like this when they first saw her. She inched to pat Ying Ying's hair. "Ying Ying, is attending your classes at school fun?" Ying Ying affirmed it with a nod. Her usually expressionless face had some joy in it. Nangongjing grinned. It should be Ying Ying's first time to go to school. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask me. I used to be a very good student. She wasn't just good at cultivating. She also had impeccable comprehension. As usual, Kaiuyuhesha sneered, "You talk as though you're the only one." She also patted Ying Ying's little head. "Ying Ying can ask me too. My academic performance is excellent as well." Lin Ling chimed in, "Me too." Ying Ying, shattering the moment, said, "I have already learned everything." The girls were taken aback. Is Ying Ying actually a smart student too? Lu Xi answered timidly, "It is true. Ying Ying is outstanding." She could immediately learn everything the teacher discussed after hearing it once. The girls. It finally dawned on them that she was a cosmic realm state. A being like her was inherently genius. How else would she absorb universal laws, god arts, and divine arts? The girls felt embarrassed. Nangongjing attempted to dismiss it with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, the fish is ready. Let's eat." Ying Ying tore open a wormhole and threw her bag in it before she bolted towards the roasted fish. "I'll help you, grandfather. Ying Ying is really nice." After dinner, Ying Ying took Lu Xi back to White. Luze and his girls carried a conversation with Elder Nangong. Luze said, "By the way, Elder Nangong, I forgot to give you something." Elder Nangong asked, "What is it?" Luze took out a grey rune. "This is a one-time divine art rune. It can quickly repair your wounds. As long as your head isn't crushed, you will recover." It was similar to the super regeneration divine art, but it worked even better. This divine art could even deal with hacked body parts. Moreover, its speed was top-notch among the rest. Luze had the plan to call it super speed regeneration. Elder Nangong accidentally spat the golden tea he was sipping. Isn't it practically an additional life? Chapter 1040, Sorry for interrupting, I'll leave now. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Elder Nangong looked at the divine art rune in shock. He pointed at himself. Will it still be effective on a cosmic cloud state like me? A lot of recovery-type resources existed in the universe. Usually, the stronger the cultivation of the cultivator, the lesser the effectiveness of a rune. After all, their advanced cultivation level brought about some changes in their constitution. In particular, their bodies contained more energy. Luze could understand Elder Nangong's worries. Even when he was weaker, his own super regeneration god art didn't effectively work. He smiled and nodded. Yes, it will still work. Even a peak cosmic cloud state will recover completely with this divine art rune. It is just that weaker cultivators would recover at a much faster rate. Elder Nangong. The hairs on his body stood on ends. Is Luze implying that a weakling like him, who was merely a level 1 cosmic cloud state, will have few more additional lives? And it is not just one either. Elder Nangong took a deep breath and said, I don't need it. You should use it on yourselves. Luze and his girls had to venture outside most of the time. Having the rune would be essential for their survival. As for him, he always remained within the Federation. Given his power, nothing couldn't threaten his life except for extraordinary circumstances. Luze curled up the corners of his mouth. Don't worry. We already have our own, Elder Nangong. Just take this one. He did anticipate that the old man would reject it. However, the latter should have no reason to, since each one of them already had one. Luze has a level 8 cosmic system state cultivation level. Even if he can't beat the super longworm right now, he will still be able to, once he becomes a peak cosmic system state. By then, he will have an easier time collecting more one-time divine art runes. He gave an assurance. We will get more of these soon. Elder Nangong was torn. Even though Luze wasn't lying to his face, he was still hesitant. In his opinion, no one can have too much life-saving resources. Nangong Jing urged him as well. Grandfather, Luze is right. We'll be able to get more soon. Just take it. After being confronted by Luze's and Nangong Jing's firm eyes, Elder Nangong fell silent and finally yielded. Fine then, I'll take it. The group continued to converse with Elder Nangong for a longer period before they decided to return to Jinyeo City. Dao Enlightenment Room. Luze rested on a cushion and entered his mental force dimension. In it, he found a green divine art rune and a grey divine art rune, including a blue spirit fruit. He hesitated between the two divine art runes he owned. Should he just consume the spirit fruit and learn both of the two divine arts? There might be a chance he could attain perfect mastery at once. But then again, he didn't get any cosmic cloud state beast's divine art yet. Should he just wait in the meantime and reserve the fruit until he gathers everything? Luze thought about it. In the end, he didn't touch the fruit. He would settle on gaining a beginner mastery of the two divine arts first. The little poison ball divine art was a force to be reckoned with. It was more useful than his poison god art as well. Also, a beginner mastery of super speed regeneration divine art should be significantly better than progressing the super regeneration divine art. This is a natural consequence since the latter originated from the second map. Of course, it could only be inferior. Luze soon used a drop of peak cosmic system state super purple liquid. His mental force was dramatically boosted to the point it caused him a headache. Since his senses were also heightened, the pain intensified. Still, everything remained manageable. Luze used another blue crystal. It served as a balm to alleviate the painful sensation a bit. In the next moment, Luze smiled. His advanced ability to comprehend knowledge should allow him to learn everything much faster. It would be even faster than when he learned Sand 1 divine art. Immediately, Luze used the rune of the super regeneration divine art. 3 days later, Dao Enlightenment Room. A grey spirit light was circulating Luze. Simultaneously, a grey-colored chi flowed out as a void grey rune was formed. The rune spun around Luze's body and merged with him. At this moment, he gradually opened his eyes. Super Speed Regeneration Divine Art, Beginner Mastery. It only took him 3 days. His speed had become twice as fast. Luze proceeded to learn the Little Poison Ball Divine Art. Another 3 days later, the Poison Ball Divine Art had attained beginner mastery. At this juncture, Luze stood from his seat and stretched out before he exited the Dao Enlightenment room. From the beginning, he never once got out of the room. Carefully, Luze decided to leave and disappear discreetly, without other people seeing him. Nangongjing and his girls sat in a row in front of Elder Nangong's shack. Elder Nangong was facing everyone. Nangongjing and the rest of the girls seemed lifeless. Meanwhile, Elder Nangong's face appeared stern. Since ancient times, reproducing has been the duty of the human race. You are all the top prodigies of the current generation. Surely, the children you will give birth to are guaranteed to be absurdly talented. They will become the supporting pillars of the human race in the future. Do not be self-centered. You have to consider the fate of the human race. Elder Nangong swept his serious gaze at the girls. Ever since Lu Xi visited him, the desire to hold his great-grandson escalated. Hence, it became his life goal to educate these kids. Too bad Zi wasn't here. The nonchalant Ying Ying couldn't be bothered as she watched her cartoons. However, Lu Xi listened throughout. Her face was even blushing. Having children. Shouldn't that mean doing that? Sister Hesha and brother Luze. Lu Xi gulped some saliva as scenes appeared in her mind. Her face became much flushed. She quickly shook her head. This was too exciting. Lu Xi patted her face. She looked at the helpless Kaihuyu Hesha and frowned. At this moment, a beam sliced across the air, and a figure stepped foot on the ground. It was Luze. Luze looked at the lifeless state of the girls. He was stunned. What is going on? What did they do to make Elder Nangong lecture them seriously? At this juncture, he could somehow pick out some words from the vague speech. Children. Reproducing. Sorry for the disturbance, I'll leave now. Luze was so close to escaping, but Elder Nangong sensed his presence. The old man grinned. Zi, you're finally here. Come over, I have something to tell you. Luze. He walked over with a bitter expression and reluctantly sat next to the girls. Chapter 1041, The Last Glamour of Ancestral Soul. Barbarian Race, Barbarian God Planet. In the Barbarian God Palace, the leader of the barbarian race was sitting before the statue of the ancestors. His eyes were closed as he was performing some priestly duties. At this moment, the statues lit up with bronze light, which then radiated throughout the palace. The eyes of the leader of the race suddenly opened. The ancestral statues woke up on their own. A catastrophic disaster might befall our race. What actually happened? He stood up abruptly and released his chi. Although he was only a peak cosmic system state, he had a level 1 cosmic cloud state combat power. He stared at the 5 statues. The light released by the statues gradually intensified. It created stronger vibrations as well. Moments later, the bronze light pierced the sky and extended to the cosmos. 5 Kais surged, and bit by bit, they grew stronger. Throughout the planet, the higher authorities and prodigies of the barbarian race felt the onset of the formidable phenomenon. They all looked in the direction of the barbarian god palace. What is happening? 5 powerful Kais are awakening. This is. It is the chi of the ancestors. The ancestral souls are awakening. 5 of them are waking up simultaneously. Race leader. Did he do something? Everyone was shocked. An ancestral statue is actually the soul of an ancestor of the barbarian race. Their ancestors have sealed their souls and battle will within the statues through a secret technique. It is primarily done for the protection of the barbarian race against all sorts of disasters. It represents their strongest trump card. Only cosmic cloud state barbarians could forge their ancestral soul and leave a last strand of life force to seal the soul of the cultivator. Back when the barbarian race was still a cosmic cloud state race, all their cosmic cloud states would do their best to return to their planet each time they were at death's door. It was their tradition to seal their souls if they were about to die. The 5 statues were the last glamour left behind by their ancestors. As predicted, the barbarian race did encounter disasters after the barbarian race declined. Once they did, the leader of the race, who was also a great priest, would pray to and awaken their ancestral statues. Up until now, they had successfully withstood all the ordeals. Nevertheless, not all the ancestral souls would be awakened. Even the most disastrous calamity only required 3 ancestral souls. The awakening of 5 ancestral souls was unprecedented. Everyone immediately flew towards the barbarian god palace. All of them assumed something major occurred. Mandazwang, Mandali, and the other cosmic system states guarding the palace immediately headed for the place where the ancestral statues were. Race leader? Why did you awaken all of the ancestral souls? What happened, race leader? The leader shook his head slowly as he looked at the light. I didn't wake them. All the ancestral souls did it on their own. What? Everyone's heart froze over. What could have happened to cause the sudden awakening? Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar! At this moment, 5 ancient battle roars reverberated through the world. 5 ethereal figures emerged out of the statues and charged into the air. They are truly awake, the leader murmured. The audience stood still and looked into the distance with a heavy heart. Right then, a huge wormhole was created. Strands of blood spirit light flashed. It brought along the expansion of a destructive chi. Mandali gasped. The insectoids are invading. This chi. They are fearsome insectoids. They never expected the intrusion of the insectoids in their ancestral planet. The strength of these intruders was mortifying as well. Those who participated in dealing with the Blade Demon race before shuddered. Back then, they sensed a similar chi. It's a cosmic cloud state insectoid. In comparison, the insectoid was inferior to the one they encountered on the Blade Demon territory. Even so, its power terrified them deeply. Without giving them a chance to breathe, a horde of insectoids charged out of the wormhole. Blood spirit light filled the entire space. The destructive chi dispersed and caused the surrounding 10,000 light-years of the area to quake. All the barbarians in the affected region sensed the impending danger. All of them looked in the direction of the ancestral planet. What is this? There are multiple powerful kais. This destructive chi. It belongs to the insectoid race. Damn it! What gives them the audacity to invade our ancestral planet? Go and protect the ancestral planet. Guard the barbarian god palace. Countless barbarians roared and boarded their ships. Hiss! The insectoid race was headed by 3 insectoids. 2 of them were armed with a blood-colored shell and owned 3 pairs of scythe-like forelimbs. They had tens of sharp tails on their behind. Almost every body part functioned as a weapon. The last insectoid was pitch black in color. Unlike the other 2, it only owned 4 hind limbs and a pair of sharp, sword-like forelimbs. The 2 blood insectoids were level 1 cosmic cloud states, but the black-colored one was already a level 2 cosmic cloud state. But then, their kais surpassed their cultivation level by a great deal. Their actual combat power should be far stronger than what they let on. Behind the 3 leading insectoids were a few hundred cosmic system states and tens of thousands star states. Upon witnessing this scene, all the barbarians were taken aback. At this juncture, the ancestral souls roared. Bronze light pierced through and countered the blood spirit light in an attempt to block it. Roar! With the last bit of my soul, protect my race. Fight! 5 kais ascended. The leading soul had a level 3 cosmic cloud state chi while the rest possessed level 2 cosmic cloud state chi. The nearby region quaked even more. Those present in the area felt the tremors. Tears flowed out of their eyes uncontrollably as they knelt in the same direction. It is the chi of our ancestors. Please protect us, ancestors. The face of the leader was no longer amicable. His eyes reddened as his chi soared. Barbarian race, fight alongside our ancestors. Protect our race! Everyone roared and unleashed their chi. The leader of the barbarian race looked at the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids, especially the black one. He then relayed, Dazwang, go and look for reinforcements. Ask the aid of the human race. That cosmic cloud state insectoid proved to be a formidable opponent. Even with the ancestral souls, they wouldn't be able to win against it. Man Dazwang nodded. Understood. Chapter 1042, Battle to Death. Man Dazwang gritted his teeth and dashed over to the underground base in the barbarian god palace. He needs to reach the human race quickly. If it were before, the barbarian race had no hopes of surviving the annihilation. However, things were different this time. Man Dazwang witnessed firsthand how Luze summoned a powerful beast that instantly eliminated a formidable insectoid that was even superior to the ones attacking their race. If he were to successfully notify the human race, their race would surely be saved. Planet Jinyeo. Elder Nangong criticized Luze and his girls. For an hour, he had been lecturing them. Why did he have to visit this place? If he would only get reproached, going back to cultivation was much better. Now, without a doubt, his girls would also blame this incident and vent their annoyance on him. How come he is the only one who always gets hurt? This is too unfair. Out of nowhere, a wormhole appeared in front of the wooden shack. Elder Lin came out of the hole with unconcealed desperation written all over his face. After seeing Elder Nangong together with Luze's group, he became dumbfounded. What just happened? Why are these kids being scolded? After hearing Elder Nangong mention the rise of the human race, Elder Lin became puzzled. He was about to question it, but he quickly realized what he came for. Now wasn't the right time to dawdle. He said seriously, Nangong, there is trouble. When Elder Nangong first noticed Elder Lin's arrival, he didn't mind it. The latter had enough free time since he monitored the void border with Saint Chen Yu. Given their current power, it was unlikely for a problem to arise at the border. At first, Elder Nangong thought Elder Lin only wanted to stroll somewhere and have a drink with him. Hence, he didn't stop his lecture session. Actually, he even wanted to drag Elder Lin into pressuring the kids. However, he had to pause at this point. He could sense the urgency. Luze and his group revealed a grateful smile to Elder Lin. It appeared as though they had recovered their vitality. All of their eyes fell upon Elder Lin. They were shocked by the seriousness of his expression. Elder Nangong frowned. Old Lin, what happened? He quickly racked his brains and quickly asked, did those little guys run into trouble in the void space? In his mind, it was the only possibility that could make Elder Lin distressed. Elder Lin shook his head. It concerns the barbarian race. Barbarian race? Elder Nangong and Luze's group didn't expect this answer. They were considered an indomitable race among cosmic system state civilizations. What could threaten them? Elder Lin explained, an insectoid tide just appeared there. 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids led the horde of insectoids. One of them is almost as strong as the one we encountered at the Blade Demon territory. What? Elder Nangong exclaimed. Such a powerful insectoid invaded the barbarian race. The cosmic cloud state insectoid they saw last time was a level 3 cosmic cloud state, but it possessed a level 5 cosmic cloud state combat power. Without Luze's summoning crystal, it would have been much tougher to deal with the disaster. Elder Lin nodded. They are down to their last resort. By the looks of it, they won't last any longer. I have already taken a few minutes to travel from Shenyu. We have to add the time in transmitting the distress call. Their situation should be dire right now. Elder Nangong furrowed his brows. Is it exceptionally serious? Elder Lin answered, they are on the brink of annihilation. Elder Nangong's eyes narrowed. It was more critical than they had expected. The barbarian race had been their ally, especially when the human race was still budding and weak. If they chose to ignore the humans back then then the current generation would end up in a tougher predicament. He looked at Ying Ying and took a deep breath. It is our duty to help the barbarian race. Elder Lin agreed with a nod. I thought so too. We shouldn't be ungrateful. On the side, the eyes of Luze and his girls recovered their luster. What a perfect opportunity to escape. He broke out in a grin. Elders, why don't we bring Ying Ying along and go over right away? Elder Nangong agreed. All right, in that case, you guys should leave now. Elder Lin took out 2 silver runes. They bought them from the trade planet last time. They were transport runes. It was meant to be used in a grave situation like now. If one of the races in our alliance is in danger, we have to send reinforcements immediately. Remember, one will take you to the barbarian race. The other one can help you return. Luze took them and nodded. I understand. He even considered remaining at the barbarian race for a few days in order to make the old man forget about what happened today. They exchanged glances. A tacit agreement had been formed quickly. Luze patted Ying Ying's little head. Ying Ying questioned, "What's wrong, Luze?" Luze curled up the corners of his mouth. "Let's go. We will treat you to a delicious meal." Ying Ying's eyes lit up. "Really?" Luze replied, "Of course." Ouch! Nangong Jing punched Luze's head. Even his other girls sent a death stare at him. This bastard is tricking Ying Ying into eating an insectoid. Aren't there better things to eat? It is basically all his fault why Ying Ying cannot distinguish what should be eaten. She now eats everything. Lu Xi retreated. Ying Ying and the sisters had to leave, right? Did that mean she has to stay with the saint by herself? She wants to go home right at this very moment. Kai Uyahesha rubbed Lu Xi's head. "Xiao Xi, just stay here and play." Elder Nangong assured her with a smile. "Xiao Xi, this place is really fun. I taught Jing Jing everything when she was young. Look at how good she has grown up." Luze. In the next moment, Luze crushed a rune. Silver light wrapped around them, making them disappear instantly. Barbarian God Planet. The leader of the race asked, "Why would an insectoid with a level like yours intrude here?" The black cosmic cloud state insectoid said, "Your barbarian race has more resources than we imagined." Sure enough, your race is truly a cosmic cloud state race in the past. The leader was going to retort, but the black cosmic cloud state insectoid shrieked. "Kill all living things! Take the resources back to our master!" The leader's expression changed, and he roared. "Barbarian race! Fight to the death!" Hopefully, the human race could arrive sooner. Chapter 1043, Concrete Understanding. The black cosmic cloud state insectoid led the charge towards the barbarian race. The 5 ancestral souls roared as the bronze light around them flared up like the sun. Their chi grew even stronger. Looking from afar, the 5 souls seemed to be burning. Seeing this, the eyes of the barbarian race's leader reddened. He gritted his teeth and roared. "Kill!" His bulky figure glowed with bronze runes. His black hair instantly turned pale. Simultaneously, his chi suddenly shot up again. A bronze figure appeared behind him and also roared. Eventually, the figure fused with his body. He stepped foot in space and caused some fractures. His figure disappeared then and there. The cosmic cloud state combat power couldn't be detected on the spot anymore. At the same time, a battle erupted in a faraway place. The universe was quaking. The resulting shockwave pulverized most of the nearby planets. The cosmic system states of the barbarian race also clashed with the cosmic system states of the insectoid race. Their battles also created terrifying storms. With the barbarian god planet as the center, the surrounding thousands of light years became a chaotic battlefield. The cosmos continued to quiver as countless planets were destroyed. Various spirit lights crowded the galaxy. Deafening sounds consisting of roars and shrieks echoed everywhere. From time to time, either an insectoid was torn to pieces, or someone from the barbarian race was slain. An ocean of blood drowned the entire region. Yang. Man Yang, a cosmic system state, was being attacked by two cosmic system state insectoids. His body was pierced through by sharp insectoid limbs. Blood instantly poured out from his wound. The cosmic system state barbarian on the side witnessed the exchange and roared. His left hand released blood mist as he clenched his right hand and attacked the insectoids that were about to cut off Man Yang's head. Rumble. The insectoid fell back. Still, he didn't stop in his tracks and swung his leg through the insectoid. Man Yang took out a green rune and crushed it. A green light encompassed his wound. He looked at the broken arm of the barbarian earlier. His pale face snarled. Kill. He didn't rest at all. His bulky body withered as a puddle of blood formed around him. The two kept attacking the other insectoids. Man Kun, Manchu, and the other prodigies of the barbarian race were also defending against the insectoid tide. The wave of insectoids consisted of planetary state insectoids. Defend until death. We must not let these insectoids breach our sacred ancestral planet. Man Kun roared. Tens of thousands of planetary state prodigies of the barbarian race burned their spirit force. Rumble. 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 The two sides clashed, and the resulting explosion rang through the entire planet. The powerful shockwave caused the entire place to shake. The scene was akin to doomsday. The sky was permanently dyed red as countless bodies rained down. The intensity was overwhelming because of the sheer number of corpses. Even though the exchange of blows was short, hundreds of bodies already descended from the sky, further tainting the ground red. Man Kun's face grew hideous. Complicated runes glowed on his skin as he held his giant sword. With every cut, sharp sword rays hacked swarms of insectoids. Even so, the sea of insectoids was endlessly sweeping past them without any decrease in number. Manchu, who was next to Man Kun, killed the other insectoids he could. The other prodigies near them formed a barrier in order to stop the planetary state insectoids from gaining access to the planet. Some barbarians were stronger than Man Kun. They were nearing the star state. However, the others were merely mortal evolution states. Despite the disadvantage, they didn't show signs of wanting to retreat. As time went on, the faces of the barbarian race's prodigies lost their color. Their attacks were greatly weakened, but more and more insectoids were still inching closer. Manchu's eyes flashed with despair. Kun, we won't be able to stop this soon. The veins on Man Kun's hands popped as he slashed a row of insectoids. He roared, we have to try. We must hold on until Ze arrives. The other barbarians roared. Kun, are you sure the human race will lend their hand? There are 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids here. Even our ancestral souls are no match for them. They could clearly sense the feeble chi of the ancestral souls and the leader of the race. Unfortunately, the chi of the 3 leading insectoids remained unaffected. The disparity in strength was substantial. Would the human race really risk their lives to help them? Man Kun shouted, they definitely will. Hold on. They will surely come. The prodigies squeezed out the remaining bit of their power once more. Right now, they had no other option but to wait for reinforcements from the human race. At this juncture, in the depths of the insectoid tide, a silver light flashed. Once it vanished, Luze and his girls emerged. Hiss! The nearby planetary state insectoids were taken aback, but they still charged at the group. Before Luze and his team could even look around, they felt countless violent chi directed at them. Kyuyuhesha furrowed her brows. A pink light flashed and the surrounding planetary states were immobilized. Like a virus, each and every insectoid in the entire planet was paralyzed. All of them shrieked. On the other hand, the faces of the prodigies from the barbarian race worsened. It appeared as though the insectoids were launching their ultimate attack. All at once, the chi of the insectoid race turned chaotic. Their bodies even dropped down like flies and formed myriad layers around the planet. This scene stunned the prodigies of the barbarian race. Their gazes shifted between the insectoids on the ground and the once infested clear skies. Only those who had been to the Blade Demon territory had smiles on their faces. Man Kun announced, "They are here. The human race is here. Our reinforcements are here. Luze and the girls are here." The rest of the prodigies had heard enough of Luze and his girls. All the cosmic system states who participated in dealing with the Blade Demon race constantly mentioned them. The young cosmic cloud state prodigies were naturally curious. But when they saw them personally, they had a more concrete understanding. In an instant, that doomsday-like disaster had faded into nothingness. They were truly and incredibly formidable. Luze frowned. "This situation is quite serious. Let's go and help." Chapter 1044, pressed a like for himself. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. A star state from the barbarian race was being ganged up on by the insectoids. The battle had only begun for a few minutes, but numerous barbarians had lost their lives. Several more were injured. "Damned insectoids! Bastards! Die!" The remaining barbarians roared with reddened eyes. A star state is usually a few hundred years old in terms of age. Even in a very powerful race like the barbarian race, the number of star states is scarce. Throughout the years, most of them were acquainted with each other. They were either friends or closely related by blood. It broke their heart to watch their comrades die in battle. Just as when the situation reached the point of hopelessness, a deep black demonic chi suddenly encompassed the insectoids. Demonic flames swallowed the star state insectoids inside its core. Hiss! A tortured howl reverberated through the area, but in just a brief instant, it stopped. The demonic flames disappeared along with tens of thousands of insectoids. The barbarians who witnessed the gruesome annihilation were taken aback. Did all of those insectoids just die? As Luze perused the surroundings, he realized how grave the casualty was. Everyone was riddled with wounds or knocking at death's door. Seeing it, he said, "Lee, Alice, go and treat them. We'll help the others." Lee obeyed. Alice glanced across the battlefield and felt sympathetic. She gave Ze a nod. "Don't worry, Senior, leave this to us." The two girls approached the battlefield and flashed with green light, which then began to surround the whole region. All the barbarians immediately began to recover while those who were nearly dead were able to stabilize their condition and heal completely. Following such, Luze, Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Linling went to the cosmic system state battlefield. There were a few hundred cosmic system states on each side. The insectoids had more, but they couldn't still gain an overwhelming advantage. Unfortunately, a few of the cosmic system state barbarians met their untimely death. Those who were still standing sustained grave injuries. Luze frowned and opened his hand. Then, he clenched it tightly. Accordingly, a ball of sand surged in space and went to wrap around the cosmic system state insectoids. Having achieved perfect mastery of Sand One divine art with his current cultivation level, Luze's attack was inherently powerful. His strength was unparalleled. Almost in an instant, the sand ball shrunk in size until it was only 1 meter. Luze opened his palm. In coordination, the sand ball also vanished. A ball-shaped pile consisting of cosmic system state carcasses remained in its place. The cosmic system states of the barbarian race. They were shaken to their core. The battlefield suddenly became quiet. Everyone gasped. At this point, another deafening sound interrupted the peace. The figures of Luze and the girls were finally revealed. Those cosmic system states who grew closer to the human race during the conquest of the Blade Demon race approached immediately. Man Yi looked desperately at Luze. "Ze, please help our leader and ancestral souls. They can't last long. Ze, please help them." Luze saw a lot of familiar faces. Man Yang, who boarded the same ship last time, was present. He was covered with wounds and on the verge of withering. Even so, he didn't mind the pain. He dashed over just to plead his worries to Luze. Luze said, "Don't worry, elders, we'll head there now. You guys should recover first. Lin Ling, treat them." Lin Ling followed his instructions. Hearing that Luze agreed, some barbarians fainted on the spot. The remaining ones looked at Luze gratefully. Luze then left with Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. Meanwhile, Lin Ling assured the rest with a smile. "Don't worry, Ze will save your leader and ancestral soul. Get yourselves treated first." She glanced at the unconscious Man Yang as she inserted a green light from her hand into the latter. Immediately, his life force stabilized while his injuries recovered rapidly. In a short moment, Man Yang's life force had returned to its previous state. The barbarians gasped. This ability was so terrifying. Man Yang was a high-level cosmic system state. He was on the brink of death moments ago. How come the human girl can easily revive him without much difficulty? It was an unimaginable power. Is she perhaps a cosmic cloud state as well? In the distant space considerably far away from the barbarian god planet, sounds of battles echoed incessantly. Nothing had changed regarding the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids. However, the 5 ancestral souls were already forced to burn their own souls to raise their combat power. Despite their efforts, they could only barely stop the cosmic cloud state insectoids. After a clash, the 2 sides parted their ways. The 5 souls' light dimmed down. The leader of the barbarian race was riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, the 3 insectoids were still perfectly fine. The black cosmic cloud state sneered. "You burned your souls just to increase your combat power abruptly. After this battle, all your ancestral souls will disintegrate. Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if you choose not to burn it, we will still rip it apart." The insectoids never left anyone alive. They didn't even spare the souls. "It seems you guys are at your limit. Let's not waste time then." Just when it was about to attack, it suddenly turned around. Cosmic cloud states joined again? 1, 2, 3, 6. Allies of the barbarian race. But their chi is a bit weak. The strongest is probably a level 2 cosmic cloud state. They are incapable of hindering us. The black insectoid agreed. How dare they interfere with us? Let's find their race and annihilate it too. Meanwhile, the leader of the barbarian race rejoiced. They were finally here. Although Luze's power appeared insufficient, he knew everything would be taken care of because of the former's formidable super master. They had nothing to worry about now. Luckily, he agreed to become allies with the human race. Otherwise, the barbarian race would probably end up becoming a wandering race this time. The leader of the barbarian race gave himself a like. Chapter 1045, Mourn across the entire race. At this moment, some movement in space occurred. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha appeared thereafter. As soon as they did, the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids, the leader of the barbarian race, and 5 ancestral souls looked over. The black insectoids said coldly, "No matter what species you belong to, you have successfully secured the annihilation of your race." High-level insectoids didn't care about the death of low-level insectoids. They were merely tools for high-level insectoids to discard. The insectoids were just infuriated by the audacity of Luze and his group to interfere with their plans. This shouldn't be tolerated. Luze looked at the 3 insectoids and raised a brow. They appeared so ferocious. He said telepathically, "Ying Ying." Ying Ying's clear voice entered his head. "What's wrong? Look at these 3 insectoids, don't they look appetizing?" Ying Ying responded with a disgusted tone, "No, they don't look appetizing." Luze. Is he still talking to the real Ying Ying? Did she just refuse to eat? The insectoids saw Luze gasp in shock and sneered. Did you just recognize fear now? Too late though. Your race will be obliterated. Luze ignored the insectoids and focused his attention on communicating telepathically. Just kill them then. Ying Ying said, oh. In the next second, the three cosmic cloud states suddenly vanished in thin air like they never existed. Barbarian race leader. What happened? Where did they go? He couldn't feel their chi anymore. Not even a trace was left. Even Luze and girls were dazed. They couldn't also tell how it occurred. Luze was at a loss for words. Sure enough, she was Boss Ying Ying. She was unmatched. Best to let her eat more. I'm a mature adult now. I won't fight over food with little kids. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. At this juncture, the five ancestral souls experienced fluctuations. Their lights dimmed, finally revealing their appearance. There were 5 20-meter-tall figures. Their faces appeared relieved. Their souls grew more ethereal. They were the farthest thing from reality. The eyes of the leader of the race reddened. His wrinkled face quivered as he said, "Ancestors, you guys." He, wanting to grab the souls, reached out his hand, but the 5 ancestors simply nodded at him and looked at Luze's group. They smiled. Then, the 5 figures disintegrated and fused with the universe. Luze and the girls had complicated emotions. Meanwhile, the leader's hand was hanging midair as his face was filled with disbelief. Tears soon trickled down his face. He opened his mouth. Ancestors? No, no. Ever since the barbarian race had declined, the ancestors protected them for a long time. But now, all of them have vanished. Luze sighed. If only it were possible, he could have helped them preserve the ancestral souls. Unfortunately, the souls had already exhausted the last fragment of their power. He didn't have the ability to properly safeguard their souls. Luze was torn to watch the leader of the barbarian race cry like a young boy. Although it was his first time to meet the leader, the latter showed his vulnerable side. He seemed so helpless right now. One could tell how important the ancestral souls were to the barbarian race. In the distance, there were battlefields consisting of cosmic system states, star states, and planetary states. When the Kais of the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids disappeared, all the barbarians were taken aback. What is going on? Are they killed? That quickly? When they confirmed that the mountain-like chi was gone for the second time, they all rejoiced. They really disappeared. Ha ha ha, this is great. Everyone was celebrating. But in the next second, their smiles stiffened. Their eyes carried disbelief as they reddened. Tears began to burst out. The entire cosmos fell silent. After some time, Man Yi, feeling numb, asked, "How is this possible?" He disappeared from the spot and charged towards the battlefield. Right after, all the other cosmic system states dashed towards the cosmic cloud state battlefield. Even the star states and planetary states rushed over like crazy despite knowing it was pointless. Luze and the girls didn't know what to say. At this moment, several Kais approached rapidly. This included Man Yi and peak cosmic system states. They were followed by countless cosmic system states. The crowd went to the leader of the race. After seeing how pale and old he had become, everyone couldn't accept the reality before them. Race. Leader. Is this truly their leader? Their leader looked up to meet their eyes. When they noticed his overflowing tears, their hearts froze over. Man Yi spoke with difficulty, "Race leader, where are the ancestral souls?" They, wanting to get an answer they liked, appeared hopeful. However, the leader remained listless. Seeing this, everyone's hearts sank. They cried and roared. No! No! When the heartbroken wails erupted, those other barbarians on their way froze on the spot. Several cultivators cried. No! Ancestors. Impossible. Argh. I don't believe it. The grieving period went on for a long time until finally, their leader took a deep breath. Then, his chi surged as his voice was transmitted to everyone. For a long time now, the ancestral souls have protected our race for 12,384 years. Today, the insectoids barged their way in and invaded us. Our ancestors used the last bit of their souls to preserve the lives of our race. With their sacrifice, we were given a chance to hang on and wait for the human reinforcements. He closed his eyes. After this battle, the ancestral souls have departed. The entire race grieves. Chapter 1046, The Universe is Truly Small. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Within the range of 100,000 light-years, all the barbarians seemed to have lost their spirit. Did the ancestral souls disintegrate just like that? What if their leader is only sleep-talking? They didn't have the courage to accept the truth. Each planet of the barbarian race had its respective barbarian god palace. The statue of their ancestors resided in those establishments. In their hearts, their ancestors stood as their guardian angels. But now, are they truly gone forever? They couldn't accept the reality. The tormented voice of their leader was transmitted once again. The ancestral souls have passed over. The entire race grieves for them. His voice struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The crowd lost the colors on their faces. Is it real? Did the souls of their ancestors succumb to the afterlife? Back in the battlefield, the cosmic system state, star state, and planetary state barbarians knelt in the direction of the ancestral souls. Luze and the girls felt shocked to witness the scene. Countless barbarians were kneeling to pay their respects. One could tell the significance of the souls to the barbarian race. They were on par with the importance of the 12 saints of the human race to humans. Perhaps they were revered much more than that. After a long while, the leader of the race stood up. The rest followed suit. The leader, forcing out a smile, approached Luze and the girls. He said genuinely, "Aren't you Luze? You are the person the others have been talking about? Thank you for saving our race. We would love to express our gratitude, but the souls of our ancestors have just passed over. Right now, we won't be able to hold a feast for you." Luze gave the leader a nod. "Don't mention it. Dealing with the passing of your ancestors takes precedence. The barbarian race has also aided the human race in the past. Hence, you don't need to mind such formalities." The leader of the barbarian race could finally breathe with ease. "Thank you for understanding." The leader had to offer at least that much because Luze was an important figure. He couldn't offend an omnipotent cultivator. Back then, the barbarians couldn't even tell how the 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids were eliminated. Luze's mysterious master also gave them a fright. They should avoid displeasing such a being if possible. Thereafter, the leader of the barbarian race led Luze and the girls away from the battlefield and escorted them back to the ancestral planet. After expressing their sincere apologies, all the barbarians proceeded to the barbarian god palace. The leader allowed Man Yang, Man Kun, Man Shu, and some of the others to accompany Luze. In the warp dimension near the barbarian race, a milky white crystal ship was flying rapidly. Yilei, Fred, and 2 beings from the Golden Spear race were aboard. One platinum-haired woman, who had a curvaceous figure and lustrous metallic skin, said, "We are about to reach our destination. Kager, this is your first mission. Get used to it. There are only 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids there. They are not invincible. Fred and I will attack. You can watch with Yilei on the side." A man with spiky and gold-colored hair nodded. "All right, big sister Miriam." In truth, he felt a bit nervous. He recently raised his cultivation level to the cosmic cloud state. This would be his first time doing a mission issued by the crisp green blade. Yilei patted him on the shoulder. "Relax, Kager. The missions assigned by the crisp green blade this time are not difficult to accomplish. I have already completed one. Cager asked, by the way Fred, didn't your own race post a mission? Both of you claimed the mission. How come you didn't finish it? Fred and Yilei didn't expect the question. They soon recalled the human cultivator and the mortifying cosmic cloud state pet he owned back at the border of the Blade Demon race. Their hairs stood on ends. The prodigy left a lasting and deep impression on the two. Fred looked at Miriam. It is not important. Someone else completed it first. Miriam looked at Fred in surprise. Upon seeing that Fred wasn't interested in continuing the conversation, she didn't push him. The atmosphere fell silent. Even the talkative Yilei kept his mouth shut. Yilei sent a telepathic message. Brother Fred, 5 months have passed. Still, the prodigy from the human race didn't look for us. Does he really not care about those mission points? Fred surmised, that might be a possibility. He is definitely not simple. The talent of his pet has far surpassed even the elf princess. A prodigy like him doesn't lack anything. He probably doesn't have any need for mission points. Yilei remarked, Brother Fred, I have thought of something bold. Fred interrupted him. No, don't even think about it. Even if that human prodigy didn't take the mission rewards, we can't steal it. What will happen if that prodigy decided to visit the crystal race one day? How will you explain yourself then? The mission rewards might be enticing, but there was no need to offend someone like Luze over it. Yilei laughed it off. It was merely a suggestion. He found it a pity to waste the rewards. However, after thinking about it more, he soon gave up the idea. At this juncture, Fred suddenly announced, We are here. Everyone looked outside the window, only to be greeted by the tranquil space. Cager asked, Big Sister Miriam, did we land at the wrong location? Miriam frowned. This should be right. An intense battle took place here recently. Fred said, 1, 2, 3. 15 cosmic cloud states? Why can I detect several Kais here? This didn't match the information they received. 15? I thought there are only 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids to deal with. Fred and Miriam looked at each other and then looked in the direction of the massive bronze planet Barbarian God Planet. Fred questioned, This should be the territory of the barbarian race, right? They used to be a cosmic cloud state civilization in the past. We should try asking. Miriam nodded. On the planet, Man Yang and his companions led Luze and his girls around the planet. There could have been breathtaking sights all around. However, the corpses of the insectoids ruined the scenery. Now, there wasn't anything to look at. Even if a lot of barbarians were cleaning up the mess, it would still take them a while to restore the charm of the place. Luze and his group were a bit embarrassed to still be escorted around despite the predicament of the barbarians. They just lost their ancestors permanently. Should he try sending them back to the barbarian god palace then? They seemed really keen to go. However, something alarmed Luze. He looked up in the air and furrowed his brows. Someone is coming. Nangongjing asked, How come 2 of the Kais are quite familiar? Luze remarked, Oh, perhaps you are right. Lin Ling said, Shouldn't they belong to the 2 cultivators from the crystal race we encountered in the territory of the Blade Demon race? Lu Li chimed in, Those 2 cultivators from the crystal race? Why are they here? Could it be? During their previous encounter, those 2 cultivators chased after the insectoids and ended up in the Blade Demon territory. Did they come here for the same reason this time? Luze then remarked, This universe is really a small place. Chapter 1047, Things Don't Seem Right. The crystal ship soon made its way into the barbarian god planet. At this moment, 2 cosmic system state barbarians stopped in front of the ship. They looked imposing as they wore cold expressions. One of the barbarians probed, Who are you? The barbarian race had turned vigilant at this time. It was a necessity since the leader of the race and the rest of the cultivators were currently paying their respects to the ancestral souls. The sacred period couldn't be interrupted. The occupants of the ship frowned. Since time immemorial, they were revered as the top-notch prodigies of a prominent cosmic cloud state civilization. Hence, no cosmic system state civilization had treated them like this. It greatly irked them. When Fred scanned the place outside the window, he saw the dense cluster of corpses. He was taken aback. "Look at the surface of the planet," Kager said. As expected, the insectoid tide plagued this planet. Miriam frowned. "This shouldn't be right. Those 3 cosmic cloud state insectoids might not stand a chance against us, but that shouldn't be the case for the barbarian race. How could they defeat them?" Fred agreed with a nod. "Let's ask them." Outside the ship, 4 figures appeared. The barbarians felt stunned by their arrival. As it turned out, the masters of the Crystal race and the Golden Spear race have graced us. I apologize for the rudeness. The Golden Spear race and the Crystal race were deemed the strongest cosmic cloud state races in the whole elf cosmic realm. Even before the decline of the barbarian race, they still couldn't compare with the 2 races. Since they were rather easygoing, the barbarians didn't need to needlessly worry. One of the barbarians said, "Our leader is worshipping the souls of our ancestors. He is unable to greet you. Please forgive us." "Souls of your ancestors?" Miriam raised a brow. "Are you referring to the souls of your ancestors from 10,000 years ago?" Miriam also heard about them before. The barbarian confirmed. "Yes, master from the Golden Spear race." Yulei communicated telepathically. "Did something happen to the soul of their ancestors?" Miriam replied, "Is it because of the insectoid tide? Let's confirm it." Kager smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be formal. We were led here due to an emergency. I want to ask a few questions." One of the barbarians asked, "Masters, are you going to inquire about the insectoid tide?" Yulei said, "It must be true then. Your race recently faced an insectoid tide. Then, forgive my straightforwardness, I don't think your race can subjugate those cosmic cloud state insectoids." Before he could finish, his face suddenly turned to the side where a few figures made themselves known. It was Luze and his girls. Yulei and Fred were taken back. Yulei exclaimed, "It is you." As fate would have it, the human prodigy was here. Fred smiled. It turned out to be brother Luze. "I have been wondering how the cosmic cloud state insectoids are eradicated swiftly. I now know the answer after seeing you." Miriam. Kager. The other 2 were confused. Yulei often overreacted, so they didn't find his response reliable. But for Fred to actually smile. Miriam knew Fred was a prideful cultivator. How could he be smiling right now? She began to doubt whether she was actually awake. When she turned to observe Luze, she discovered he was merely a level 8 cosmic system state human. What is special about him then? Why would Fred and Yulei behave oddly? Luze grinned. It turned out to be brother Fred and brother Yulei. What a coincidence that we meet again. Fred pointed out, "You are the one who helped the barbarian race to deal with the insectoid tide, aren't you, brother Luze? I have a feeling you have closer ties to the barbarian race." "Do you?" During their encounter at the Blade Demon territory, a few barbarians were also present. Luze curled the corners of his lips and nodded, "Yes, the human race has established an alliance with the barbarian race a few thousand years ago. They have taken care of us in the past." Manyang and his fellow barbarians looked at Luze gratefully. They also witnessed the events in the Blade Demon territory. Naturally, they recognized the 2 cultivators from the Crystal race back then. Luze's remark was enough to urge the Crystal race to value the barbarian race more. As expected, both Yulei and Fred spared another glance at the latter. Even Miriam and Kager did so too. Fred smiled. Ah, that should explain it. It is not a surprise you would lend a hand. The barbarian race has a deep foundation. 10,000 years ago, they used to be a cosmic cloud state civilization. Speaking of which, there seems to be a connection between us two. Mankun and the others. What connection? If they were truly connected, then how come they hadn't set foot on the barbarian race planet for so many years? Luze then said, "Did you come here to complete a mission? I accidentally eliminated your mission target again." Miriam's and Kager's eyes narrowed. Again? Did this level 8 cosmic system state human poach Fred's mission before? It gradually dawned on them that the human before them did finish Fred's previous mission in the Blade Demon territory. How is it possible? But he is merely a level 8 cosmic system state though. Where did he get the skill to steal a mission from a level 3 cosmic cloud state like Fred? What universal joke is this? More shocking than the previous points were the warm treatment of Fred and Yilei. They humbled themselves before a human. Kager looked strangely at Yilei and Fred. Are they bewitched or something? Yilei waved his hand to dismiss it and smiled. What are you talking about, brother Luze? We're just too slow this time. Fred followed up with a nod. Don't mind such trivial things. It has been 5 months since. Oh shit. Level 8 cosmic system state. Earlier, Fred was so shocked to see Luze again that he failed to sense Luze's current cultivation level. Yilei. How long has it been? Only 5 months, right? When they met Luze before, he was just a level 2 cosmic system state. In these 5 months, did he just become a level 8 cosmic system state already? But that would imply that he advanced more than 1 level a month. What kind of monster did they meet? Miriam and Kager were stunned for different reasons. They were familiar with the nonchalant and proud Fred. Why is suddenly swearing now? Where did the Fred they know go? What is so shocking about a mere level 8 cosmic system state? It doesn't make sense. Miriam communicated telepathically. Kager, stay vigilant. There might be something strange here. Perhaps a powerful being is lurking. Did something happen to Fred and Yilei without them knowing? Kager nodded seriously. There is clearly a problem here. Chapter 1048, for convenience sake. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze smiled. Is there a problem? During this time, his cultivation rate simply increased twofold after mooching off the grand battle in the pocket hunting dimension. But to outsiders, the incredibly faster rate was absurd. Fred and Yilei shook their heads stiffly. Fred responded awkwardly, "No, there is nothing. This human bypassed 5 levels within the cosmic system state in just 5 months. He even owned a terrifying pet." Fred has now become certain of his hunch. Surely, a supreme being is supporting Luze. Perhaps this expert recognized something special in the latter. Luze might be extraordinarily talented. There was no other logical explanation for his abrupt progress. Even an endless supply of cultivation resources wouldn't cut it. Regardless, it was a private matter they shouldn't pry into. Luze was purely a prodigy that belonged to the universal level. Even the elf princess couldn't compare with the peerless human. Miriam smiled. Fred, who are they? Why don't you introduce them to us? Fred returned the smile. This is a prodigy from the human race, Luze. His talent is unparalleled. When I met him 5 months ago, he was just a level 2 cosmic system state. Fred didn't intend to hide anything from his close acquaintances. In the near future, Luze's exceptional talent and unmatched power will be known by the entire elf cosmic realm. Every race will be able to recognize his alarming aptitude. Skipping 5 levels within a prominent state in just 5 months. This refers to the cosmic system state though. Immediately, the other 2 cultivators looked at Luze in a different light. This could explain Fred's unusual attitude upon learning the human had become a level 8 cosmic system state. So that turned out to be the reason. How could someone possess an unrivaled talent? Wait a minute, something else wasn't right. Why can the human race produce a godlike prodigy? Who else is supporting Luze? What else could explain the leap in his progress? Is it really just the unlimited supply of resources and his inherent talent? Miriam and Kager immediately made conjectures that caused their skins to crawl. Miriam telepathically said, "Fred, who is backing up this human?" Fred answered, "I don't know either. I am not naive enough to question him. When I encountered him before, he owned a level 1 cosmic cloud state pet with a level 6 or level 7 combat power. His pet knows space god art." Miriam. Oh my! Did they meet a maniac? Is he a prince from an eminent empire or a well-connected organization then? What is his actual family background? Fred was puzzled. "I don't know anything. It is plausible though." After a period of silence, Miriam smiled at Luze. "I didn't expect brother Luze to be a divine prodigy. Please excuse my rudeness. I am Miriam, a prodigy from the Golden Spear race. This is a younger fellow from my race, Kager." Luze amicably returned the greeting. "Hello." The features of the Golden Spear race were closer to the human race. Aesthetically speaking, from the perspective of a human, Miriam was a rare, breathtaking goddess of beauty. Except for the metallic lustrous skin, she could even pass off as a human. Nangongjing and the rest of Luze's girls instantly narrowed their eyes. Even if they belonged to distinct races, others might confuse their origins if it weren't for the difference in skin color. The girls couldn't stand Luze glancing at Miriam. When Luze sensed the animosity, he quickly introduced, "These are my lovers." This time, his girls revealed a triumphant smirk. Fred then said, "It is only right for brother Luze to claim the reward points for the 2 missions. There should be a lot. Aren't you going to collect them?" Only then did Luze realize that he practically accomplished 2 missions already. Should he take a look then? He thought about it and asked the girls telepathically. "What do you girls think? Should we go?" Kyoyohesha replied, "I think we should. The elf race will surely offer valuable items." Nangongjing agreed. "We really should. If we return now, the old man is going to pester us again." All of them instinctively stiffened. This was a crucial matter. Luze nodded. "All right, let's have a look," Luze replied to Fred. The eyes of the 4 prodigies lit up. It was in their best interest to form a connection with Luze as early as possible. Yulei said, "In that case, let's go together, brother Luze. We have to finish missions right now too." Luze gave the other party a nod. They didn't know their way through the elf cosmic realm. It would be much easier to navigate the place with the help of these 2 cosmic cloud state prodigies. He looked at Mankun and his companions. He then asked, "Will you be able to wait a while until things are settled here?" Luze was a bit reluctant to leave since he wanted to watch over the barbarian race in the meantime. After all, he had to honor the alliance, and Mankun was personally his friend. After hearing the response of the other party, Fred and his group hesitated. They, however, gave a nod in the end. Miriam said, "In that case, we'll wait with brother Luze." They were pressed for time. Even so, the rewards tied with completing a mission from the crisp green blade weren't important as building a good relationship with Luze. Mankun and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that top-tier prodigies were willing to waste their time for Luze. Didn't this mean that Luze's talent was unsurpassable? Simultaneously, they felt thrilled by the developments. After all, their races had close relations. For convenience sake, you might as well count Luze as a barbarian. Man Yang quickly offered, "Then, I'll arrange a place to stay for you." The leader of the barbarian race and the elders took a day to pay respect to the souls of their ancestors. Thereafter, they also planned to hold a banquet to welcome the prodigies. Fred and the rest expressed their desire to form tactical cooperation with the allies of the human race. They would suggest the idea to the heads of the Crystal race and the Golden Spear race once they return. It was the wisest plan for them. The barbarian race was much more elated by the prospect. They just lost their strongest trump card with the passing of the ancestral souls. It would be best if they could work with the Crystal race and the Golden Spear race. This bridge was only made possible by Luze. As a result, the high-level officials of the barbarian race both respected and felt grateful towards Luze. On the other hand, Luze was quite embarrassed. Life still had to go forward amidst the pain. During the third day, Luze and his girls finally boarded the New Dawn and left the planet with Fred and his team. Chapter 1049, Promise me, don't be a sucker, okay? A day later, back in the center of the East region, a fluctuation in space occurred. From it, the New Dawn and the ship of the Crystal race emerged. Luze and his girls just finished their breakfast. Currently, they were resting on the couch. Luze curled up the corners of his lips. We are back on the trade planet again. It feels as though they had visited the place a long time ago. They once encountered the purple scale race in this area. Luze began to wonder whether they were annihilated by the insectoids. Luze missed them. Lu said, this cosmic system state ship earned its name accurately. It took us very long to reach this place last time. With our current ship, we only needed a week to reach the place. Nangongjing and the other girls nodded. Previously, it felt as though they went through ordeals just to reach the planet. But this time, they merely closed their eyes and cultivated for a bit. In the next second, they had already arrived. Lin Ling said, it never entered my mind that the crisp green blade will establish a branch in the East region. I thought we needed to visit the elf race. The crisp green blade founded departments across the 4 cardinal directions. The one constructed for the East region was located at the trade planet. Fred and his group had already agreed that they would report the completion of the mission first with Luze. Alice nodded. I had the same thoughts. Originally, I wanted to visit the elf race as well. Luze cracked up a smile. We still have the opportunity to do so in the future. In their minds, as long as they had sufficient power, they could just directly visit the place. Luze himself was quite curious too. Soon, the 2 ships docked at the space station of the trade planet. There were much fewer ships than when they visited last time. As soon as the ship of the Crystal race stopped by, a lot of attention was drawn. That ship belongs to the Crystal race? That is a prodigy from the Cerstal race, right? The passengers must be members of Crisp Green Blade. Perhaps they returned after finishing a mission. I'm really envious. You need to possess a cosmic cloud state combat power at the very least in order to join. There is no point in coveting the same thing. They are prodigies of the Crystal race. Never in our life will we be able to match them. What about the ship following them closely? How come I can't recall seeing it in the past? I don't know. Maybe cultivators of the Golden Spear race are aboard. Probably not. Think about it though. They should be at least a peak cosmic cloud state race before they can join the prodigies of the Crystal race. Isn't that more reasonable? They are coming out. The crowd watched the doors of the New Dawn intently. After they saw Luze and his girls alight, they felt confused. Which race did they come from? I don't think I have seen them before. Maybe they are not a cosmic cloud state race. Everyone was taken aback. Those who lived in the East region had a good understanding of all the cosmic cloud state races in the elf cosmic realm. Without such knowledge, they might inadvertently offend someone they couldn't handle. That group. Don't they belong to the human race? Everyone was shocked by the possibility of it. Human race. As soon as someone realized which race they belonged to, the entire crowd was befuddled. Isn't it just a puny cosmic system state race that only entered the galactic era for 2,000 years? Why would an inferior race follow a prodigy from the crystal race? Did the group agree to become a lackey? Well, that was the only possible explanation for the association. Even though they perceived it incorrectly, some of the cultivators were envious. Most likely, the humans following the prodigies of the crystal race should definitely be formidable. At this moment, Fred and his team also stepped foot on the ground. The audience gasped. It's Fred and Miriam. It's them. In the elf cosmic realm, they can secure a place among the top 1,000 cosmic cloud state prodigies. Hey, the other two prodigies should be Yilei and Kager. They secured a prodigy ranking as well. They recently became cosmic cloud states. A restriction is imposed on the prodigy ranking. For a prodigy to be included in the ranking, he must have a cosmic cloud state cultivation. This requirement was insanely difficult. For sure, they will be high-level cultivators of their own race. To their surprise, Fred and his fellow prodigies smiled and dashed over to accompany Luze and the girls. Yilei pointed out, "Brother Luze, I know I haven't seen you for just a week. But why does it feel like you have gotten even stronger?" Luze looked strangely at Yilei. He guessed it right. Even if Luze didn't complete a breakthrough, he still got stronger. Yilei shouldn't be able to tell. Can he though? Is it really good to compliment him shamelessly like that? Luze felt he should be humble. It's just negligible progress. Kager grinned. Brother Luze's little progress wouldn't be considered little to us. Luze. He looked at Kager in disbelief. The guy had a glib tongue. He didn't feel bored getting along with them. In the end, Luze waved his hand in dismissal. You compliment me too much, Brother Kager. No, Brother Luze is just too humble. The atmosphere quickly turned awkward. Nangongjing and the girls rolled their eyes. How could they not know what Luze is actually like? Keep acting. Fred and Miriam even blushed. These guys must be idiots. The two top-tier prodigies couldn't take it anymore. They shouldn't let the foolish conversation go on longer. Fred covered his intentions with a cough. Brother Luze, do you want to find a place to rest first? If not, do you want to visit the Crisp Green Blade branch department straight away? Luze thought about it and smiled. Let's go to the Crisp Green Blade first then. He was interested in discovering the possible mission rewards. Fred quickly nodded. Miriam said, "We'll lead the way then. Brother Luze, you may proceed with the registration and report the completion of those two missions." She really didn't want to be under public scrutiny like this anymore. Luze didn't mind either. The group soon left the space station. Everyone gasped. Hey, did you see that? I saw it. That Yilei and Kager treated a human like that. That was outright embarrassing. Promise me, don't be a sucker, okay? More importantly, did you see Fred's and Miriam's attitudes? They are behaving weirdly. The others nodded. Could it be, that's not a human? Is it a race that simply resembles the human race? But didn't you hear it clearly? They were going to visit the Crisp Green Blade. Those questionable prodigies. Are they members too? By the way, did you sense the cultivation level of those questionable prodigies? A small group of the crowd felt dazed. Aren't they only cosmic system states? Chapter 1050, very simple. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze and the girls entered the city with Fred. The streets were filled with shops and looked very prosperous. Luze and his group were quite surprised. After all, the place just survived an insectoid tide. Are there still a lot of living beings on the trade planet? Miriam pointed out. Brother Luze looks very surprised. Luze smiled and nodded. A bit. She smiled and explained, when the insectoid tide began, it was a bit chaotic, but after a long period of cleaning up, the internal regions had improved. You will only see traces of intense battles in the outer regions. Moreover, since some races aren't powerful enough, they are forced to buy some supplies that could protect what remains of their race. Luze could see the crowd gathering at equipment shops. Most of the customers were star states. There were a few cosmic system states as well. From observing, the equipment getting sold wasn't of high quality. Still, the buyers went in desperately and came out excitedly. They probably bought what they wanted. At this moment, 2 1-meter-tall white-haired and bear-like patrons exited a shop. They wore dejected expressions. One of them said, "It's over for us. We already gathered the resources of our entire race. Still, we failed to buy a high-level one-time use item." The other one cried, "What do we do? What do we do? The leader of our race and the others can't hold on longer." Fred said, "These weak races aren't likely to survive during the onslaught of an insectoid tide." In the next moment, Fred nodded. During this period, countless races are destroyed by the insectoids. This has become the new norm in the universe. The elf cosmic realm consists of tens of thousands of races. Most of those are only star state and planetary state races. Luze and the girls looked at each other. All of them saw a shadow of the previous human race on the 2 white bears. Miriam said, "Brother Luze? Should we move now?" Luze smiled. "Give me a moment." He reached out his right hand, wherein earth runes appeared. Thereafter, a yellow sand morphed to cloak his body. Endless runes of sand god art formed on his hand. They merged into one rune, creating an earth yellow rune. After half a minute, the process was completed. The rune floated freely in his hand. Luze gave a nod of approval. It worked at one go. Not bad. Ever since he achieved perfect mastery of Sand 1 divine art, he gained the ability to make his own one-time divine art runes once he learned them from the pocket hunting dimension. Naturally, the quality of the runes he made couldn't compare with the ones from the pocket hunting dimension. Their maximum power was capped at the peak of the cosmic system state. Still, he was deeply satisfied to have created one. One of these should be enough, right? He threw the rune towards the white bears. Seeing it, one of the white bears suddenly jumped up. "What is this? When did it appear in my hands?" He looked around in a daze, but only a voice rang in his head. "This one-time divine rune has a peak cosmic system state power. Use it to save your race. It can only be used once. Cherish it." The white bear was stunned. He looked at the rune as his body shook excitedly. When he scanned the surroundings to locate his benefactor, he didn't find anyone looking at them. The other white bear simply thought that his friend couldn't handle the pressure and went mad. He quickly pulled his fellow bear. "Xiao Bai, let's return. Even if we have to die, we should die with the leader." Xiao Bai dragged his friend and ran. He was about to open his mouth, but he quickly shifted to communicating telepathically. "Xiao Er, we don't need to die. We don't need to die. Our race is saved." Xiao Er questioned, "Saved?" Xiao Bai quickly told Xiao Er about the divine art rune he received. Xiao Er grew very excited too. "Who is that master?" Xiao Bai shook his head. "I don't know. I couldn't find him for a long time. I will set a worship stand for this master and pay my respect to him every day." "Yes, quickly. We can save our race." The two departed without further ado. Luze felt glad. He found those 2 bears adorable and cute. Hence, he felt compelled to help them. It wasn't that hard anyway, and he got to test his hypothesis. Alice praised, "Senior is a really nice person." She too was saved by him in that manner. Nangongjing grinned Zi. "I wanted to do it too." Luze flicked her forehead. "Let's go now." In the end, he saw Fred, Yulei, Miriam, and Kajer watching him with astonishment. What's wrong with you guys? Why does it seem like they encountered a ghost just then? Miriam questioned, Brother Luze, how did you do that? What do you mean? What did he do? Fred asked, that rune. How did you create it? Luze casually answered, oh, you mean that rune earlier? I just casually drew it though. It's a very simple process. You can do the same as long as you understand your divine art well enough. The corners of his mouth curved up. I just wanted to test it. Luckily, it actually worked during my first try. Simple. Simple, my ass. If it were simple, why couldn't they do it too? Understanding of divine art. Yulei exclaimed to the other three telepathically, what sort of monster is he? I'm willing to bet that his divine art achieved perfect mastery. If not, I'll crash into a neutron star. For cultivators like them, it isn't difficult to attain beginner mastery when it comes to divine arts. The true struggle starts at achieving familiar mastery. If someone were to reach experienced mastery though, a ruckus would surely follow. As for perfect mastery of divine art, isn't it just a myth?